Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await.
It was a foggy evening when Daniel arrived at the edge of the forest. The sky was heavy with dark clouds, threatening rain, but it was the forest itself that made his skin crawl. He had heard rumors of the old lodge deep within the woods, an abandoned place that no one dared to approach. Yet, here he was, following the narrow, overgrown trail that led into the heart of it. The trees towered above him, their gnarled branches twisted like skeletal hands reaching out to grab him. The air was thick, damp, and the silence was unnerving. The kind of silence that presses down on you, making you feel as though something was just out of sight, watching. Daniel pulled his jacket tighter around himself, the chill creeping into his bones. He had heard the stories, of course. Every town had its dark secrets, and the lodge in this forest was no different. People spoke of whispers in the night, lights flickering in windows that shouldn't be there, and strange figures moving in the shadows. But that was just superstition, wasn't it? His footsteps were muffled by the soft earth beneath his boots as he walked deeper into the forest. The trail wound through dense trees, and the farther he went, the darker it became. The daylight seemed to dim as if the sun itself was afraid to shine through the thick canopy above. As he walked, the feeling of being watched grew stronger, a weight in the air that made him want to turn back. He had promised himself he would find the lodge, prove to himself that the stories were just that, stories. But now, standing in the middle of this ancient forest, he wasn't so sure. A rustle came from behind him. He spun around, his heart hammering in his chest, but there was nothing. The forest was still, almost unnervingly so. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't alone. Pushing forward, he finally caught sight of the lodge through the trees. It stood at the edge of a small clearing, its dark silhouette almost blending into the forest itself. The roof was sagging, and the windows were covered in grime, but what struck him most was the overwhelming sense of something wrong. A faint light flickered behind one of the windows. Daniel's breath hitched. It had to be a trick of the light, surely. He had been walking for hours, and his mind was starting to play tricks on him. Yet, as he stood there staring at the lodge, the light flickered again, and then it was gone. That was enough. He wasn't going back now. With determination, Daniel stepped forward, his boots crunching against the frost-covered ground. The air seemed to grow colder, the fog thicker, as he made his way toward the front door. The old wooden planks creaked under his weight, and the door, half open, swung slightly in the breeze. Inside, the air was thick with dust. Shadows clung to the walls, and every step Daniel took echoed in the empty space. He reached for the light switch, but the room remained dark. His eyes adjusted to the dimness, and in the corner of the room, he saw something, a shape. A figure, tall and thin, standing completely still, facing the wall. Before he could call out, the figure slowly turned, its face hidden in shadow. And then, the door slammed shut behind him.
The sound of the door slamming shut echoed through the lodge like a distant thunderclap, reverberating off the walls with a chilling force. Daniel froze, his heart racing in his chest. He spun around, instinctively reaching for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. The heavy would seem to have fused with the frame as if some force, was holding it closed. Panic flared in his chest, but he quickly shoved it aside, refusing to succumb to fear. He turned back to the figure in the corner. It hadn't moved. The shape stood in the farthest corner of the room, unnaturally still, as if frozen in time. For a moment, Daniel couldn't make out its features. Only the faintest outline, a silhouette against the darkened room. But there was something about it, something wrong. The figure tilted its head, slowly. The movement was jerky, unnatural, like a puppet whose strings had been pulled by an invisible hand. Daniel's pulse quickened. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice sounding foreign in the thick, oppressive silence. His breath came in shallow gasps, and he forced his feet to move to approach the figure. But as he took his first step forward, A deep, guttural sound filled the air, like the groan of an old tree shifting in the wind. The air around him grew thick, heavy, as though the very walls of the lodge were closing in. He stopped in his tracks, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. The figure turned its head more sharply now, its movements becoming almost twitchy. It wasn't a person, Daniel could tell that now. His limbs were too long, too thin. Its body was contorted in an unnatural way, like it had been twisted or stretched. The skin was pale, almost sickly, and the eyes were wide open, unblinking, hollow black pits that seemed to pull in the light. "Get out," the voice whispered, a low, raspy sound that seemed to come from every direction at once. Daniel's mouth went dry. He took a step back, his breath catching in his throat. I'm just looking for shelter." The figure tilted its head again, but this time its gaze didn't leave Daniel. The silence stretched, suffocating him. He could feel it, the weight of the room, the sense that something ancient and malevolent was stirring in the shadows. Something that had been here long before he ever stepped foot into this cursed place. "Leave," the voice rasped again, louder this time, the words almost strangled as if the figure was struggling to speak. But then, just as quickly, it fell silent, its head snapping back to face the wall. Daniel's instinct screamed at him to leave. Every fiber of his being was telling him to run, but his legs felt heavy, like he was wading through water. He took another step, his boots creaking against the old floorboards. Suddenly the room shifted. It wasn't a physical change, but something else. A pull in the air, a pressure on his chest. The walls seemed to lean in on him, their edges warping, bending, as if the lodge itself was alive. The door. He needed to get to the door. But as his eyes flicked to the entrance, he saw something else. Figures. More figures. They emerged from the shadows, stepping out from the corners, from the darkened doorways. They were everywhere now, lurking in the periphery of his vision. Some were hunched, others stood tall, their faces indistinguishable in the gloom. But it was their eyes that caught Daniel's attention. Eyes that glowed faintly, like embers in the dark, staring at him with a hunger that made his stomach churn. "Who are you?" Daniel asked, his voice shaking. His heart hammered in his chest, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. The figures didn't answer. They only watched. Daniel turned back to the figure in the corner. It was no longer looking at the wall. Its face was turned toward him, the hollow eyes meeting his with a chilling intensity. The darkness that clung to it seemed to grow, expanding like ink spilling in water, and for the first time, Daniel saw what lay beneath the shadow. Its mouth was stretched wide, unnaturally wide. A twisted grin, jagged and sharp, filled its face, the edges of its lips curling back to reveal rows of needle-thin teeth. The sight was enough to make Daniel's stomach lurch, and he stumbled back, his feet tangling in the old rug beneath him. Before he could react, the figure moved. It was swift, too swift for something that had been so still just moments before. In one fluid motion, it lunged toward him, its long arms outstretched. Daniel barely had time to react, but instinct kicked in. He dodged to the side, crashing into a nearby chair as the figure passed him, its cold breath rushing past his face. The chair splintered under the weight of his fall, and Daniel scrambled to his feet. The room was spinning now, a dizzying whirl of shadows and whispered voices. He glanced around wildly. The figures in the corners were moving closer, their slow, deliberate steps making the floorboards groan beneath them. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping so rapidly that Daniel could see his breath misting in front of him. He tried the door again, but it still wouldn't open. Panic surged through him, his mind racing for an escape, any escape. The figure with the wide grin was now in the center of the room, its head slowly tilting as it watched him struggle. Its eyes flickered with an eerie light, and for the first time, Daniel realized what he was seeing wasn't just a hallucination. It was real. "Get out," the voice rasped again, but this time it was different. It was stronger, more insistent. A command, not a plea. Daniel's blood ran cold. He could feel the pressure in the room building, the walls closing in on him, as if the entire lodge was alive, feeding off his fear. The air was thick now, suffocating, and his vision blurred. The room seemed to shift again, the walls warping, the floor bending beneath him. He had to leave. But as he turned to the nearest window, he froze. Outside, the fog had thickened, and the dark shapes of more figures appeared in the clearing beyond the lodge. They were watching him, their eyes glowing in the mist, their shapes just barely discernible in the fog. There were more than he had seen before. Too many. His heart hammered in his chest. The door. He had to get out of there before. The lights flickered. For just a moment, the entire lodge plunged into darkness. And then, a scream. It was coming from somewhere deep inside the lodge, somewhere below him. It was a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air itself. A scream of terror, a scream of pain, as though something, or someone, was being torn apart.
The scream echoed through the lodge, shattering the heavy silence that had settled like a blanket over the room. It was a sound unlike anything Daniel had ever heard. Not human, but primal. A raw, unfiltered cry of desperation and torment that made the very air feel sharp and cold. His chest tightened, his breath catching in his throat as he tried to orient himself, to make sense of the madness unfolding around him. The darkness was complete now. The last flicker of light from the candles and the faint glow from the figure's eyes had disappeared, leaving Daniel in a sea of blackness. His heart raced, the pulse in his ears thundering as he strained to listen, trying to pinpoint the source of that blood-curdling scream. It came again, louder this time, from somewhere beneath the floor. Daniel froze, a cold sweat breaking out across his skin. The floor beneath him was old, creaky, and now, it seemed to be shifting. The sound came from below, but not from the cellar, he was certain of that. It was deeper, more disturbing. Like the lodge itself was waking up, groaning under the weight of its own secrets. For a long moment, the only thing Daniel could hear was the rapid pounding of his own heart in his ears. He swallowed hard, the dryness in his throat threatening to choke him. He had to move. The urge to run, to escape, surged within him like an animal instinct. Yet, his legs felt rooted to the floor. Fear was wrapping itself around him, suffocating him, and with it came a cold realization. There was no way out. Not yet. His eyes had adjusted to the darkness just enough to make out faint shapes in the room. The figures still lingered in the corners, their eyes glowing softly in the inky blackness, watching him with an unnerving patience. It was as though they were waiting for him to make the next move. Suddenly, a faint noise broke through the stillness, a soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across the floor. Daniel's pulse skipped a beat, his gaze snapping toward the source of the noise. A shape was moving in the corner. At first, he thought it was just his mind playing tricks on him, but then it became undeniable, a figure, hunched and grotesque, its movements jerky and unnatural. It dragged itself across the floor, leaving behind a trail of wet, sticky sounds that sent a chill through Daniel's spine. The figure was unlike anything he had seen before. It was covered in a mass of dark, tangled hair, and its body was twisted, contorted in ways that made Daniel's stomach churn. Its arms were too long, its legs too short. But it was the face, or the lack of it, that made Daniel's breath catch in his throat. There was no face. Just smooth, pale skin where eyes, nose, and mouth should be. But as Daniel stared at it, something shifted within the empty space of its face. Two glowing, orange eyes appeared, flickering in and out like dying embers, and a low, guttural growl rumbled from deep within its throat. Daniel's instinct screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to obey. He was frozen in place, unable to tear his gaze away from the horrific figure. The thing tilted its head toward him, its movements impossibly slow, like it was savoring the moment, relishing in his terror. A voice, low and distorted, rumbled in Daniel's mind. "You should have left when you had the chance." The words were not spoken aloud. They were felt, like a pressure against his skull, filling his thoughts with a sense of impending doom. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides, the walls of the lodge growing closer, the air growing thicker, as though the very lodge was breathing, alive. Another scream echoed from below. This time, it wasn't just a cry of terror. It was a wail, long and drawn out, filled with agony and despair. It was the sound of something being tortured, something trapped between worlds. Daniel's mind raced as he tried to understand. Was someone else here? Had they heard the stories, the warnings? Or was this just another nightmare, an illusion created by the madness of the lodge? "Get out," the voice came again, this time clearer, more insistent. It was the figure in the corner, still watching him, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. But as Daniel turned toward the door once more, he realized something even more unsettling. The door had changed. The once solid wooden door, cracked and weathered with age, was now warped, its edges curling as if something was forcing its way out from the other side. Dark tendrils of smoke-like darkness seeped through the cracks, curling around the frame and twisting into the room. The air itself seemed to thicken, and Daniel could taste the sharp, metallic tang of fear on his tongue. He staggered backward, unable to take his eyes off the door. It felt like something was trying to break through, something ancient and powerful, and Daniel was trapped in its path. The figures in the corners began to move again, this time with more purpose. They glided across the floor, their long limbs stretching unnaturally, their heads tilted at impossible angles. Their eyes were wide, their gazes locked on Daniel, and for the first time, he realized what they were. They weren't just people. They were something else. Entities, spirits, or something far worse. The scrape of nails on wood echoed as the creatures began to close in on him. Daniel's breath came in shallow gasps. He couldn't think. The darkness around him was suffocating, pressing in from all sides, and the cold was unbearable. His fingers brushed the handle of the door once more, but it wouldn't open. The scream came again. Closer this time. So close it felt like it was inside his head. His mind reeled, the terror consuming him, his body frozen with fear. But then, in the distance, he heard something else. A faint scratching sound, followed by a low thud. And then another. It was coming from below. From the same place as the scream. Suddenly, the floor beneath Daniel's feet trembled. The ground shook, the old beams above creaking as if something huge was moving beneath the lodge. The figures hesitated for a moment, their glowing eyes shifting toward the floor. Then, without warning, the ground beneath Daniel cracked. A deep, hollow thud reverberated through the lodge, and the wooden floor gave way, opening up into an abyss below. The figures rushed forward, but Daniel's mind barely registered them as he stumbled backward toward the gaping hole in the floor. Before he could react, something grabbed his ankle, pulling him down. The world spun, and for a moment, he was weightless, falling into the black void below. And then, nothing.
Daniel's world spun out of control as the floor beneath him collapsed. His scream was swallowed by the darkness as his body tumbled through the air, and then, silence. He landed hard, the breath knocked from his chest. His ribs screamed in pain, but there was no time to focus on that. His mind raced as his surroundings shifted, the disorienting free fall replaced with a sudden stillness. The air was thick down here, dense and damp, with a heavy weight that seemed to press in from all sides. He tried to move, but his body felt sluggish, as though his limbs were mired in some unseen force. He gasped for breath, his chest tight, and tried to push himself upright, but the darkness was absolute, wrapping around him like an oppressive blanket. He couldn't see a thing. Not a single shape, not a sliver of light. His heart hammered in his chest, every beat echoing in his ears as panic surged within him. He fumbled through the air, his fingers brushing against the cold, rough stone that lined the walls around him. His breathing came in shallow gasps as he stood, shakily, and tested his footing. Where am I? He should have known better than to venture into the forest alone, especially with all the warnings he had heard. The stories, the whispers, the legends. But none of it seemed real until now. There was no logic to this place, no rhyme or reason. The sensation that something was watching him, waiting, never left him. His instincts screamed that he was not alone. Suddenly, a low, guttural rumble echoed through the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of something, or someone, moving. Daniel froze. The sound was far too deliberate, too heavy for it to be an animal, and the way it resonated through the walls sent a chill crawling up his spine. Without warning, the silence shattered. The walls around him trembled as something unseen drew nearer. The air shifted, thickened, and an overwhelming stench, rotting, decayed, foul, filled his nostrils. It was almost suffocating, the smell clinging to his skin, to his clothes. He gagged, instinctively stumbling backward. Then a shape emerged from the darkness. At first, it was barely a blur, an indistinct mass that slowly solidified into something grotesque. The figure moved with slow, deliberate steps, its body hunched and twisted. The shadows clung to it like a second skin, distorting its form. Daniel's breath caught in his throat as he tried to make sense of it. Its skin was pale, stretched tight across its bones, and its limbs, too long, too thin, pushed against the constraints of its flesh. The face, if it could even be called that, was a grotesque mass of dark, decaying tissue, like something half-formed, half-rotten. No eyes, no mouth, just an unsettling, smooth, featureless face that glistened in the dark, slick with some kind of viscous substance. Daniel's pulse raced as the thing moved toward him with an unnatural, jerking gait. The air around it seemed to ripple like a distortion in reality itself. He tried to take a step back, but his feet felt rooted to the ground, as though the very earth beneath him had taken hold of his ankles. The creature paused, tilting its head as it regarded him. The motion was slow and deliberate, like a predator savoring the moment before striking. Its neck twisted with an audible crack, an unsettling sound that sent a shiver through Daniel's spine. Then, without warning, it lunged. Daniel's instincts kicked in. He scrambled to the side, but his body felt heavy, sluggish, as though he were trapped in some nightmarish version of slow motion. The creature's claws, long, gnarled fingers, scratched across the stone floor, sending sparks flying as they scraped against the cold surface. He could feel the air shift as it passed by him, a sharp, biting cold that made his skin prickle with fear. He managed to regain his footing, his breath ragged in his chest, and his mind was spinning. He had to get out of here. There had to be a way out. But the creature wasn't giving him any time to think. It turned on him, its movements jerky and unnatural, and in one swift motion, it swiped its claws toward his face. The air was filled with the screech of its claws, the sound of metal dragging across stone. Daniel barely dodged the attack, the claws missing him by mere inches. His body lurched forward with the momentum of the near miss, and he stumbled into the wall, his back slamming against the cold stone. Before he could recover, the creature was on him again, its breath hot and foul against his skin. A deep, raspy hiss filled the air, vibrating the very bones in his body. It was so close now, too close, and Daniel could hear the grinding of its teeth, the wet, sucking sound as it breathed in as if preparing to feed. A surge of panic shot through him, and for the first time his legs obeyed. He pushed off the wall with everything he had, launching himself away from the creature, his heart thundering in his chest. The world seemed to tilt, the ground beneath him uneven, but he kept running. Behind him, the creature screeched, a high-pitched, inhuman sound that was so sharp it made Daniel's ears ring. He didn't dare look back. His instincts screamed for him to keep moving, to run as fast as he could, but the darkness, the overwhelming weight of the air, made every step feel like a battle. As he ran, he felt a strange presence at the edge of his senses. He wasn't alone. More were out there, lurking just beyond his sight, waiting for their turn to strike. He could hear them now, faint whispers, muttering unintelligibly, a cacophony of voices that made his head throb. The pressure in the air was growing, squeezing in on him from all sides. The floor beneath him gave way again. This time there was no warning. The ground cracked, sending him tumbling into another pit, deeper, darker. He didn't have time to scream as he fell. His body slammed into the cold stone again, his shoulder taking the brunt of the impact. He barely had time to breathe before the darkness seemed to close in on him. When he opened his eyes, the world was different. The shadows weren't just shadows anymore. They were alive. They moved with a life of their own, crawling across the walls like something crawling out of a nightmare. The whispers were louder now, clearer. They were speaking to him, calling him. A figure loomed out of the darkness. This one was taller, more imposing. Its skin was pale, but its face, there was no face. Instead, there was an open, gaping maw, a black hole that seemed to consume all light around it. The air vibrated with a low, growling sound emanating from deep within the creature, and its body seemed to bend and warp as it stepped closer. Daniel's body trembled with fear, but there was nowhere to run. The pit he had fallen into was small, and the walls were too high to climb. The creature stepped forward, and the world around him seemed to grow colder still. Then, with a voice that was both a whisper and a roar, the figure spoke. "You are not supposed to be here."
The words, "You are not supposed to be here," resonated deep within Daniel's chest, vibrating through his bones like a distant thunderclap. They weren't just spoken. They were the darkness itself, a presence that filled the room and curled around his thoughts, suffocating him. The cold air grew even colder, as though it was drawn into the maw of the creature, which stood towering over him, blocking any path to escape. Daniel's heart thudded in his ears. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but there was nowhere to go. The walls of the pit had closed in too tight, and the floor beneath him was slick with some unnatural substance, slimy, cold, and unyielding. His hands, slick with sweat, grasped at the ground for purchase, but the stone was smooth and unforgiving. The creature's shape continued to shift before him, its limbs elongating and contracting with unnatural jerks, like a grotesque puppet that had been twisted beyond recognition. The absence of a face was more terrifying than anything Daniel had ever seen, a void where eyes should have been, a gaping mouth that seemed to distort the very space around it. For a long, oppressive moment, the creature didn't move. It just stared at him, or at least, Daniel felt its gaze. The air around them thickened, pushing in on him, making it hard to breathe. His chest tightened, and every breath felt as though he was inhaling ice instead of air. The darkness was swallowing everything. Suddenly, the creature shifted, and its body contorted, bending in ways that no human body could. The noise it made, the sickening crack of bone, the twisting of sinew, was like a curse, a violation of nature itself. A low, growling sound vibrated from deep within the creature's throat, sending a shock of terror through Daniel's spine. The creature took a slow step forward, and with that motion, the ground seemed to shudder beneath him. The shadows in the corners of the pit began to crawl, slithering like something alive, wrapping around Daniel's ankles, pulling him down. "Leave." The voice was both distant and present, as if it were in Daniel's head, yet not. A phantom presence. A lingering touch. He could feel the weight of it, and with it, the crushing pressure of 1,000 unseen forces gathering around him. He could hear it now too, the whispering. It was coming from every direction, from the walls, from the very air, from the ground itself. The whispers were no longer soft. They were louder now, rising to a frantic crescendo, each voice layered on top of the other. Some of them were indistinct, muffled, like words spoken through thick glass. Others were sharp, clear, and unsettlingly familiar, as if they were trying to call out to him, speak directly to him. The voices seemed to feed on his fear, growing in intensity, in malice, as they filled the pit. "Leave, or join us," the voices sang in unison, a distorted chorus of torment. Daniel's blood ran cold. He could feel the tendrils of fear wrapping around his throat, choking him. His breath became shallow, erratic, as though the very air was conspiring against him. He could hardly focus, could hardly think. His mind was a whirlwind of terror, confusion, and the overwhelming sensation that he was being pulled towards something deep, something that wasn't just dark, but alive. He forced himself to his feet, his legs trembling beneath him. He couldn't stay here. He had to keep moving. He couldn't let whatever this was swallow him whole. He staggered forward, his eyes flicking from side to side, but the creature remained still, watching him. The walls of the pit pressed closer with each step he took, as if the very space around him was shrinking. His body ached with the effort of moving, as though every muscle in his limbs were being stretched to their breaking point. Yet, the ground beneath him felt solid. Unyielding. Each step brought him no closer to an exit, but deeper into the suffocating gloom. The creature's voice rumbled again, louder this time, shaking the air with its unnatural resonance. "You think you can escape? This place is your prison. The ground beneath his feet cracked again, the floor opening up in front of him like a wound in the earth. Daniel staggered back, barely catching himself before he fell into the expanding abyss. The walls around him were alive now, groaning and creaking, like they were made of flesh, not stone. The entire pit seemed to be shifting, warping as though it had a mind of its own. The air was thick with the stench of decay, of something ancient and long forgotten. His pulse raced in his ears, but as he looked around, he realized with a sickening certainty that there was nowhere left to run. The creature was everywhere now, its form flickering in and out of his vision, an unholy blur of shifting limbs and dark shadows. The whispers grew louder, so loud that Daniel felt his skull vibrate with the noise, as if the very walls of his mind were beginning to crack under the pressure. A voice that wasn't his own filled his head, sharp and insistent. "It is not the walls that trap you." The words were not spoken aloud. They sounded like his voice, but they weren't. They came from somewhere deeper, something older, something that had been buried here long before he had ever stumbled into this nightmare. "It is the darkness." His breath caught in his throat, and he stumbled backward, his eyes wide with horror. What was it? What was this? The creature's movements grew more erratic. Its limbs elongated unnaturally, and its body seemed to defy logic, folding and twisting in ways that were grotesque, impossible. It opened its mouth wide, too wide, and Daniel could see the abyss inside, a yawning void that seemed to stretch on forever. Suddenly, the air around him grew painfully cold, and a deep, rumbling growl echoed from somewhere below. A ripple spread through the ground, a wave of energy so powerful it nearly knocked Daniel to his knees. The floor buckled beneath him, and as he looked down, he saw something moving beneath the surface, something alive. A shadow crawled from the crack in the stone, a mass of writhing shapes, like a mass of roots, black and jagged, curling and twisting through the earth. They reached for him, slithering toward him like serpents. He tried to back away, but the walls were closing in, the space around him shrinking, the shadows drawing closer with every passing second. The figure in the corner, the creature that had been watching him, began to move again, its body folding into itself, twisting like a serpent, pulling itself toward him with an eerie slowness. Its eyes glowed brighter now, burning with an unnatural light. "You cannot leave." Daniel's chest tightened, his heart racing in his ears as the whispers drowned out everything else. "You cannot leave. You cannot leave." The words became a chant, an incantation that filled his head. The darkness pressed in on him, suffocating him, pulling him toward the center of the pit. He tried to scream, but the air around him was thick, too thick, and the words died in his throat. His hands shot out to grab at the walls, but they gave way like soft flesh, pulling at him, dragging him deeper.
His feet slid, his body buckling under the weight of the darkness, the crushing force of 100 unseen hands pushing him down. And then, as he felt himself slipping away, the creature's final words came to him, clear and undeniable. "Welcome to the darkness. Welcome to your new home." Daniel's mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear as the darkness pressed down on him. His breaths came in desperate, ragged gasps, and every movement felt like wading through thick tar. His limbs were heavy, almost immovable, as if the very air had thickened around him, binding him, weighing him down. The stone floor beneath him seemed to pulse, as though it were alive, and the eerie whispers from all directions intensified, filling his skull with a cacophony of dread. He reached out, his fingers brushing the walls of the pit, but they weren't walls. They were soft, sticky. The stone had given way to a fleshy, pulsating surface that seemed to breathe with him, inhaling and exhaling as if it shared the same rhythm as his panicked heart. The realization struck him like a hammer. He was no longer in a place of stone and mortar. He was inside something. The ground trembled again, and the walls around him seemed to shift and undulate, as if the pit itself were alive. The shadows were no longer static. They moved like tendrils, coiling and slithering across the walls, creeping toward him with a slow, deliberate hunger. He could feel them closing in, inch by inch, wrapping around his ankles like cold fingers, pulling him deeper into the living nightmare. The whispers were louder now, more insistent, and Daniel could hear them more clearly. They weren't just random mutterings, they were words. "Join us," the voice whispered in his ear, so close that he could feel the hot breath of it against his skin. "You are one of us now." His throat clenched, and for a moment he almost believed it. The world around him felt so alien, so wrong, that it seemed impossible that he could ever leave. He was trapped in a place where the rules of reality no longer applied, where shadows were alive, where the darkness itself had a voice. But no, he couldn't let himself give in to that. Not now. Not when there was still a glimmer of hope, however faint it was. Daniel clenched his fists, pushing himself upright, his legs shaking beneath him. His vision blurred as he scanned the pit, trying to find something, anything, that could give him a way out. The darkness around him was oppressive, almost suffocating, but there was still the faintest outline of light somewhere above, as though there was a way out of this nightmare, if he could just reach it. His heart thudded violently in his chest. He had to move. He couldn't let the darkness consume him, not like this. His first step was hesitant, slow, as he forced his legs to obey, but the weight of the shadows around him made it feel as if the very ground was trying to drag him back. The walls seemed to close in with every movement, and the floor beneath his feet shifted again, sending tremors through the pit. But this time, Daniel wasn't stopping. As he staggered forward, he heard the noise again. The faint scrape like something dragging across the ground. It was coming from behind him, growing louder with each passing second. He spun around, his breath catching in his throat. There, emerging from the shadows, was something even worse than the creature that had first attacked him. It was a mass of shadows. No, a cloud of darkness swirling and shifting in the air. It moved with a terrifying speed, faster than he could comprehend. At first, it was formless, a swirl of inky blackness, but as it neared, the shape became more distinct. Long, thin limbs, pale and twisted, stretched out from the cloud, reaching toward him like tendrils from some eldritch creature. And in the center of that swirling cloud there was a face, or what was left of one. It was human, but so distorted, so warped that it barely resembled anything alive. The skin was stretched taut over the skull, the eyes wide and vacant, devoid of any life. The mouth, if it could even be called that, was stretched wide into a grotesque grin, the lips pulled back so far that it looked like the flesh would tear under the strain. The teeth were jagged, uneven, like something that had been gnawed upon over and over, and from the corners of its mouth dripped a dark, thick liquid that pooled on the floor beneath it. The face grinned at Daniel, a sickly smile that seemed to mock him, as though it knew he had no escape. It lurched forward, its limbs stretching unnaturally as it closed the gap between them. The air grew heavier, pressing in on him. The floor buckled beneath his feet, and the shadows from all directions surged forward, pushing him back. The whispers were deafening now, a chorus of lost souls crying out for him to join them, to surrender to the darkness. He had to keep moving. There was no time for hesitation. With a burst of adrenaline, Daniel pushed himself forward, taking another shaky step, then another. His eyes locked onto the faint light above, the glimmer that seemed to promise salvation. He could feel the walls closing in behind him, the tendrils of darkness wrapping tighter around his legs, dragging him backward, but he couldn't stop. He couldn't. Join us. The whisper came again, louder this time, filling his skull with the weight of it. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a command, a demand. His heart skipped in his chest, and a cold sweat coated his skin. But there was something in him that refused to give in. He wasn't like them. He wasn't going to become one of the hollow, faceless things that called the darkness their home. He staggered again, his body protesting every movement. His muscles screamed with exhaustion, and his limbs were heavy, sluggish. But he fought through it. The air grew colder, the ground beneath him slick with something wet and foul, but his eyes stayed fixed on the light ahead. The creature in the shadows roared, a guttural, inhuman sound that made his blood run cold. It was coming for him. He could hear its movements behind him, the scrape of claws against the stone, the dragging noise as it moved. He had to outrun it. Daniel's lungs burned as he sprinted, his feet slipping on the wet ground. His breath came in ragged gasps, his vision blurring with the exertion, but he forced himself to keep moving. The light was so close now, closer than it had ever been, but the darkness clawed at him, clawed at his soul, trying to drag him back into the pit of eternal night. The creature was gaining on him, its twisted limbs snapping forward, its grotesque grin widening as it closed the gap. The light was almost within reach. With one final desperate push, Daniel threw himself toward the light, toward the unknown. He felt the creature's cold breath on his neck, the scrape of its claws as they brushed against his shoulder, but he didn't stop. He was almost there. The light exploded around him.
A brilliant, blinding flash of white filled his vision, engulfing everything in its wake. It was so bright, so intense, that it made his eyes burn, made him feel like he was being torn apart by the force of it. The air crackled, and for a moment, Daniel thought he was going to be consumed by it, swallowed by the very light he had been trying to reach. And then, silence. The light, brilliant, searing, and all-encompassing, swallowed him whole. For a moment, Daniel felt as if he were being torn apart, his very being unraveling in the blinding intensity. His muscles screamed in protest as the energy of the light coursed through him, but there was no time to resist. There was no time to think. And then, just as quickly as it came, the light faded. It didn't dim gradually, but vanished, leaving Daniel in a silence so profound that it rang in his ears like a hollow bell. The heavy, oppressive air that had once surrounded him now seemed distant, almost gone, and he felt, if only for a moment, weightless. His chest rose and fell in erratic bursts, each breath a painful reminder of how close he had come to losing everything. He was alive. For now. But where was he? What had happened? As the last vestiges of light faded, Daniel's eyes adjusted to the darkness once more. But this darkness felt different. It was no longer the stifling, suffocating kind that had clung to him like a shroud in the pit. No. This darkness was empty. It was vast, like the void between stars, silent and still. His heart pounded in his chest as his vision cleared, and he found himself standing in what could only be described as a vast, endless cavern. The walls stretched up impossibly high, their edges lost in shadow. The floor beneath him was smooth, polished stone, and the air smelled faintly of ozone, like the remnants of a thunderstorm. But there was no wind, no movement. There was no sound, save for the echo of his own breath. For a moment, he simply stood there, frozen, scanning his surroundings, trying to make sense of this new place. Was it real? Had the light somehow transported him to another dimension? Another world entirely? Then, a soft, almost imperceptible sound broke through the stillness. The sound of footsteps. Daniel's pulse skipped in his throat. His eyes widened. He wasn't alone. He turned slowly, his legs heavy with exhaustion, and saw nothing. Just the same endless cavern stretching out before him, the same blackness beyond the faint light that surrounded him. But the footsteps, he could still hear them. They were growing closer. Closer. With each step, the air seemed to grow heavier again, like something unseen was pushing in on him. He could feel it now, a presence, something watching him, something that didn't belong in this place. The footsteps stopped. A cold chill slithered down his spine as the silence stretched, suffocating and thick. Daniel could feel the weight of it pressing on him, crawling beneath his skin, making his blood run colder with every passing second. He forced himself to speak, his voice hoarse from the fear that still gripped him. "Who's there?" The words came out barely above a whisper, but they echoed through the cavern like a shout. His heart hammered faster, and he instinctively took a step back, his eyes darting around for any sign of movement. The silence remained. And then, from the very depths of the cavern, came a voice. It was faint at first, a low, almost inaudible whisper. But it grew louder, clearer, until it seemed to fill the entire space. It wasn't a voice, but a presence, something ancient and terrible that reverberated through Daniel's very soul. "You should not be here." The voice was deep, resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder. It was both soothing and terrifying, filling his thoughts with a cold certainty that whatever this was, it was not good. It was something old. Something forgotten. And it was angry. Daniel's heart skipped a beat. The air around him seemed to warp with the weight of the voice, a ripple in the very fabric of reality itself. The ground beneath his feet trembled, just slightly, but enough to send a surge of panic through his chest. He took a step back again, his breath shallow, but the presence in the cavern seemed to pull at him, drawing him in. And then he saw it. A figure stepped out of the shadows. At first, it was only a silhouette, a faint shape in the darkness. But as it moved toward him, the form became clearer, taller than any human, its body impossibly slender, and covered in what looked like tattered robes made from the very shadows themselves. The air around it seemed to shimmer, as though the space it occupied was not entirely real. It was humanoid, but wrong. Too long. Too thin. And its face. Daniel's breath caught in his throat as he locked eyes with the figure. The face was featureless. No eyes. No mouth. Just smooth, pale skin stretched tight over the bones, glowing faintly in the darkness, a blank slate of emptiness. It didn't move like a human. It glided. Its feet barely touched the ground, as though it were floating just above the surface. And with every step, the air grew colder. The cold was unbearable now, seeping into his very bones, pulling at him like a drowning weight. The figure spoke again, but this time, its voice was different. It was not the deep rumbling from before, but something higher, more insistent, more personal. You should have left, when you had the chance. The words sliced through the air like ice, and Daniel's blood ran cold. He had no idea what it meant, but instinct told him that it wasn't a warning. It was a threat. He opened his mouth to speak, to ask it what it wanted, but no words came out. He was frozen, his body betraying him. His throat felt thick, clogged with terror, and his mind screamed at him to run. But his legs remained rooted to the ground, immovable, as if they were slowly being drawn into the stone itself. The figure took another step forward, and the shadows around it deepened, swallowing the light in their wake. And then it stopped. The air grew so thick that Daniel felt as though he were suffocating in it. He could feel it pressing down on his chest, wrapping around his lungs, making it harder to breathe. The whispers had returned, louder now, surrounding him, chanting, calling. Join us. It was no longer a question, but a command. A promise. Daniel's heart hammered in his chest, a frantic rhythm, his head spinning with the weight of the oppressive presence that surrounded him. The figure's gaze was upon him now, he could feel it, even though it had no eyes. Its hollow stare seemed to pierce through his very soul. The whispers became louder, sharper. They were pulling him in, dragging at his thoughts. Join us, join us. Something shifted. The shadows around the figure began to swirl, twisting and warping, like a vortex of pure darkness. Daniel could feel it, could see it, the darkness moving, pulling in on itself, folding like a black hole. And in the center of that abyss, something was beginning to form. Something much larger. The figure stepped forward again, its form undulating like liquid shadows, moving toward him. It reached out a hand, a thin skeletal arm that stretched impossibly long, its fingers curling like claws. You will never leave. The skeletal hand that reached toward him was impossibly long, fingers tapering to sharp points like claws, stretching through the air as though it were reaching for something far beyond his immediate grasp. Daniel's heart skipped a beat, the beating in his chest now thunderous, the sound so loud that it drowned out everything else around him. The air itself felt like it was thickening, dense and oppressive, pulling him toward the outstretched hand. For a moment, his instincts screamed at him to turn and run, to flee from this creature, this thing that shouldn't exist. But his legs were frozen. He was rooted to the spot, his feet slick against the cold stone, as though the very floor had drawn him in,
holding him here like an insect caught in a web. The figure's face, if it could even be called that, remained an abyss of featureless skin, glowing faintly in the eternal darkness. It was so wrong, so alien that Daniel's mind couldn't process it fully. It was a blank, empty canvas, a void that somehow breathed, that somehow watched him, seeing far deeper than any living being should. And yet, it was as if it were waiting for him to speak, to do something. Its long arm continued to stretch out, the fingers curling just above his chest, and Daniel could feel the coldness radiating from it, like a winter storm in the middle of summer, creeping into his skin and freezing him from the inside out. "You have crossed the threshold." The voice came again, now even more oppressive, a whisper that wrapped itself around his thoughts and squeezed. It was a voice like no other, deep and ancient, one that could not be reasoned with. It was the voice of something that had existed before the world had known form, before time itself had taken shape. It carried a weight of inevitability, of fate. "You have come into the domain of the Keeper of Shadows. There is no return from here." Daniel's mind was reeling. He wanted to move, to run, to scream, but he couldn't. His body was paralyzed, frozen in place, every part of him locked in a vice grip of terror. The figure's arm now hovered above his chest, the fingers stretching farther, bending unnaturally, as though the creature was testing the limits of the space it occupied, as though it could break free from the rules of nature itself. And the whispers, they didn't stop. They were louder now, rushing in from all sides, 100 voices, 1,000, a flood of sound that poured into his ears, each one overlapping the next, all of them speaking in a language he could not understand, but somehow felt in his very bones. "You are not the first," the voice said again, its tone almost amused, as though the figure were addressing a child. "Others have come before you. Many have tried to escape, to resist, but we are eternal. And you will be one of us soon." Daniel's pulse hammered in his chest, his breathing growing erratic. His mind scrambled for any way to break free, any way to regain control of his body, his actions. But nothing came. The darkness was closing in, creeping along the edges of his vision, and the more he fought against it, the stronger the pull became. His body trembled violently, his head spinning, the very air around him thickening, pushing against him. Then, with horrifying slowness, the figure lowered its arm, the fingers brushing against his chest. A shock of icy coldness radiated through his body where it touched, as though its touch were seeping into his very soul. It wasn't just a physical sensation, it was as if the touch were erasing him, piece by piece. Daniel's vision blurred, and his legs buckled beneath him. He stumbled forward, and the moment he did, the cold hands gripped his shoulders, spinning him around, forcing him to face the darkness in front of him. There was no escape. The shadows in the cavern seemed to shift, warping like liquid, rising from the ground and twisting into spirals that seemed to come alive, their movements synchronized in a way that made Daniel's stomach turn. They were no longer just shadows. They had substance. They had form, and they moved with purpose. The air grew heavier, and the very walls seemed to pulse with life, as if the cavern itself was aware of him. And then they emerged. At first, they were indistinct figures, dark outlines that swirled from the shadows like smoke, but as they took shape, Daniel's breath caught in his throat. They were people, or had been. Human-shaped, but gaunt, their limbs stretched unnaturally long, their skin a pale, sickly hue, stretched tight over their bones like old parchment. Their eyes were wide, hollow, empty, like vacant sockets that once held life. Their mouths hung open, contorted into grotesque smiles, teeth jagged and yellowed. "They were once like you." The Keeper of Shadows' voice echoed in Daniel's mind again, the words curling through his skull like vines, twisting tighter with every syllable. "But they have given in. They have joined the shadows. They are no longer bound by the limits of time or space." Daniel could hardly process it. His mind was overloaded, trying to grasp what was happening, but there was no logic to it, no rhyme or reason. His thoughts were slipping through his fingers, like water through a sieve. The figures, the shadows, moved closer. There were dozens of them now, surrounding him, and each one moved with slow deliberation, their empty eyes locked on him, their twisted limbs reaching out. They were so close now that he could smell the rot on them, the decay of long-forgotten souls that had been swallowed by the darkness. The stench of death, of ancient things that had been buried deep in the earth. One of the figures reached out, its fingers like claws, and touched his arm. The moment its hand made contact, a jolt of pure cold shot through him. It was a cold that went deeper than bone, deeper than flesh. It was a cold that touched his very soul, and in that instant Daniel felt something shift within him. A ripple, a fracture in his mind, in his consciousness, as though a part of him had just been erased. "You will become one of us soon enough." The keeper's voice coiled around him like smoke, wrapping him in its suffocating grip. "We are all one here, and you will join us. You will learn what it means to never escape, to be eternal as we are." The figure's smile grew wider, more twisted, as its hands reached for his face, its cold, clammy fingers brushing against his skin. His body trembled violently, his heart racing as he felt himself being pulled into the grasp of the darkness. His thoughts were slipping away, each moment more distant than the last, as though the shadows were consuming them one by one. But even in the deepest part of his terror, something inside him, some last vestige of resistance, fought to keep him from being consumed. He wasn't sure where it came from, but there was a faint, flickering spark of defiance in his chest. It wasn't much. It wasn't enough to stop the shadows, to stop the keeper, but it was enough to keep him from completely succumbing to their grip. "No," Daniel whispered, his voice hoarse, his throat tight. The word was barely audible, but he forced it out through gritted teeth, as though it were the last shred of his humanity trying to claw its way back. And in that moment, everything seemed to pause. The shadows paused. The keeper's hand, still hovering over his face, froze in mid-air. The cavern seemed to hold its breath. The figures, the shadows, the whispers, all stopped. A deep, resonating silence filled the cavern, and Daniel stood at the center of it, shaking, drenched in sweat, his heart pounding. The keeper's voice broke the silence. "You resist." The silence in the cavern stretched like a taut string, vibrating with an unseen tension, as if the very fabric of existence were holding its breath. Daniel stood at the center of the vast, shadowy expanse, his body trembling uncontrollably, his mind swirling in a haze of confusion and fear. The keeper of shadows, still hovering before him, watched with that unnerving, hollow gaze. Its face, if it could even be called that, was a featureless mask of pale skin, stretching like an empty canvas, void of expression but heavy with malice. He could feel the presence of the shadows closing in on him, as if the very darkness was alive, breathing around him, whispering, waiting. The figures that had emerged from the blackness, those warped, twisted creatures, were moving again, their limbs jerking unnaturally as they began to shuffle closer. Their eyes, hollow and soulless, never left him, and with each step, the air seemed to grow colder, the weight of their stare pressing down on him like a physical force. But it was the keeper's presence that was the most suffocating. It loomed before him like a mountain of darkness, its cold, ethereal fingers still hovering inches from his face. Every breath he took felt heavier, each moment stretching longer than the last, as though time itself were bending under the weight of this place. "You resist," the keeper's voice echoed again, its tone neither angry nor pleased. It was something far worse, a simple acknowledgement of an inevitability. "But resistance is futile. You are already ours. You simply do not realize it yet." The word struck Daniel like a physical blow. The world around him seemed to narrow, his thoughts slowing down, as if his mind was caught in the dense fog of the keeper's words. The pressure in his chest tightened, and his body felt sluggish, heavy, as though every part of him were being weighed down by invisible chains. He fought to stay on his feet, his hands trembling at his sides, but the shadows were closing in around him, and the presence of the keeper was becoming all-consuming. A bitter, cold laugh echoed from the darkness, a hollow, rasping sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was like 1,000 voices, laughing in unison, mournful, terrifying, and utterly alien. "Do you think you can escape?" The keeper's voice was quieter now, almost a whisper, but it carried the weight of an eternal truth. "You are already part of us, child. You will never leave. You belong to the shadows now." Daniel shook his head, his teeth clenched so tightly it hurt. He couldn't breathe. His heart was pounding, faster and faster,
as though it might burst from his chest at any moment. The air around him was thick with the scent of decay, the stench of the long dead, and every time he inhaled, it felt like the darkness was crawling inside him, seeping into his very soul. He had to do something, anything, to fight back. The shadows were drawing closer now, their limbs stretching out to him, their cold fingers reaching for him like the hands of the damned. But amidst the suffocating panic, something deep inside Daniel snapped. A spark of defiance, a flicker of hope, flared to life in his chest. He wasn't going to let them take him. He couldn't. Not like this. He threw his head back and screamed, a raw, guttural scream that reverberated through the cavern. His voice shattered the silence, and the sound echoed off the walls, bouncing and distorting as though it were being swallowed by the very stone itself. His hands clenched into fists, his entire body tense with effort, and for the briefest moment, he felt something. A pulse of heat, a flash of light that cut through the darkness, igniting a sense of power in him that he hadn't felt since he first stepped into the forest. The shadows recoiled for just a heartbeat. And in that moment, something shifted. Daniel's mind cleared, the fog lifting ever so slightly. He could feel the faintest connection to the light again, a flickering warmth buried deep inside him. It wasn't much, but it was enough to feed his willpower, to fuel his determination. He took a deep breath, and with it, something inside him hardened. The keeper's hand, which had been hovering mere inches from his face, was suddenly flung back as though struck by an invisible force. The figure stumbled back, its form warping as if the shadows that composed it were struggling to hold together. For a brief moment, the cavern flickered with a brightness, like the flash of lightning before a storm. The keeper growled, a low, guttural sound that made the air vibrate with malice. "You think you can fight the inevitable? You are mine. All of you is mine." But Daniel was no longer listening. His thoughts were sharp now, clearer than ever before. He could feel the pull of the darkness, the weight of it, the suffocating presence, but he also felt something else, something warmer, something that refused to be drowned out by the cold grip of the shadows. The figure that had reached for him now staggered backward as though it were afraid, its body rippling, as if it were being pulled in different directions, as if it were struggling to maintain its form. The whispers, the thousands of voices, became louder, more frantic. They were no longer speaking to him, but at him, each voice trying to drown him out, each one attempting to smother the flickering light inside him. But Daniel could hear the truth in the silence now. He wasn't alone. He was never alone. The cavern began to tremble. The ground cracked, deep fissures splitting the stone beneath his feet. The shadows around him writhed, as if they were trying to retreat, fighting against an unseen force. And Daniel, weak, broken, exhausted, stood there, his body trembling, but his mind focused. His heart thudded in his chest like a drumbeat, each beat pushing him forward. The keeper's hand lifted again, the long, skeletal fingers stretching toward him once more, but this time, they were slower, unsure. "You are mine." The voice rasped in his head, a final attempt to claim him. But Daniel's defiance roared louder. His legs shook with effort, but he forced himself to take a step forward, then another. He was moving toward the keeper now. The figure recoiled again, its form shifting like smoke, swirling in panic. "You belong to the shadows." "No." Daniel's voice was hoarse, but it was stronger now, full of purpose. He took another step forward, the light inside him growing brighter, pushing back against the suffocating dark. The keeper's presence trembled.
"You cannot fight us." The voice was low, filled with fury and desperation. "You cannot escape. This is your destiny." Daniel's breath came in ragged gasps, but his mind was clear. He wasn't fighting the keeper anymore. He wasn't fighting the shadows. He was fighting for something more. For the chance to live. For the chance to walk in the light again. With a final desperate cry, he surged forward, his hands outstretched, and with everything he had left, he pushed. The air around him crackled, the cavern shaking violently as though the earth itself were splintering apart. The keeper screamed, its voice torn between rage and terror. And then, with a final, thunderous crack, the shadows exploded. The force sent Daniel tumbling backward, but he didn't fall. He didn't lose control. He felt the light, now bright as the sun, filling every inch of him. The darkness, the weight of it, seemed to peel away as though it were being ripped from him, leaving him standing in the core of the cavern, gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised but alive. The keeper was gone. The shadows vanished. And all that was left was the echo of Daniel's breath in the empty, silent cavern.
The silence in the cavern was almost suffocating, but there was a subtle shift in the air now. The weight that had pressed down on Daniel, oppressive, endless, seemed to lift, as though the very atmosphere was sighing in relief. His pulse was still racing, his muscles sore and trembling from the tension, but there was a flicker of something else now. The force of the keeper's presence had dissipated, leaving the cavern feeling empty, still. But this stillness was different. It was no longer suffocating. It felt open. Daniel's breaths came in shallow gasps, each one coming with effort as his body protested the exertion. He staggered to his feet, his legs wobbling beneath him, the stone floor beneath him slick with the cold, damp air that had begun to reclaim the space. He could still feel the remnants of the shadow that had nearly consumed him, the sensation of being pulled into that blackened void lingering like a bad memory at the back of his mind. It was as if the very essence of it had branded itself on his soul. For a moment, Daniel stood there, his body trembling from the battle he'd just fought, his eyes scanning the cavern, the remnants of the shadows slowly dissipating around him. The once shifting darkness had been replaced by an eerie calm, the stillness almost too perfect, too unnatural. What now? His mind was reeling, still adjusting to the enormity of what had just happened. Had he really escaped the keeper's grasp? Was he free? Or was this just another trick, another layer to the nightmare that had been unfolding around him? The thought sent a cold shiver down his spine. For what felt like an eternity, he stood there in the vast cavern, as the minutes stretched on, unsure of what to do next. He could still hear the faintest hum in the air, the lingering whispers of the keeper's voice echoing in the deep recesses of his thoughts. The words had been carved into his mind, "You cannot escape. You belong to us." But Daniel knew something now that he hadn't before. The shadows did not define him. His feet shifted, and with each tentative step, he felt the ground underfoot, the cold, unyielding stone that stretched in all directions. The cavern seemed to grow smaller, the walls not as infinite as they had once felt. A flicker of light began to take shape in the distance, faint, almost imperceptible, but there nonetheless. It wasn't the blinding flash of the keeper's presence, but something softer, warmer. Something that felt real. This is my path, Daniel thought, swallowing the lump in his throat, the echoes of the darkness still clinging to him like a weight. I will find a way out. He pushed forward, forcing his legs to move despite the exhaustion that threatened to drag him under. His body screamed with every step, but he ignored it, focusing on the light ahead. It was faint, almost like a beacon in the night, distant but certain. It was the first hope he'd felt since entering this world of shadows. But as he neared it, the air around him began to shift again. The ground beneath his feet felt uneven now, the stone crumbling away with each step, as if the entire cavern were beginning to decay, to fall apart. The walls trembled, groaning with the sound of something ancient being disturbed. The light grew stronger, pulsing now, like the beat of a heart. But it was accompanied by a new sound, a low hum, rising from the depths of the cavern. It felt like the sound of the earth itself, vibrating with some ancient force, like the pulse of the very ground beneath his feet. And then, from the edges of the cavern, something began to emerge. Figures. Human shapes, distorted and twisted, rising from the ground like smoke, their faces hidden in shadow, their bodies stretching toward him with unnatural movements. The figures were silent, but the hum grew louder, more insistent. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest again, the realization hitting him like a punch to the gut. They're not gone. They're still here. The figures closed in, their elongated limbs reaching for him with chilling speed. Their faces, still hidden, shrouded in shadow, loomed just beyond his reach. They seemed to be moving through the air, gliding above the crumbling floor, their bodies in constant motion, jerking and twisting as if they were bound by invisible strings. There was no sound as they moved, only the faint hum that reverberated through the very bones of the cavern. No. The word escaped Daniel's lips before he could stop it, a desperate gasp, a cry of defiance. He couldn't go back there. He couldn't be pulled into the abyss again, not now. Without thinking, he broke into a run. The figures gave chase, their movements unnatural, disjointed, but relentless. The humming noise grew louder, reverberating in his chest, shaking the air around him. His legs burned with every stride, and his lungs felt like they were on fire, but he couldn't stop. He couldn't let them catch him. He wasn't going back into the darkness. The ground beneath him continued to tremble, the walls of the cavern cracking and breaking apart, as if the very fabric of the place was coming undone. He could see the light ahead now, glowing brighter, pulsing like a heartbeat. But the figures were closer, their distorted forms gaining on him, their pale, elongated hands reaching out for him. With one final burst of energy, Daniel threw himself toward the light. The space around him seemed to twist, the shadows warping and distorting as he passed, the figures screeching in some unknown language, their hands brushing against him, pulling at his clothes, his skin. But he pushed through, running faster, until he reached the light. For a split second, everything froze. The world around him exploded in a flash of blinding brilliance. The light was everywhere. It didn't just illuminate the cavern, it consumed it. It wasn't a light that pushed away the darkness. It was a force, something so pure and so bright that it seemed to bend reality itself. Daniel's body was suspended in it, weightless, and for one moment, there was nothing, no pain, no fear, no darkness. Just light. Then the world shifted again, the light fading into a soft glow as the blinding intensity subsided. Daniel's body slammed against something soft, something solid, and he gasped, his breath ragged, as he blinked against the sudden change in atmosphere. His arms and legs were still trembling, but the overwhelming sense of dread that had been suffocating him was gone. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the cavern. He was lying on the ground, grass beneath him. The air was different here, warmer, fresh. There was no weight in the air, no oppressive sense of doom. The sky above him was dark, dotted with stars, but there was no overwhelming presence. The figures, the keeper, the shadows, they were gone. He lay there for a long moment, staring up at the sky, his body still shaking, the events of the past hours, or was it days, reeling in his mind. Had he really escaped? Had he truly broken free of the darkness? It didn't matter. He was alive. And for the first time in a long time, Daniel felt something that had been lost for what seemed like forever, hope.
But as he slowly sat up, his eyes scanning the quiet night, there was a strange sensation at the back of his mind. Something watching. And then a whisper on the wind, barely audible but unmistakable. This is not the end. Daniel's heart was still racing as he slowly rose to his feet, the grass beneath him feeling soft and comforting compared to the cold stone of the cavern he had just fled. The chill of the darkness that had nearly consumed him had faded, replaced by the crisp, fresh air of the night. He stood there for a long moment, staring at the stars overhead, their pale light barely visible through the thick canopy of trees surrounding him. The forest was vast, stretching out in every direction, but the deep, oppressive silence of the cavern was gone. For the first time since he had set foot in this strange, haunted world, Daniel felt a sense of relief. He was free. But even as he took in the peaceful surroundings, something gnawed at the edge of his thoughts, like an itch he couldn't scratch. The whisper, faint but unmistakable, had echoed in his mind just before he had regained his senses. The words, "This is not the end," had slipped through the air like a warning. His pulse quickened again, not from fear, but from the realization that whatever he had escaped, whatever dark force had gripped him in that cavern, was not finished with him. He glanced around, searching for anything familiar, anything that might offer him some explanation. The landscape was eerily still, the trees towering above him, their branches swaying gently in the wind. The ground beneath his feet was soft, rich with the smell of earth, and the night felt alive. There were no sounds of creatures moving, no rustling leaves, no whispers on the wind, only the oppressive stillness of the world around him. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Where am I?" Daniel whispered to himself, though he didn't expect an answer. He looked down at his hands, trembling slightly as he flexed his fingers. They still felt foreign to him, as though they weren't entirely his own. He wiped his face with his sleeve, trying to shake off the remnants of the nightmare that still clung to him like a shadow, but the unease wouldn't go away. No matter how many steps he took away from that cavern, no matter how much he tried to convince himself that he was free, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that someone, was watching him. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the leaves high in the trees, but still there was no sign of life. The quiet was deafening. He turned slowly, scanning the forest around him, trying to get his bearings. The trees were massive, their bark dark and twisted, like ancient sentinels keeping watch over the land. There was a thick fog creeping between the trunks, swirling around his feet like ghostly fingers, and the air felt thick, heavy with a sense of something lingering just out of sight. The forest had an ancient, unnerving feel to it, as if it had been here for eons, untouched by time. The very ground beneath his feet seemed to hum with some invisible force, vibrating with a low, almost imperceptible energy. It was the same energy he had felt in the cavern, the presence of something vast and ancient, something that existed far beyond the reach of human understanding. Daniel took a cautious step forward, his boots crunching softly against the earth, and suddenly the temperature seemed to drop, the air growing colder, the wind biting at his skin. His breath fogged in front of him as he quickened his pace, looking around for any sign of life, any hint of civilization, anything that could give him direction. Then, through the mist and fog, a shape began to materialize. A structure. Daniel froze. It was barely visible at first, just a silhouette in the fog, but as he moved closer, the shape became clearer. It was an old building, large and imposing, with a jagged silhouette that seemed almost unnatural in its construction. The wood was dark, aged, and warped, the edges of the roof curling in on itself as though time had worn it away. The windows were dark, but there was a faint glow coming from within, like the dim flicker of a dying fire. The door was ajar, a sliver of light spilling out into the foggy night. A lodge. But there was something off about it. The shadows around the building seemed deeper than they should have been, as though the night itself clung to the structure, swallowing the space around it. The air around it felt heavy, as though it was holding its breath, waiting. A soft, almost imperceptible voice, carried on the wind, whispered through the trees. "You've come, at last." Daniel's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure if the voice was real or if it was just a trick of his mind, but it sounded too clear, too distinct to ignore. He glanced around, his pulse quickening, but there was no one in sight. The lodge seemed to beckon him, its presence like a strange magnet drawing him in, pulling him toward the unknown. For a moment he hesitated. He wasn't sure if this place would offer answers or more questions, but something about it called to him. The shadows that clung to it felt familiar, like a thread he couldn't quite remember pulling on. With a deep breath, Daniel made his way toward the building. As he approached, the coldness seemed to grow, the fog thickening around his ankles, clinging to his boots as though trying to slow him down, to keep him from stepping any closer. But his determination pushed him forward. He had come too far. There was no turning back now. He reached the door and pushed it open. It creaked on its hinges, the sound unsettling in the stillness of the night, as though the very building were protesting his intrusion. The dim light inside flickered like a candle struggling to stay lit, casting long, distorted shadows across the floor. The air inside was stale, thick with the scent of old wood and something else, something metallic like blood. Daniel stepped inside cautiously, the door closing behind him with a soft thud. He stood in the threshold for a moment, his eyes adjusting to the dim light as he surveyed the room. The lodge was large, but there was a strange sense of confinement to it, as though the walls were closing in around him. The walls were lined with ancient bookshelves, their shelves heavy with dust, and there was an overwhelming sense of decay, as though this place had been abandoned for years, perhaps longer. But there was life here, barely. In the center of the room was a massive fireplace, the hearth dark and cold, but the flickering light came from a single lamp, sitting on a small table nearby. The light cast strange shadows across the walls, and for a moment, Daniel could have sworn he saw something move in the corner of his eye. "Hello." His voice cracked in the silence, barely more than a whisper. But the words seemed to echo through the room, bouncing off the walls and returning to him. No answer. He took a step further into the room, his boots muffled on the ancient wooden floor, and then he saw it, the portrait.
Hanging above the mantel was a large, ornate painting, its frame gilded and tarnished with age. The painting depicted a man, standing tall in front of a darkened forest, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like fingers. His face was stern, his eyes cold and calculating. But there was something in those eyes, something familiar. The longer Daniel stared at the painting, the more unsettling it became. It was as though the man in the portrait was looking directly at him. A sudden chill ran down Daniel's spine, and he stepped back, turning away from the painting. He looked around the room again, feeling the weight of the silence pressing on him. The shadows, the silence, the feeling of being watched, it was all too much. And then, just as he was about to turn toward the door and leave, he saw something else, movement. In the far corner of the room, there was a small figure, hunched and still. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. It was too dark to make out the shape clearly, but there was no mistaking it. It was watching him, its eyes gleaming in the dim light, the outline of its body barely discernible in the shadows. "Who's there?" Daniel's voice trembled as he took a step forward, his body tense, his mind racing with 1,000 questions. Was it a person? Or something else entirely? The figure didn't move. But then, in the thick silence, a whisper came, barely audible. "You shouldn't have come." The word sent a shock through Daniel's body, and he froze. His heart hammered in his chest as his mind scrambled to make sense of what was happening. The air grew colder still, the shadows in the room stretching out, reaching for him like long, dark arms. "You've entered the domain of the forgotten." The figure in the corner remained motionless, its shape barely perceptible in the darkness. For a moment, Daniel stood frozen, his mind racing to make sense of the situation. The shadows seemed to deepen in that corner, as if they were reaching toward him, but the figure itself never moved. The words, "You shouldn't have come," echoed in his mind, their weight heavy with something that was both a warning and a curse. Daniel's breath quickened. The chill in the air had thickened, wrapping around him like a suffocating blanket, and his body seemed to grow heavier with each passing second. His heart was pounding in his chest, his hands trembling at his sides. There was something about this place, about the presence of that figure, that felt wrong in a way he couldn't articulate. It was as if the room itself was alive, aware of him, watching him with an intensity that he couldn't escape. He took a slow, cautious step forward, his shoes creaking against the floorboards. The shadows around him seemed to stretch and writhe like living things, but the figure remained still, its presence like a weight in the air. The silence was oppressive, each breath Daniel took seeming louder than the last, his own heartbeat echoing in the stillness. "Who are you?" Daniel's voice was barely a whisper, his words trembling on the edge of fear, but he couldn't bring himself to break the silence with a shout. The figure didn't respond. It simply remained there, unmoving, watching him with eyes that gleamed faintly in the dark. The cold seemed to seep deeper into Daniel's skin, a creeping, icy sensation that spread through his limbs like poison. His vision blurred at the edges, the shadows around him distorting as if they were shifting, breathing in time with his own ragged breaths. The room felt tighter, the walls closing in on him as the air thickened, heavy with the presence of something ancient, something that had waited here for a long time. A sudden noise behind him startled him,
a faint creak of the wooden floorboards as if something else had moved. He whipped around, his heart in his throat, but the room was empty. The shadows were still, the firelight flickering in the hearth, casting long, twisting shadows that danced across the walls. But when he turned back to the figure in the corner, it was closer. The gap between them had closed, the figure now standing just a few feet away, the shape clearer, its features now more distinct. It was hunched, its body bent at an unnatural angle, as if it had been standing there for centuries, frozen in time. Its face was hidden in the darkness of its hood, but there was a faint silver sheen to its skin, as though it were made of the same ethereal substance that flowed through the night. It had the body of a person, but its movements, if it moved at all, were slow and jerking, like a marionette with broken strings. Daniel's breath hitched in his throat. He wanted to turn and run, but his legs felt like lead. Every part of him screamed to flee, to escape the suffocating presence of this thing, but his feet refused to move. It was as though the air itself had wrapped around him, trapping him here, forcing him to confront whatever this thing was. The figure stepped forward again, its long bony hands reaching out, the fingers unnaturally elongated, claws tipped with sharp, gleaming nails. The figure's head tilted slightly, as if examining him with a cold, calculating gaze, though its face remained hidden in shadow. "Who are you?" Daniel asked again, his voice barely audible, his throat dry. The words felt like they were being pulled from him, as if they weren't entirely his own. The figure's lips moved, slowly, almost imperceptibly. "I am the keeper of forgotten things." The voice was a whisper, soft but carrying an ancient weight, like the sound of wind through decaying leaves. It wasn't the voice of a living being, but something older, something tied to the land itself. The words felt like they were etched into his very soul, their meaning sinking deep into his bones. Daniel's heart skipped. The keeper of forgotten things. The name held a sense of finality, of something long buried beneath the surface, something he had awakened by stepping into this place. "What do you want from me?" Daniel's voice cracked as he tried to steady his breathing, the tension in his chest nearly unbearable. He felt as though he were drowning, suffocating under the weight of the room, under the weight of this thing's gaze. The keeper's head tilted further, its face still obscured, but the silver sheen of its skin seemed to shimmer in the dim light. For a long moment, the creature said nothing. The silence stretched on, becoming more oppressive with every passing second. Daniel could feel the heat of the firelight on his face, but it was a cold, distant warmth, like a memory, like a promise that had long been broken. You have disturbed the resting place of many," the keeper finally spoke, its voice reverberating in the room like the crack of thunder, though there was no sound to accompany it. "The domain of the forgotten is not a place for the living." Daniel's stomach churned at the words. His thoughts scrambled, trying to grasp the meaning behind them. He had crossed a threshold, yes, but he had never intended to disturb anything. He only wanted to leave, to escape. He hadn't meant to awaken whatever this thing was, or whatever lay beneath its surface. I didn't mean to," Daniel murmured, his voice weak. His words felt hollow, meaningless in the face of the keeper's power. Was it even possible to undo what he had done? The keeper's long, clawed fingers curled into a fist, and for a brief moment, Daniel felt the air shift again, the pressure building around him. The shadows stretched longer, as though the darkness itself were reaching out to consume him. "Meaning matters not here," the keeper responded, its voice filled with an unsettling finality. "You have already crossed the threshold. The forgotten are awake now. You cannot undo what is already done." The shadows in the room seemed to pulse in time with the keeper's words, and Daniel felt the temperature drop further. He tried to step back, his feet moving without thinking, but the room seemed to close in around him. The walls warped and twisted, their outlines becoming fluid like liquid shadows. A soft whisper filled the air, the voices of those long lost, those whose names had been erased by time, whose souls had been trapped in the forgotten corners of the world. They spoke in unison, their voices overlapping, a cacophony of regret and sorrow. "You are not the first to come, nor the last. You are not free. You belong to the forgotten now." Daniel's breath quickened as the whispers surrounded him, growing louder, louder still. He clutched his head in his hands, the voices hammering into his mind, each word like a strike to his sanity. The shadows closed in tighter, the keeper's form shifting with them, its body becoming part of the darkness, blending into it. "You cannot leave," the keeper said one last time, its voice a low growl that sent a chill through Daniel's very core.
And then, with a sudden, violent motion, the shadows lunged. Daniel screamed. But there was no sound. Daniel's scream was swallowed by the endless blackness that suddenly engulfed him. The shadows swarmed, coiling around him like serpents, tightening with every breath, pulling him deeper into their suffocating embrace. His body felt weightless, suspended in the dark as if the very air had turned to lead. The world around him warped and spun, the walls of the lodge vanishing entirely, replaced by an endless sea of shifting shadows and whispers, too many voices to count, all murmuring in languages forgotten by time. He tried to move, to fight, but the darkness constricted around him, pressing against his skin, crawling beneath his flesh. It felt as though the shadows were seeping into his very being, suffocating his thoughts, drowning his will. He struggled, gasping for air, but it felt like the very fabric of reality had been torn apart. The ground beneath him was no longer solid, there was nothing beneath his feet, only the infinite void. "You belong here now," the voice of the keeper rang through the darkness, clearer than ever before. It was no longer just a whisper, but a booming presence, reverberating through his bones. "You are part of the forgotten, just like all the others who have come before you." The words were not just heard but felt, deep inside him, vibrating through his chest, his mind. Daniel's heartbeat thundered in his ears, his head spinning, his stomach churning. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms as if that could somehow anchor him to reality. But there was no reality left. The darkness pressed closer, its weight suffocating, and the whispers grew louder, clamoring, rising in a crescendo, overlapping with each other in a chaotic mess of voices. It was a maddening chorus of those who had been forgotten, their voices stretching through the abyss, their memories lingering in this cursed realm. Suddenly, a sharp, painful jolt shot through his body. The shadows seemed to pulse, a sharp contraction that sent an electric shock through his nerves, and for a brief moment, the pressure lightened. A breath, finally, he could breathe again. But it wasn't the fresh air he had come to know, it was thick, heavy, laden with the scent of decay. "You are waking," the voice whispered again, but it wasn't just the keeper this time. It was the voices of those who had been lost to the shadows, the forgotten ones, their voices jagged, strained, as though they had been waiting for centuries for this moment. "You will remember, Daniel. You will remember why you are here." The words cut through the fog in his mind like a blade. His memories were hazy, fragmented, like a dream he could barely grasp onto, slipping through his fingers no matter how hard he tried to hold on to them. His eyes opened, but the world around him was not the same. The shadows had lifted, but they hadn't disappeared. He was standing, no, floating, above an endless sea of fog. The ground beneath him was not solid, not at all. He was suspended in midair, his feet hovering just inches above the roiling mist that stretched out into eternity. The dark mist curled and swirled around his legs, its tendrils reaching out like fingers trying to pull him down into the abyss. He could feel his pulse racing again, his breath shallow, his chest tight with panic. The air was thick, like a weight pressing against him, and it smelled old, ancient, in fact. Like rot. Like the smell of something buried and forgotten for far too long. But there was more. The mist was alive. It wasn't just the fog, it moved, shifting in unnatural patterns. It was as though the mist had a mind of its own, like it was alive, watching him, drawing closer with each passing second. The very fabric of reality felt thin here, like a veil separating him from something else, something darker. He could sense its presence before he saw it, a darkness far beyond the shadows that had once enveloped the lodge. Then, slowly, as though emerging from the mist itself, shapes began to form. Figures, barely discernible at first, but growing clearer with each heartbeat. They were hunched figures, their bodies twisted and malformed, their movements jerky and unnatural. There were dozens of them, maybe more. Their faces were hidden beneath hoods, their hands long and gnarled, reaching for him with claws that scraped against the air, leaving trails of mist in their wake. They did not speak. They did not make a sound. They simply watched, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. And Daniel could feel them watching, could feel the weight of their gaze pressing against him from all sides. He tried to move, to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. His feet were locked to the fog, as though the mist itself had claimed him, holding him in place. He could feel the coldness seeping into his bones, could feel the hopelessness rising like a tide, threatening to drown him in its grasp. The figures moved closer, their ragged forms growing larger, closer, until they surrounded him, closing in on all sides. And then, a voice, not the keeper this time, but something far older, far more ancient, spoke from the depths of the mist, the words dripping with malice. The time has come to awaken the lost. The words echoed, vibrating through Daniel's chest, sinking deep into his soul. The fog seemed to pulse with energy, growing thicker, swirling faster as the figures closed in. The air grew colder, and the voices of the forgotten ones grew louder, until they were deafening. The ground beneath him trembled, shaking as if the entire world was about to crack open. You cannot escape your fate. You were always meant to be here. Daniel's vision blurred, and for a moment, everything faded into a dark haze. He felt himself being pulled, dragged toward something, something vast, something ancient. The fog parted before him like a curtain being drawn back, revealing the source of the voice, a towering figure, shrouded in shadow, standing at the center of a massive, darkened altar. The figure was immense, its form barely visible through the layers of fog, but its presence was undeniable. It exuded an energy so ancient, so overwhelming that Daniel felt as though his very essence was being crushed beneath its weight. The figure's eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with an otherworldly light, and as Daniel gazed into them, he felt something stir deep within him. A deep, primal fear, one that had been buried for eons, stirred in the pit of his stomach. The figure spoke again, its voice deep and resonant, shaking the very air. You have come, as they all come. The forgotten are ready. And you will join them. Daniel's heart stopped. He knew what this was. The forgotten. The lost ones who had wandered into this place, who had made the same mistake he had, seeking answers in the shadows, but instead finding their souls consumed, their memories erased. They were the price to be paid, the offering for the power that resided here.
The dark figure reached out, its long clawed hand extending toward him, the shadows surrounding it like an endless sea. Daniel's body trembled, every part of him screaming to flee, but he couldn't move. The fog was thick, heavy with the weight of the past. It was pulling him in, pulling him closer to the darkness. The figure's voice grew louder, more insistent, as if it were a command, not a plea. Come, join us. Join the lost. You cannot fight it. You never could. Daniel's pulse thundered in his ears, his thoughts racing, but there was no way out. The mist was all around him now, suffocating, pressing in from all sides. He could feel the cold fingers of the lost reaching for him, their claws brushing against his skin, their whispers filling his ears, drowning out everything else. You belong to us. You belong to the forgotten. And as the figure's hand closed around him, Daniel could feel the darkness pulling him in. He was slipping, falling into the void, his body and soul being consumed by the ancient, endless night. He felt himself being lost, forgotten, just another shadow among the lost. Daniel felt himself slipping. The shadows wrapped around him like a cold shroud, their weight pressing against his chest, suffocating him, drowning him in their endless void. The ancient figure, its eyes glowing with that terrifying, otherworldly light, was only inches away now, its long, clawed fingers reaching toward him with deliberate slowness. The air between them hummed with an unnatural energy, vibrating with an oppressive force that seemed to bend reality itself. The lost were all around him, their distorted, haggard forms swarming in the mist, their eyes glowing faintly as they reached for him, their hands outstretched, their whispers like a symphony of madness.
Join us. You belong here. The voices filled his ears, their words mingling with the hum of the mist, each whisper sinking deeper into his mind, pulling him further into their grasp. It was as if the very air was thick with despair, each breath a struggle to keep from drowning, from being pulled under into the depths of the forgotten. His body trembled violently, his legs shaking with the effort to keep standing, to fight against the overwhelming presence of this place. But no matter how hard he fought, no matter how much he screamed internally for some escape, the mist only tightened, pulling him closer to the darkness that awaited him. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, each thundering pulse a reminder of how little time he had left. The shadows were closing in, and the figure before him, the keeper, was reaching out with its long, skeletal hand, its fingers like iron chains, waiting to claim him. You cannot run, the keeper's voice rumbled, deep and resonant, like thunder shaking the very fabric of reality. You were never meant to run. You have always belonged to us. Daniel's breath was coming in ragged gasps now. Panic clawed at his chest, but there was something else, something deeper stirring within him, a flicker of defiance, a spark of something more powerful than fear. He wasn't ready to let go. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. His legs shook with exhaustion, but he forced himself to take a step back. The mist swirled around him like a living thing, its tendrils brushing against his skin, but he pushed forward, determined to break free. No, he whispered through gritted teeth. His voice was barely audible, but it was enough. The words carried power, the first real defiance he had felt since entering this cursed world. The shadows recoiled, pulling back just slightly, as though they were unsure, hesitant for the first time. The keeper's eyes glowed brighter, its form shifting, as if it was trying to understand the force that was resisting it. You are weak, the keeper intoned, its voice full of scorn. You cannot fight what is inevitable. You cannot fight the forgotten. But Daniel, through the haze of fear and darkness, felt something rising within him. It was as though his very soul was pushing back against the weight of the world around him. The memories, the fragments, were returning to him, distant but growing clearer with every passing moment. He remembered the feeling of warmth, of life, of something more than this darkness. There had to be a way out. I don't belong to you, Daniel said, louder now, his voice growing stronger with each word. The words tasted foreign on his tongue, but they carried with them an undeniable truth. The keeper's form trembled, the shadows around it flickering as though something was fighting to tear them apart. For a brief moment, Daniel thought he saw something, a crack, in the keeper's facade, like a fissure in its ancient power. The light in its eyes dimmed, the mist faltering, and the whispers of the forgotten began to quiet, as though even they could sense the change. For the first time, Daniel felt the fog shift. It wasn't just the mist that was parting, it was the very fabric of the realm itself, cracking, breaking. He could feel the ground beneath his feet shift, the very earth quaking with the force of the disruption. The walls of the forgotten world began to crumble, their foundations giving way under the weight of the resistance Daniel was building inside himself. But there was still something inside him, something deep within his soul, urging him to fight harder. He could feel the grip of the lost, those forgotten souls, tightening around him, pulling him back, trying to drag him under. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. Join us. You are one of us. But the voices no longer held the same power over him. The grip of the shadows was loosening. And Daniel could feel it, his body was no longer suspended in that endless sea of mist. His feet were planted firmly on the ground, the earth beneath him solid again, though it trembled with the echoes of the crumbling world around him. With one final, defiant scream, he pushed himself forward, his mind and soul screaming at the darkness to release him. He reached out with every ounce of strength he could muster, his hand slicing through the mist like a knife through cloth. And then, silence. The world came crashing to a halt. The mist evaporated, and the shadows retreated like a tidal wave receding back into the ocean. The air around Daniel felt fresh, alive again, as though the curse that had held him captive for so long had been shattered. The keeper's form flickered once, twice, its eerie glow dimming, until it finally vanished into nothingness, swallowed by the light that was returning to the world. Daniel stood alone in the clearing, his chest heaving with exhaustion. The fog was gone, the mist evaporated, and the oppressive weight that had been hanging over him for so long was lifting. The stars above him were brighter now, shining through the canopy of trees that stretched out into the night. The forest was still, calm, and for the first time, it didn't feel alive in a threatening way. It felt peaceful. The memory of the keeper, of the lost souls, of the forgotten, it was fading. The whispers, the shadows, the oppressive weight of the place, they were becoming distant memories, fading into the past like a bad dream that had lost its power over him. Daniel took a step forward, his legs still shaky, his body battered and bruised from the ordeal. But the ground felt solid underfoot. The air felt lighter. For the first time in what felt like forever, Daniel felt like he could breathe again. But even as the weight of the darkness lifted, there was one question that lingered in the back of his mind. What now? The journey had been long, and he had faced things that had nearly broken him, but this was not the end. The forest around him had revealed its depths, and though he had broken free from the keeper's grip, the realm he was in had shown him something far deeper, a connection to something ancient, something far older than he could ever comprehend. The shadows may have been vanquished for now, but he could feel it, the pull of something beyond the forest, something that was waiting. There was a deeper mystery to this world, and Daniel had just begun to scratch the surface. He wasn't free yet. But he would be.
The forest was silent. The mist had receded, leaving behind a strange, unnatural calm. The stars shone brightly above, their pale light piercing the canopy of ancient trees, but the air was still heavy, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Daniel stood at the edge of the clearing, his heart still racing from the events that had nearly torn him apart. He could feel the weight of everything that had happened pressing against him, but for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, there was nothing to fear. No shadows, no keeper, no forgotten voices, just the endless night stretching out in all directions. Yet, as the quiet stretched on, Daniel felt the faintest whisper of unease creep back into his mind. It wasn't the oppressive weight of darkness that had once held him captive, nor the disembodied voices of the lost that had clawed at his soul. No, this was something different, something watching him. His eyes scanned the darkened forest, his senses heightened in the stillness. The air felt too still, as though the trees themselves were waiting. He could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot, but it was distant, almost muted. It felt like the forest was holding its breath too, waiting for something. Waiting for him. His instincts screamed at him to move, to get out of the open, but his legs refused to obey, frozen in place. The weight of the forest seemed to press in on him from all sides, the trees towering above him like ancient sentinels, their branches stretching toward the heavens, their gnarled limbs creaking in the stillness. A shiver ran down Daniel's spine. There was something about this place, something that went beyond the supernatural horrors he had already faced. It was as though the forest itself was alive, aware of his presence. He could almost feel the gaze of countless unseen eyes upon him, watching from the shadows, from the depths of the trees. It was a feeling that he couldn't shake no matter how hard he tried. Something was there, just out of sight, waiting. He forced himself to take a step forward, his feet crunching against the undergrowth. The motion was slow, deliberate, but as he moved, he noticed something strange. There were no sounds of creatures, no insects buzzing in the night, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. It was as if the forest had gone silent. Too silent. It was unnatural. And Daniel knew that it was not because the forest was simply empty. It was because something had made it quiet. He had felt this kind of stillness before, in places where the air was thick with tension, where the very atmosphere seemed to be waiting for something to happen. And then, as though on cue, he heard it. A soft rustling coming from behind him. His heart skipped a beat and he spun around, his breath caught in his throat. But there was nothing, no creature, no movement, nothing in the shadows. Yet, the rustling sound persisted, faint but unmistakable, like the sound of leaves shifting underfoot. It came from just beyond the tree-line where the darkness was deepest, and for a split second, Daniel swore he saw someone, move between the trees. He froze, his eyes widening, his breath caught in his chest. The figure was tall and gaunt, its shape indistinct, shrouded in the shadows of the forest. For a moment, Daniel thought it was just his mind playing tricks on him, another remnant of the nightmare he had just escaped. But the figure moved again, just a flicker in the corner of his vision, too real to ignore. Without thinking, Daniel stepped forward, his instincts pushing him toward it. He wasn't sure why, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he had to follow. The figure had been watching him, and now it was waiting. With every step, the forest seemed to grow colder, the trees seeming to close in tighter around him, as though the space itself was shrinking. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, each beat like a drum, urging him forward. The air grew denser, the faint rustling growing louder, until it was all he could hear. And then he saw it. The figure was standing at the edge of the clearing, no longer hidden in the trees. It was tall, its body gaunt and unnaturally thin, draped in tattered robes that fluttered in the wind like rags. Its face was obscured, but Daniel could see two glowing eyes, pale and cold, staring back at him from beneath the hood of its cloak. There was no sound, no movement, just the quiet intensity of those eyes, fixed firmly on him. A voice, distant and cold, echoed through his mind. "You should not be here, Daniel." The words were soft, almost like a warning, but there was no mistaking their meaning. This figure, this watcher, was not simply a part of the forest. It was of the forest, a being born from its ancient depths, perhaps as old as the trees themselves. It wasn't human. It wasn't even something that could be easily described. It was something older than the keeper, older than the lost souls, older than anything Daniel had encountered in this realm. He took a step back, his mind racing. This was not the same as the keeper or the forgotten. This being had a presence, a sense of power that radiated from it, not through force but through an eerie, silent control. It didn't need to speak loudly or threaten him directly. Its very existence was enough to make the air around him feel thick, suffocating. "I am not like the others." The watcher's voice pierced his thoughts again, a whisper that sent a shiver down his spine. "I watch, I wait, and I guard what should not be known." The words settled into his mind like stones sinking into water, rippling through his thoughts. What should not be known? Daniel's pulse quickened. There was a deeper mystery here, something beyond the keeper's reach, something hidden in the very fabric of the forest itself. "You are not the first to come," the watcher continued, its voice cold and distant. "Many have come seeking answers, seeking power, but none have survived the truth of this place, and you will not be the exception." Daniel's breath caught in his throat. Survived the truth? He had heard whispers of things buried deep in this world, things that even the lost could not remember, but he hadn't expected this. He had thought he had seen the darkest parts of the forest, but there was more. The watcher's eyes seemed to glow brighter, their light flickering like distant stars, and for a moment, Daniel felt as though they were pulling him in, drawing him closer to their depths. The darkness around him seemed to close in tighter, the trees bending in toward him as though they were alive, reaching out to claim him. "You have broken free of the keeper," the watcher said, its voice now tinged with something darker, something colder. "But the truth is not so easily escaped. The forest will never let you go. You are already part of it, and when you are ready, it will claim you, body and soul." Daniel's mind was reeling, trying to comprehend the weight of the watcher's words. He had come here seeking answers, seeking freedom, but it seemed the forest had other plans. He could feel its presence, its pull, deep within him now. The watcher was not just a guardian of this place, it was the very force that governed it, the living heartbeat of the land. "You cannot escape the forest," the watcher whispered. "It is a part of you now. And when the time comes, you will return to it. Just as all those before you have." For a moment, Daniel stood frozen, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and fear. The forest, the watcher, the keeper, they were all connected, tied to something far greater than he could possibly understand. He had only begun to scratch the surface of this dark world, but every answer he uncovered seemed to lead to more questions. As the watcher's eyes glowed brighter, the shadows around him began to shift again.
The trees groaned, their bark creaking and twisting as though they were waking from a long, forgotten slumber. The ground trembled beneath his feet, the earth itself moving in response to the Watcher's presence. "You are mine now, Daniel," the Watcher said, its voice now a cold, final whisper. "And the forest will never let you go." Daniel's legs shook, his mind screaming for him to run, but he knew it was already too late. The forest had claimed him, and there was no escaping what came next.
Daniel stood motionless, trapped in the watchful gaze of the Watcher. Every word it spoke seemed to cut deeper, its voice laced with ancient power that echoed through his very soul. He could feel the weight of its words pressing against his chest, suffocating him as though the forest itself was alive, aware of his presence and unwilling to let him go. The ground beneath him trembled again, a low, rumbling vibration that sent a jolt of fear through his body. The trees around him creaked and groaned as if they were stretching, waking from a long slumber. The mist was thickening once more, curling around his feet like serpents, the air growing colder with each passing second. "You are bound to this place now, Daniel," the Watcher's voice purred, its tone almost soothing, but there was no comfort in it. "The forest has claimed you. You are its part. And in time you will become one with it just as the lost did. Just as they all did." Daniel's throat tightened. He wanted to run. He needed to run to escape this place, but he couldn't. The forest was everywhere now, inside him, around him, and it was pulling him in, tugging at the very fabric of his being. Every step he took felt like a step deeper into its grip, its ancient power wrapping around him like the roots of the trees themselves. But Daniel refused to surrender. Not yet. Not when he had come this far. Taking a slow, deliberate breath, he forced himself to move, to take a single step forward. His legs shook beneath him, the weight of the forest pressing against him like a crushing wave, but he fought through it, ignoring the pull of the shadows, the whispers in his mind. He didn't know what lay ahead, but he knew he couldn't stand still. Not while the Watcher's eyes were fixed on him, not while the forest was waiting for him to break. "You're wrong," Daniel managed to say, his voice hoarse but steady. "I'm not part of you. I won't let you control me." For a moment, there was silence, a stillness that felt as though the very air had been drained of all life. The Watcher did not speak, but Daniel could feel its presence. Its gaze, growing colder, more intense, as though the creature was waiting, studying him. The trees, too, seemed to hold their breath, their gnarled branches swaying ever so slightly in the windless night. And then, with a soft, almost imperceptible movement, the Watcher stepped forward, its form blurring in the dim light of the moon. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, its cloaked body melting into the shadows like a part of the forest itself. The space between them closed, and Daniel's heart began to race again, the pounding in his chest growing louder with every passing second. "You are nothing," the Watcher hissed, its voice reverberating through Daniel's bones. "You are just another lost soul, another pawn in the forest's endless game. You think you can escape, but you cannot. You will become a part of the forgotten, just like them." The Watcher raised its hand, and the mist around Daniel thickened, swirling around his legs like a living thing. He could feel the air grow heavy, thick with the weight of centuries of lost souls and forgotten memories. The trees around him seemed to loom closer, their branches reaching out, their gnarled limbs twisting in unnatural directions. "This forest is endless," the Watcher continued, its voice soft but insistent, "and it is eternal. It was here long before you, and it will remain long after you are gone. There is no escape, Daniel. You will fade into the dark just like all the others. The forest will consume you body and soul. You belong to it." Daniel clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He could feel the forest pressing against him, its dark presence coiling around his limbs like chains, but he refused to yield. He wouldn't let the Watcher win. Not after everything he had been through. "No," he breathed, his voice trembling but unwavering. "I won't let it take me. I won't let the forest claim me like it did the others." A low chuckle echoed from the Watcher, and for a moment, Daniel thought it was the end. But then the sound faded, replaced by a strange silence, an eerie calm that hung in the air like a prelude to something worse. "You are not the first to think you could escape," the Watcher said, its tone dripping with disdain. "You are not the first to defy the forest, but you will be the last. The forest always claims what it desires, and it desires you, Daniel. You will join the lost, and there will be no memory of you, no trace left behind. You will fade into the darkness, like all the others who came before you. For a moment, Daniel felt the weight of its words, the terrible truth of what it was saying sinking in. He could feel it now, the pull of the forest around him, like it was seeping into his bones, his blood. The mist had wrapped around his ankles, creeping upward, rising higher, pulling him down. The trees were growing closer, their branches stretching toward him like the hands of 1,000 forgotten souls. But then a flash of light broke through the darkness. It was so sudden, so unexpected, that Daniel blinked in confusion. The shadows seemed to part before the light, the mist pulling away from him as though recoiling from the brilliance. The air grew warmer, the chill of the forest dissipating. The trees seemed to shudder in the glow, their branches quivering, their leaves rustling as if disturbed by an unseen force. "No," the watcher hissed, its voice growing more frantic. "No, this is not possible." But it was. The light was real, and it was growing stronger with every passing second. It surged from within Daniel himself, a brilliant warmth that spread through his body like fire, pushing back the shadows, pushing back the forest. The watcher's form flickered, wavering in the glow, and for the first time since Daniel had entered this cursed place, he felt something more than fear. He felt power. It wasn't the power of the watcher, or the keeper, or the ancient forces that had long ruled this forest. It was the power of himself. "I'm not part of this place," Daniel whispered, more to himself than to the watcher. "I'm not like them. I won't let this forest consume me. I'll fight it." And with that, Daniel reached deep within himself, his hand glowing with the light that surged from his chest, a brilliant, fiery energy that spread through him like lightning. It was something primal, something ancient within him that had awakened in this cursed place. The forest recoiled, its grip loosening, the shadows fleeing from the light as though they were terrified.
"You cannot fight me," the watcher hissed, but its voice was weak now, trembling in the face of Daniel's newfound strength. "You will fall, just like all the others." But Daniel wasn't listening anymore. He was focused on the light, focused on the power that surged within him. He could feel it now, that deep connection to the forest, but it was different. He was not part of it in the way the lost were. He was not bound by its rules. He was something else. And that something else was stronger than anything the watcher could comprehend. The light exploded outward, washing over the watcher, blinding it, pushing it back into the darkness from which it had emerged. The watcher screeched, its form flickering, shrinking, as if it were being torn apart by the force of Daniel's will. The trees around them shook, their limbs quivering, and for a brief moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath. And then, the watcher was gone. The clearing fell silent again. The mist had dissipated completely, leaving the trees standing in their ancient, silent majesty. The stars above twinkled brightly, the moonlight shining through the gaps in the canopy. Daniel stood alone in the center of the clearing, his chest heaving with exhaustion, but his heart pounding with a newfound sense of purpose. He had fought back, and for the first time since entering the forest, he felt as though he might actually have a chance to escape. But the forest was still there. And it was far from finished with him. The clearing was quiet once more, but the stillness felt fragile. Daniel's breath came in sharp, shallow gasps, the light that had surged from within him still flickering faintly around his body. The eerie glow from his chest had dimmed, but the warmth lingered, a reminder of the power that had coursed through him just moments ago. But despite the watcher's disappearance, despite the fleeting sense of victory that still burned within him, Daniel couldn't shake the feeling that something worse was coming. The forest had reacted to him, and the watcher had been just one manifestation of something far older, far darker than anything he had yet encountered. He could feel it now. The trees, once majestic and serene, no longer held their ancient wisdom. They were silent sentinels, towering over him like shadowy giants, their roots digging deep into the earth like fingers clawing at the soil. The very air around him had thickened once more, heavy with an oppressive force that pushed against his chest, making it hard to breathe. The warmth that had surged from his body, the light that had driven back the darkness, was now waning, retreating into the depths of his being, leaving him cold and vulnerable once again. And in the distance he could hear it,
soft at first but growing louder with each passing second. A low rhythmic hum. A thrum in the ground beneath his feet. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, like the beat of a heart buried deep within the earth itself. Daniel's pulse quickened and he turned, his eyes scanning the darkness around him. The shadows were shifting once again, swirling in unnatural patterns as though they were alive. The very trees seemed to lean in closer, their gnarled branches swaying in a wind that had no source, their leaves rustling like whispers in the night. The forest was not finished with him, and that thought chilled him to the bone. It had been quiet for too long, too still, and Daniel knew that he had not yet seen the true depth of the darkness that lay beneath this place. He could feel it now, the pull, the draw of something ancient, something alive that had been waiting dormant beneath the surface. The forest wasn't just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, and he had disturbed it. The hum grew louder, and Daniel's feet began to move of their own accord. He didn't want to walk, didn't want to move toward whatever this new force was, but the pull was undeniable. His legs carried him forward as if controlled by an unseen hand, his body responding to the rhythm of the land itself, like a puppet being guided by strings. "You cannot fight what you do not understand," a voice whispered from the depths of the forest, low and guttural, resonating through the very ground beneath him. It was the Watcher's voice again, but there was something different about it now. Something stronger, more insistent, as if it had merged with the very earth, with the soul of the forest itself. "You have only begun to scratch the surface, Daniel." Daniel stopped dead in his tracks, his heart hammering in his chest. The air around him seemed to grow thick, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere had become a tangible force, pushing against him from all sides. The hum from beneath the ground pulsed again, and this time Daniel could feel it in his chest, in his bones. "The forest is not a place, Daniel," the voice continued, its tone rising with a cold, creeping clarity. "It is an entity. It is alive. And you are part of it now." Daniel swallowed hard, his throat dry as dust. The forest was alive. He had always known there was something unnatural about this place, but to hear it spoken aloud, to understand its true nature, was something else entirely. And yet, it made sense. The trees, the shadows, the ancient, forgotten whispers that had clung to the air. The forest was not just a backdrop to his nightmares, it was the source. It had been pulling the strings all along, guiding him, shaping his path. He had been drawn here just as so many before him had been drawn, and now he was part of its story. There was no escaping it. "You have awakened something," the voice whispered. "Something that cannot be put back to sleep." Daniel's eyes flicked around the clearing, but there was nothing visible to threaten him. The mist had gone, the trees still and silent. Yet he could feel it, the presence, the unseen force that had wrapped itself around him once more. It was everywhere, beneath his feet, in the trees, in the very air that filled his lungs. The forest had a heartbeat now, and it was his heartbeat. And then, without warning, the ground beneath him gave way. Daniel stumbled, his feet slipping on the suddenly soft earth. His heart leaped into his throat as the soil beneath him seemed to sink, the ground parting like a wound opening, revealing an abyss, an endless, dark hole that stretched deeper than the mind could comprehend. The hum, now deafening, seemed to rise from the depths of this chasm, its rhythmic pulse vibrating through every inch of his body. The trees shuddered in the wake of it, their limbs swaying violently as though caught in an unseen storm. The air around him crackled with energy, and for the first time since entering the forest, Daniel felt truly alone, not in the sense of solitude, but in the sense that there was no one, no thing, to hear his cries for help. The hole beneath him yawned wider, its edges crumbling away like dust, revealing the true nature of the darkness below. It was not just a hole, it was a passage, a gateway to something deeper, something that lay at the heart of the forest itself. Daniel could feel its pull like an insatiable hunger, drawing him closer. The darkness below seemed to call to him, beckoning him forward, and his body moved against his will. His feet stumbled, then dragged him toward the edge of the chasm. The air grew colder, the shadows longer, until it felt as though the very trees were leaning in to witness his fall. But Daniel fought back. His hands shot out, clutching at the earth, at the roots of the trees, anything to stop himself from falling into the abyss. His fingers scraped against the soil, but it was as though the ground was resisting him, refusing to let him go. With a final, desperate grunt, Daniel managed to pull himself back, away from the edge of the hole. His body shook with exhaustion, his heart racing as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath.
And then, the voice came again. The Watcher's voice, but it was different now. It was more fragmented, more like an echo, as if the forest itself had absorbed it, made it a part of its vast, dark presence. "You cannot resist forever, Daniel," it whispered. "You have already begun to fall. The forest is your fate, just as it is the fate of all who wander here. The passage is open. The heart of the forest is ready to receive you." Daniel's mind swirled, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and dread. The hole. The passage. The heartbeat of the forest. He could feel it, could sense the ancient power that was pulsing beneath his feet, like a living thing, waiting, watching. The forest had no need for his permission. It had already claimed him. The ground beneath him groaned again, and the hole, no, the passage, began to close, but not without a final, desperate pull at his body, as though it was fighting to take him down with it. He scrambled back, dragging himself through the thick underbrush, his hands clawing at the earth, but the force was growing stronger. It was too much to fight. Suddenly, a flash of white light filled his vision. It was blinding, brilliant, and for a moment, Daniel thought he had been struck by some force beyond his comprehension. The light was so pure, so sudden, that it pierced the darkness of the forest like a dagger through the heart of night. But then, in the aftermath of the light's brilliance, something shifted. The ground stopped shaking, the trees stilled, and the pulsing hum of the forest seemed to fade into a deep, unsettling silence. Daniel's heart still pounded in his chest, but he no longer felt the pull of the abyss. The forest had paused, as though it had been stunned by the sudden intrusion of the light. And in that brief moment of silence, Daniel realized something. He was still here. Still alive. And the forest, for all its power, had not yet taken him. But it wasn't over. He knew that now. The darkness was still waiting. And this time, he wasn't sure if he could fight it alone.
The eerie calm that followed the burst of light was almost unbearable. Daniel lay on the ground, his chest heaving with labored breaths, his body still trembling from the pull of the abyss and the blinding flash that had followed. The forest around him was completely still, the air thick with an unnatural silence. Even the wind had stopped, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. He rose slowly, shakily, his knees threatening to buckle beneath him, but he forced himself to stand. The feeling of being watched, of being surrounded by the very essence of the forest, had not lifted. If anything, it was stronger now, more oppressive. The trees towered above him like giants, their ancient trunks creaking with an almost sentient awareness. His mind raced, but his thoughts were muddled, caught in the fog of everything he had seen, everything he had experienced. The forest, the Watcher, the whispers, the abyss. He had narrowly escaped, but there was something inside him, a deep-seated dread, telling him that this was only the beginning. The passage had closed, but Daniel knew better than to think that it had sealed forever. The forest didn't simply close its doors when it wanted something. It was patient. It waited. And it had been waiting for him long before he ever set foot in this cursed place. The ground beneath his feet trembled again, but this time it was different. It wasn't the rhythmic hum he had heard before, but something darker, deeper. A pulse like the thrum of a beating heart. The trees around him groaned, their limbs stretching as though reaching for something just beyond their grasp. The mist began to gather again, creeping at the edges of the clearing, swirling like a fog of despair. Daniel's heart quickened. He had to move, he had to find something, some way out. He couldn't stay here. Not with whatever had begun to stir beneath the surface. But as he turned to leave, his eyes caught something. A flicker of movement, something shifting in the periphery of his vision. It was subtle, just a slight motion at the edge of the clearing, but it was enough to stop him in his tracks. Not again, he muttered to himself. The last thing he needed was another shadow to chase, another presence to fight. But his instincts, those deep, primal instincts honed by his time in this cursed forest, told him to look, to watch. He turned his head slowly, his eyes scanning the darkened edges of the clearing. At first he saw nothing. But then, just as his gaze passed over the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, it moved again. This time it was unmistakable. A figure. Tall, gaunt, shadowed. Daniel's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't the watcher, but it wasn't anything normal either. The figure was shifting, its form flickering like a flame in the wind. It was like watching a silhouette fade in and out of existence, as though it wasn't fully part of the world around him, as though it was some half-formed specter that had no place in the waking world. "Who are you?" Daniel called, his voice hoarse from the strain, his chest tight with fear. He wasn't sure if he was addressing the figure or simply trying to reassure himself, but the words felt hollow, empty in the vast silence that surrounded him. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it moved, its body bending at impossible angles as it glided across the clearing with a haunting, fluid grace. Daniel instinctively took a step back, his heart pounding in his chest, his legs shaking beneath him. The figure drew closer, its form twisting and warping, until it was almost within reach. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The forest held its breath again. The figure was taller than Daniel had first realized, its limbs unnaturally long, and its face, if it could even be called a face, was obscured by a swirling mass of shadow and smoke. Two eyes gleamed from beneath the shroud, piercing and glowing like twin points of light, staring at him with an unblinking intensity. "Do you understand now?" A voice whispered, not from the figure itself, but from the ground, from the trees, from the very air around them. It was not a voice of flesh and bone. It was a voice that seemed to come from the heart of the forest itself, a voice that echoed through the ages. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. He wanted to speak, to protest, but the words stuck in his mouth. It was as if the forest was demanding an answer, demanding that he understand something that he had missed all along. The figure's eyes flickered, and the whispering voice continued, "You are not just lost, Daniel. You are chosen. You were never meant to escape." The words hit Daniel like a hammer. Chosen? What did that mean? He had never asked for this. He hadn't wanted any of it. All he wanted was to leave, to escape the endless nightmare that had been chasing him since he entered this forsaken place. "You are the last," the voice continued, its tone both mournful and triumphant. "The final thread that binds the living to the dead. You are the key, Daniel. The key to unlocking the heart of the forest." The heart of the forest. Daniel's mind reeled. The forest had been alive, yes, but it was more than just alive. It was ancient, a vast, pulsing entity that stretched beyond the confines of the trees, deeper into the earth, into the very soul of the land. And Daniel, he was the key, the final link in whatever ritual the forest was performing. He shook his head, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him like a mountain. "I don't understand. I didn't ask for this. I never wanted any of it." "You do not choose," the figure said, its voice deepening, more final. "The forest chooses. You have already been claimed. You have already fallen." Suddenly, the world seemed to shift around him. The trees groaned, the ground beneath his feet rippled like water. The mist began to thicken, rising up from the earth, swirling around him like a storm of shadows. The temperature dropped, and Daniel could feel the chill seep into his bones, deeper and deeper, until it felt like the cold was coming from within him, as though his very soul was being frozen by the touch of the forest. "It is time to return," the figure whispered. Its form twisted again, becoming more indistinct, like smoke dissipating in the wind. "The heart is waiting for you." Daniel's blood ran cold. He could feel it now, a deep, pulsing thrum beneath his feet, coming from the ground itself. It was the same pulse he had felt before, the hum of the forest's heart. It was closer now, almost tangible, beckoning him toward it. His mind screamed at him to run, to flee, but his body refused to obey. He felt an unnatural pull, an irresistible force tugging at him from within, and despite everything he had fought for, despite everything he had survived, he couldn't escape. The figure vanished, dissolving into the mist, but its words lingered, echoing in his mind like the haunting cry of a dying wind. "You will return to where it all began." And before he could even react, the earth beneath his feet cracked open once more. Daniel staggered, his legs weak beneath him as the ground split open once again. The force was stronger this time, more insistent. He tried to resist, to fight against the pull that seemed to drag at his very core, but the earth had its own desires. It was as though the forest itself had reached out and latched onto him, refusing to let him go.
The crack in the earth deepened, widening with each passing second, the darkness beneath it unfathomable. The pulse, that deep, rhythmic thrum that had haunted him since his arrival, reverberated through the soil, through the air, through his very bones. It was closer now, closer than ever. The forest had never felt more alive, more aware of him. Every tree, every leaf, every gust of wind seemed to hold its breath, waiting, anticipating what was to come. Daniel could feel his heart racing in his chest, his breath coming in short, desperate gasps. His mind screamed at him to run, to escape, but there was nowhere to go. The forest was everywhere, its presence suffocating, its influence all-encompassing. He was caught in its grip, and it was pulling him deeper. With a final, violent tug, the ground beneath his feet collapsed entirely. Daniel tumbled forward, his body plunging into the darkness. The fall felt endless, as though the earth was swallowing him whole, its vast, gaping maw determined to consume him. He reached out, his hands grasping at the air, but there was nothing to catch. He was falling, tumbling into the depths of the forest's heart. The darkness around him pressed in, cold and suffocating, until his mind was consumed by it. It felt as though the very air was alive, wrapping around him, suffocating him. And then, just when he thought he could hold on no longer, the fall ended. Daniel crashed to the ground with a violent jolt, the impact reverberating through his body, leaving him dazed and disoriented. He lay there for a moment, struggling to catch his breath, the darkness pressing in around him like a suffocating blanket. The only sound was the thudding of his own heart, echoing in the oppressive silence. Slowly, painfully, Daniel pushed himself to his feet. His legs wobbled, but he forced himself to stand, his gaze darting around. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay. The darkness was almost complete here, the kind of darkness that consumed everything, light, sound, and thought. The only thing that remained was the pulse, that constant, rhythmic beating that seemed to emanate from deep within the earth itself. He could feel it now, the source of the forest's power. It wasn't just the trees. It wasn't just the watcher, or the keeper, or the lost souls. It was this place, this heart of the forest, the very core of the darkness that had been pulling him deeper into its depths. For a long time, Daniel stood there in the silence, trying to gather his bearings. He couldn't see anything, couldn't make out any shapes or outlines in the blackness that surrounded him. It was as though the forest had swallowed him whole, and now, he was trapped within its heart. There was no way out. No escape. And yet, despite the overwhelming sense of dread that gripped him, Daniel knew something had changed. The forest was waiting for him. It had brought him here, to this place. But why? What did it want with him? What was the truth behind the forest's endless hunger? As he stood there, trying to make sense of it all, the pulse beneath the earth grew louder. It was no longer just a thrum, it was a voice, a call, reaching out to him. His feet began to move on their own, drawn toward the source of the sound, as though something deep within him had awakened. With each step, the darkness seemed to part before him, the air growing heavier with every footfall. The pulse grew louder, more insistent, and Daniel felt it resonating through his very soul. He was closer now. He could feel it, could sense the heartbeat of the forest growing stronger, beating in time with his own. And then, as if in answer to the forest's call, a light flickered in the distance. It was faint at first, a weak glimmer of something bright and pure in the endless void. It wasn't like the light from before, the one that had repelled the watcher. It was different. Warmer. Softer. But still, it was light in a place that had been consumed by darkness for so long. Daniel moved toward it, his steps growing more urgent as the light grew brighter, more defined. It felt like salvation. It felt like hope. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Daniel allowed himself to believe that there might be a way out. But as he drew closer, something else happened. The light began to shift. It flickered, flickering in a way that didn't seem natural. It wasn't a steady, comforting glow, it was erratic, unstable, like a flame caught in a strong wind. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light blinked out. Daniel stopped, his breath caught in his throat. His heart sank into his stomach. The darkness around him had returned, heavier now, suffocating. The pulse, the beating of the forest's heart, thudded in his chest, louder than before. And then, from the blackness ahead, a figure emerged. It was tall, its form almost indistinguishable from the shadows around it. The figure moved silently, its limbs long and skeletal, its face hidden beneath a cloak of darkness. But Daniel could feel its presence. He could feel its gaze upon him, cold and unyielding, like an ancient force that had been waiting for him to step into its reach. And then, the figure spoke. "You have come." The voice was low, like the rustling of dead leaves in the wind, a sound that reverberated through the very air around him. It was not the Watcher. It was something else. Something older. Much older. Daniel swallowed, forcing his voice out through the lump in his throat. "What is this place? What do you want from me?" The figure tilted its head, the movement almost imperceptible, but Daniel could feel it, the weight of its attention, the cold focus that seemed to pierce through him. The figure stepped closer, and as it did, the darkness around it seemed to grow deeper, more oppressive.
"You were always meant to come here, Daniel." The figure's voice echoed, reverberating through the very earth beneath him. "You are the final piece, the last thread that binds the living to the forgotten." Daniel's blood ran cold. "The final piece?" he whispered, fear creeping into his voice. "What does that mean? What are you talking about?" The figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it took another step closer, its long, slender fingers reaching out toward him, the air around them crackling with an unnatural energy. "You have touched the heart of the forest," it said softly. "Now you must give your heart to it. You must become part of it, just as all who have come before you." The words hit him like a punch to the stomach. Daniel stepped back, shaking his head. He couldn't let it happen. He wouldn't. He had fought too hard, endured too much to give in now. But as the figure's shadow stretched across the ground, his thoughts began to twist and blur. The pulse of the forest, the beating of its heart, was growing stronger, louder, drowning out everything else. "No," Daniel's voice cracked, desperate. "I won't become part of this. I won't give in." The figure's eyes, two glowing pinpricks in the darkness, narrowed, and it stepped forward once more, closing the distance between them. Its voice was colder now, more insistent. "You do not choose, Daniel. You were chosen long before you ever stepped into this forest. You are a part of this place, and when the time comes, you will return to it." Daniel staggered back, his mind racing. The forest had chosen him. But why? What did it want with him? And more importantly, could he ever truly escape its grasp? The figure stood before Daniel, its presence overwhelming, its eyes glowing with an eerie light that seemed to cut through the darkness like twin blades. There was something unnerving about it, something ancient and otherworldly that made Daniel's skin crawl. The forest around them seemed to shift, the trees groaning and creaking as if they were alive, aware of the confrontation unfolding between the last living soul and the heart of the forest itself. "You cannot escape, Daniel," the figure whispered again, its voice low and resonant, like the sound of wind rustling through dry branches. "You are already bound. The forest owns you now. The roots of this land have woven themselves into your very soul. You cannot sever what has already been entwined." Daniel's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't believe what it was saying. This wasn't possible. He had been through so much. He had fought tooth and nail to survive. He had endured the whispers, the shadows, the Watcher. And now, he was supposed to accept that the forest had already claimed him. "No," he whispered, shaking his head. "No, this isn't real. I haven't chosen this. I'm not part of you." The figure's eyes narrowed,
its thin lips curving into something that might have been a smile. It took a step forward, the ground beneath it seeming to ripple, as though the very earth recognized its presence. With every step the figure took, the pulse of the forest grew louder, louder, until it was a deafening roar in his ears. "Do you hear that?" the figure asked softly, its voice barely audible over the pulse. "That is the heartbeat of the forest. And you are bound to it. You always have been." Daniel wanted to deny it. He wanted to run. But as the figure stepped closer, he felt the undeniable weight of its words. His heart, his chest, was beating in time with the forest. He could feel it. The pulse was his own pulse. The roots beneath him were pulling at his soul, entwining around him, pulling him into the very earth. There was no escape. The forest had claimed him. The figure extended its hand toward him, its fingers long and twisted, each movement deliberate, as though the air itself recoiled from its touch. Daniel flinched, instinctively taking a step back, but it was too late. The figure's hand was already upon his chest, its cold, bony fingers pressing against his heart. "You belong to this place now," the figure said, its voice a soft, unsettling whisper. "Your soul is intertwined with the forests. The very essence of this land has become part of you." The moment the figure's hand touched him, a wave of energy surged through Daniel's body. It was as if every nerve in his being was suddenly ignited, every sense heightened beyond comprehension. He could feel the forest now, not just the trees and the leaves, but everything, the roots deep within the earth, the pulse of the ground beneath him, the quiet whispers of the lost souls that wandered here for eternity. It was all so alive, so real. It was as though the very fabric of existence had opened up before him, revealing a truth so ancient, so overwhelming, that he could hardly process it. But even as the forest's power surged through him, he felt something else. It was small, faint at first, but it grew stronger, louder. It was a voice, his voice. It echoed in the depths of his mind, a cry for help, a plea for escape. "No. No," Daniel thought desperately, "I won't give in. I won't become part of you." The figure's grip on his chest tightened, the fingers digging deeper into his flesh. His heart raced, his blood pounding in his ears, but still, the forest's pulse echoed in time with his own. He could feel the tendrils of the forest weaving themselves through his mind, connecting him to the earth, to the heart of this place. It was all so powerful, so overwhelming. "You are no different from the others," the figure whispered, its voice soft, like the rustling of leaves in a forgotten graveyard. They, too, fought. They, too, struggled against the inevitable. But the forest claims all who wander too deep. It takes them. It consumes them. And in the end, they become part of the soil. Part of the land. Part of the forest. Daniel's breath quickened. "I won't become part of it." The words were barely a whisper, but they felt like the last thread of resistance in his mind, in his soul. His heart beat faster, his chest constricting with fear and determination. And then, something inside him snapped. It was a feeling he couldn't explain. A surge of raw, untamed power that coursed through him like lightning. His entire body trembled as he felt the force of the forest trying to take him, trying to consume him, but it couldn't. Not yet. Daniel pushed back. "I won't let you," he cried, his voice growing stronger, more desperate. "I won't be part of this place. I won't be like the lost. I won't fade into the shadows." The figure recoiled as though struck, its hand loosening from his chest. The forest around him seemed to shudder, the pulse in the earth faltering, growing weak. For the briefest moment, Daniel felt a sliver of hope. But that hope was short-lived. The pulse returned, stronger, fiercer, more insistent. It surged up from the earth, filling the air with a deafening roar. The trees groaned in agony, their limbs twisting and writhing as if they, too, were alive with the forest's hunger. The ground beneath Daniel's feet cracked open, fissures spreading like veins, and he felt the earth pulling at his body, dragging him down into the depths once more.
The figure didn't speak this time. Instead, it stepped back, its eyes glowing brighter than ever before, its presence a suffocating weight on Daniel's chest. It was as if the entire forest was closing in on him, the trees bending low, their branches reaching toward him like claws. The ground beneath him seemed to swell and buckle as if the earth itself had become a mouth, ready to swallow him whole. Daniel's body was shaking, his muscles aching from the strain of resisting the pull, but he refused to let go. He clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palms until they bled. His heart thundered in his chest, and for the first time he could feel the power within him, a power that had been dormant, locked away until now. "I won't fade," he whispered fiercely, his voice low but determined. "I won't let the forest consume me." The pulse in the earth responded, like a final, desperate cry. The air grew thick with energy, charged with the weight of centuries of darkness, of lost souls, of forgotten memories. And then, in a moment that seemed to stretch on for eternity, something shifted. The trees creaked, groaning under the strain of the force that was being pushed against them. The ground beneath him cracked open wider, and Daniel felt himself being pulled downward once again. But this time, it wasn't the forest that was pulling him. It was his own will, his own resistance. He was fighting the forest with every ounce of strength he had left. And in that moment, something in the heart of the forest cracked. There was a sudden, blinding flash of light, so bright, so pure, that Daniel was forced to close his eyes against its intensity. The forest screamed, an inhuman guttural roar that shook the very earth. The pulse of the land faltered, its rhythm breaking, splintering, as if something deep within the forest had been broken. When the light faded, Daniel found himself standing alone in the clearing once again, his body trembling, his heart still pounding in his chest. The forest was silent. For the first time there was no pulse, no hum, no whisper, just silence. Daniel looked around, his breath coming in ragged gasps, unsure of what had just happened. Was it over? Had he broken the cycle? Was the forest truly done with him? The trees still stood, their twisted, gnarled trunks silent and unmoving. The mist had dissipated, leaving only the dark expanse of the forest stretching endlessly in all directions. But something was different. The forest no longer felt alive. It no longer felt aware of him. It was as though the heartbeat of the land had stopped. For the first time Daniel was free. But at what cost? The truth of the forest had been revealed to him, and though he had fought with everything he had, he was still left with the lingering question. Could the forest ever truly be defeated? Or had he simply delayed the inevitable?
Daniel stood in the clearing, his body trembling with exhaustion, his mind reeling from everything that had happened. The pulse, the heartbeat of the forest, had stopped. The oppressive weight that had hung over him for so long had dissipated, leaving behind only the quiet. The trees, which had once seemed like silent watchers, now stood motionless. The earth beneath his feet felt still, lifeless, as though something ancient had been cut off. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest heaving with the effort to calm his frantic heart. It was hard to shake the feeling that he was standing in the calm before the storm, but the calmness was unnerving. For so long, the forest had been alive in ways that defied comprehension, a force far beyond anything he had ever known. And now, it was dead. Silent. Waiting. Had he won? Or had he only caused something worse to stir beneath the surface? The trees that had once seemed to whisper and groan in the night now stood still, their massive trunks casting long, lifeless shadows on the ground. The wind, which had always seemed to speak in the cracks of bark and rustling leaves, had fallen silent. The very air felt thick, as though the forest was holding its breath. Daniel swallowed hard, the taste of fear lingering in his mouth. He needed to move. He needed to leave before the silence itself consumed him. But where would he go? How could he leave when he wasn't even sure the forest was truly finished with him? He turned, his eyes scanning the perimeter of the clearing, trying to discern some sign of what was happening. The mist that had once swirled around the trees had receded, leaving the land exposed, bare, as though waiting for something else. The world around him felt muted, stripped of life. There was no birdsong, no rustling of animals in the underbrush, nothing to indicate that nature was still in motion. It was as if the forest had taken a pause, a long, drawn-out breath, and now, Daniel was left standing in the silence, waiting for something to happen. The weight of the unknown pressed down on him, suffocating. Every crack in the earth, every gust of wind that stirred the branches, seemed to hold a secret. There was something here, something ancient and powerful, that had not yet revealed itself. A part of him wanted to run, to leave this place and never look back. But another part, the part that had fought to survive, knew that it wasn't over. Not yet. He couldn't leave until he understood what had happened, what he had awakened in this land. But where to begin? His eyes fell on the trees again, their dark trunks stretched tall into the sky, their leaves still as stone. He had walked through these woods for what felt like an eternity, following a path that had been laid before him by something older, something more powerful than he could comprehend. But now, it was like the forest had become an empty shell, its soul stripped away. And then, without warning, he heard it. A whisper. It was so faint at first that Daniel almost thought it was his imagination, a trick of his worn-out mind. But there it was again, growing louder with each passing second, filling the air like the rustling of dry leaves. Daniel. The voice was soft, a gentle whisper, but it carried an undeniable weight. The sound was coming from all around him, echoing through the trees, reverberating through the air itself. Daniel. His heart skipped a beat. It was not the voice of the watcher. It was not the voice of the figure he had encountered before. No, it was something else. Something older, more ancient, like the land itself had spoken.
He spun around, his pulse racing, his eyes searching the darkened woods for the source of the voice. But there was nothing. No figure. No movement. Just the stillness of the forest, pressing in around him like a tightening grip. Come, the voice whispered again, louder this time, as though it were reaching deep into his mind, pulling at his very soul. Come closer. See what you have awakened. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, his body frozen in place. His instincts screamed at him to run, to escape before whatever this force was had the chance to claim him. But something else, the part of him that had been forged in the fires of the forest, urged him forward. What have I awakened? Daniel muttered under his breath, the words barely escaping his lips. His voice sounded small in the vast empty silence of the woods. And then, as if in answer to his question, the ground before him began to tremble. It was subtle at first, just a slight vibration beneath his feet, but it grew stronger, more pronounced. The trees around him groaned, their trunks twisting, their roots shifting in the earth. The air itself seemed to crackle with energy, and the whisper grew louder, more insistent. You must understand, the voice said, its tone both soothing and terrifying, like the wind rustling through the dead leaves of a long-forgotten grave. The forest does not die. It does not fade. It is not a mere place. It is a force, an ancient presence that endures beyond time. Daniel's stomach churned. He could feel the weight of the voice pulling at him, urging him to come closer, to understand what it meant. The heart of the forest has been broken, the voice continued, its echo reverberating through his very bones. You have severed its pulse, its rhythm, and in doing so you have made way for something new, something that was waiting, something far older than you can comprehend. Daniel took a step back, his breath catching in his throat. I didn't. You didn't intend to, the voice interrupted, its tone growing darker. But it was always meant to be. You are the catalyst, the one who would break the seal, the one who would give birth to something that had slept for millennia. The ground beneath him rumbled again, and Daniel could feel the earth shifting, as though something massive was stirring beneath the surface. He looked down, his eyes widening as he saw cracks begin to form in the earth, spreading outward like veins. The trees around him began to groan louder, their branches creaking and snapping in unnatural rhythms, bending under the weight of some unseen force. The sky above, once dark with clouds, seemed to shift and ripple, like the surface of water disturbed by an unseen hand. "What have I done?" Daniel whispered, the horror settling in his chest, cold and heavy. "What is coming?" The voice fell silent for a moment as if considering its response. And then a single word echoed through the clearing. "Everything." And then the forest exploded into motion. It wasn't a simple shake or a gust of wind. It was as though the very land itself had been set loose, its ancient power awakened and now seeking to claim everything in its path. The trees around him began to twist, their branches reaching out like claws, tearing at the air, their trunks groaning as they reshaped themselves. The earth trembled beneath his feet, and the cracks spread further, the very ground breaking apart like a shattered mirror. Daniel's heart raced as the air around him grew thick with energy. Something was coming. Something far older, far more dangerous than anything he had faced before. The heartbeat of the forest had been broken, but now something else was taking its place, and it was coming for him. Daniel turned and began to run. The earth trembled beneath him as the ground cracked and buckled, trees rising from the soil like massive, twisted giants. The forest itself seemed to come alive, its roots and branches reaching out, clawing at the air, as though it had become a living entity, an entity that wanted him to stay. But Daniel couldn't stay. Not now. "It's too late," the voice whispered, cold and final. "You cannot outrun what you have awakened." But Daniel didn't stop. He couldn't stop. There was no choice now. The forest was alive. It was breathing, moving, and it was hungry. And it was coming for him.
Daniel's breath was ragged, his lungs burning as his legs carried him through the darkened forest. The ground beneath him quaked with each step, shaking violently as though the earth itself were trying to tear him apart. The trees, those towering, ancient sentinels that had once stood silently, were no longer passive. Their branches twisted in the air like gnarled hands reaching for him, their trunks bending and groaning with a terrible, unnatural force. Every leaf seemed to shimmer with malice, every shadow hiding an unseen threat. The forest had never felt this alive, this hungry. Behind him, the earth split open with a deafening roar. Daniel's heart leapt into his throat as he risked a glance over his shoulder. The crack in the earth had widened, splitting the forest floor in jagged, uneven lines. From the black abyss below, a strange, glowing light pulsed, sending ripples through the air like an eerie heartbeat. The sound of it, a low, guttural hum, reached his ears, vibrating through his bones, like something ancient was calling to him from the depths. The ground beneath his feet gave way with a sudden jolt, and he stumbled forward, his hands grasping at the air for something to steady himself. The earth was buckling, shuddering as though the very heart of the forest had been broken open, and now, the land itself was trying to reclaim what it had lost. The trees seemed to groan in unison, their branches swaying as if caught in a violent wind. But there was no wind. The air was thick, stifling, as though the forest itself was alive with its own hunger, waiting, watching, anticipating. "Run, Daniel," the voice whispered again, but this time, it wasn't the same whisper he had heard before. It was distorted, warped, like the very air was speaking to him. "Run, but you cannot escape what you have unleashed." Daniel's feet pounded against the earth, his mind racing. He couldn't outrun this. He couldn't. No matter how fast he ran, the forest was closing in on him, folding around him like a living organism, a great, breathing creature whose body was the very land he stood on. The trees bent lower now, their massive trunks arching overhead to form a canopy of thick, twisted limbs that blocked out the dim light. The shadows beneath the branches deepened, becoming darker and more suffocating with every passing moment. And all the while, the pulse beneath the earth grew louder, its rhythm pounding in his chest like the beat of his own heart. It was too late. There was no escaping this. The forest had already claimed him. The realization hit him like a slap in the face, and for a moment, he stopped dead in his tracks. He could feel the energy around him now, a crackling presence, like static filling the air, as though the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. His thoughts began to blur, the line between the real world and the forest's twisted reality growing thinner and thinner. He felt himself falling into it, as if his very soul was being sucked into the deep, dark well that lay beneath the earth. "What have I done?" he whispered to himself, his voice hoarse with fear. "What have I awakened?" The ground split once more, this time with a violent, jarring tremor that sent Daniel sprawling to the dirt. He pushed himself up quickly, his breath coming in desperate gasps, his hands shaking as he tried to push away the swirling mist that rose up from the cracks in the earth. It was like the land was alive, its very core trying to pull him into the abyss. And then, from the darkness, something moved. At first, it was a mere flicker, a shadow in the corner of his vision. But it wasn't a shadow. It was something far darker, far older. Something he couldn't quite grasp, but something that moved with purpose. A figure. Tall. Looming. At first, he thought it was one of the trees, their shapes warped by the shifting darkness. But this was different. This was alive. It was tall, unnaturally tall, its limbs bending in strange, disjointed angles, like a creature not meant to exist in the physical world. Its form flickered, shifting between solidity and transparency, like it was made of smoke, of mist, of nothing. The forest whispered around him, its voice deafening now, filling his ears with 1,000 different sounds, rustling leaves, cracking bark, the distant scream of some unseen animal. But beneath it all, the same voice echoed in his mind, low and guttural, like a warning. "The heart is waking." Daniel's eyes widened in terror. The heart? What did that mean? He had heard the voice before, and he had understood only fragments of its meaning. But now, as the figure stepped forward, he could feel the weight of it. The heart of the forest, the thing he had disturbed when he broke the forest's pulse. The thing that had been lying dormant beneath the earth, waiting for him, waiting for someone to break the seal. And now, it was stirring, rising from the depths, ready to claim its place in the world once more. The figure loomed larger now, its shadow stretching across the clearing, its glowing eyes fixed on Daniel. The air grew colder, the silence deeper, and the forest seemed to stop breathing altogether. "You have unlocked the door," the figure whispered, its voice a low hiss that made Daniel's skin crawl. "Now you will face the consequences." Daniel stumbled back, his mind racing for answers, for some way out of this nightmare. But the figure didn't move. It just stood there, its glowing eyes locked on him, the only sound the slow, rhythmic thrum that still reverberated through the ground beneath him. "What is it?" Daniel's voice was hoarse, barely a whisper, but the figure heard him. It tilted its head slightly, as if contemplating his question. "It is the heart," it said. "The soul of the forest. The force that has kept this land alive for centuries. It is the heart of everything, the trees, the earth, the creatures that roam these woods. It is the beginning and the end." Daniel's mind reeled. The heart. It was not a thing, it was the essence of the forest itself. The beating force that gave the land life, that had kept the forest growing, expanding, alive, for millennia. And he had broken it. The figure stepped closer, and as it did, the ground trembled again, the earth itself rumbling as if something beneath was shifting, rising. The air grew heavier, thicker, the weight of the forest pressing down on him like a vice. "You cannot escape now," the figure said, its voice dark, almost soothing in its finality. "You have broken the seal. The heart awakens, and the forest reclaims what was lost." Daniel took another step back, his breath quickening. He couldn't move. His body felt frozen, rooted to the spot as the forest closed in around him. The trees swayed unnaturally, their branches twisting as if reaching for him, pulling him into the darkness. But just as the ground cracked open again, and the earth seemed to swallow him whole, something changed. A distant, almost imperceptible sound, like a whisper, or a hum, began to fill the air. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, like the heartbeat of the forest was beginning to pulse once more, faster and faster, growing in intensity.
And then, through the haze of fear and confusion, Daniel understood. It wasn't just the heart that had been awakened. It was something far greater. Something that had been waiting in the darkness, in the depths of the earth, waiting for someone to break the seal so it could return. The forest wasn't just alive. It was a living thing, and it had never truly left. And now it was hungry. The air thickened around Daniel, pressing down on him with an invisible weight, suffocating him. He could hear the whispers of the trees again, but this time they weren't mere murmurs. They were voices, each one tinged with hunger, each one carrying the weight of centuries of darkness, of secrets buried beneath the roots of the forest. The shadows seemed to grow longer, twisting and reaching toward him as if the very forest itself was trying to drag him into the earth, to bury him beneath the soil like all the others who had come before him. Daniel stumbled backward, his breath shallow, his heart hammering in his chest. He could feel the weight of the forest's eyes on him, the eyes of something ancient, something far older than he could comprehend. The trees, their limbs bending toward him in unnatural ways, seemed to watch him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. The ground under his feet trembled once more, and the rumble of the earth sounded almost like a warning, a growl from the depths of the forest itself. And then, through the darkness, the figure moved again. It was taller now, its outline shifting and flickering like smoke, its presence more oppressive than ever. Its eyes, glowing, hollow and endless, locked onto Daniel with a cold, calculating gaze. The very air around the figure seemed to pulse with a terrible energy, like the heartbeat of the forest had been woven into its very being. "You have broken the seal," the figure said, its voice low and rumbling, like the sound of the earth groaning beneath the weight of its own age. "The heart is no longer dormant. It stirs. And when it stirs, it does not ask. It takes." Daniel's mind raced. The heart, the source of the forest's power. The thing that had been sealed away, bound by the very land itself. It had been dormant, waiting for the right moment to rise again. And now, with his actions, he had awakened it. "What is it?" Daniel whispered, his voice barely audible, trembling with fear. He needed to understand, needed to grasp the magnitude of what was happening. What was this heart? What kind of power had he unleashed? The figure took a slow, deliberate step forward. The air grew colder with each movement, the very atmosphere vibrating with the intensity of its presence. "It is the essence of the forest," the figure replied, its voice carrying an echo, like 1,000 voices speaking at once. "The heart is the beginning and the end. It is the force that gives life to these woods, that nourishes the soil and bends the trees. It is the pulse of the earth itself." Daniel's breath hitched. He had sensed it, the pulse that had thrummed beneath his feet, the rhythmic beat that had resonated in his chest, like a constant reminder of something greater than him, greater than any of his understanding. The forest had never been just a place. It had been a living, breathing organism, an entity that had lived for centuries, perhaps millennia, a force that transcended time and space. And now, the heart of that force had been broken open. "And what will it do now?" Daniel asked, his voice desperate. His heart raced faster, his mind spinning with the implications of what the figure was telling him. What had he done? What was coming? The figure tilted its head, its glowing eyes narrowing as if it were studying him. It took another step forward, and the very ground seemed to shift beneath it. The earth groaned, a deep, guttural sound like the noise of something waking from an ancient slumber. "It will return," the figure said, its voice now a low, reverberating whisper. "The heart is the soul of the forest, and the soul of the forest cannot be contained. When it is awakened, it will consume what is left of this world. It will reclaim the land, and all who remain will be bound to it, part of the forest's eternal cycle." Daniel felt his blood run cold. The heart wasn't just a force, it was a curse. A cycle that repeated over and over again, binding everything to the land, to the forest's insatiable hunger. There was no escape, no breaking free. "No," Daniel whispered, shaking his head. He couldn't believe it. He wouldn't accept it. "I won't let it happen. I'll find a way to stop it." The figure's eyes flashed with something resembling amusement, though it was hard to tell in the shifting darkness. It took another slow step forward, and the shadows around it seemed to move, to writhe, as if the very fabric of reality was bending to its will. "You cannot stop it," the figure said, its voice low, filled with finality. "You have already played your part. The heart has been awakened, and now the forest will reclaim what it has lost. The land will be restored to its former glory. Daniel could feel it now. The forest was closing in on him, its presence overwhelming. The trees groaned, their branches twisting unnaturally, their trunks stretching toward him like fingers reaching out of the darkness. The air was thick with the scent of decay, of something ancient and rotten, as though the land itself had been waiting for this moment for centuries. And then, as if on cue, the ground beneath him trembled again. The cracks in the earth deepened, spreading outward like veins across the forest floor. The pulse, the thrum of the heart, grew louder, vibrating through his very bones. It was as though the forest was drawing breath, as if it were alive in ways that no man had ever understood. Daniel's heart raced as the earth itself seemed to shift. The trees bent lower, their branches twisting and creaking as if the very land was rearranging itself, as though the forest were growing, expanding, awakening to the presence of its heart. "It is coming," the figure said, its voice a low hiss. "And when it does, it will be too late to turn back. The forest will consume this world, and all who remain will be part of its endless cycle. The heart cannot be denied." The air grew heavier, thicker with the weight of the words. The forest had been waiting for this moment, waiting for someone to break the seal, to unlock the heart. And now, with that one act, Daniel had set in motion the return of something ancient, something unstoppable. But even as the figure's words echoed in his mind, something stirred within him. A spark, a flicker of defiance, of hope. The voice that had whispered to him earlier, the one that had urged him to run, to fight, had not been the forest itself. It had been something else, something different. Something that had awakened when the heart had been broken. He could feel it now, stirring in the depths of his soul, a presence pushing against the tide of the forest's will. It wasn't over. It couldn't be over. He had a choice. He had to find a way to break the cycle, to stop the heart before it consumed everything. And so, with every ounce of strength left in him, Daniel steeled himself. The forest might be alive. The heart might be awakening. But it hadn't won yet. Not if he could help it. The air was suffocating, a heavy, oppressive force that seemed to wrap itself around Daniel like a thick, tangled web. His breath came in shallow gasps, each inhalation a struggle against the weight of the forest's presence, pressing in from all sides. The pulse of the heart, louder now, faster, reverberated through his chest, a rhythmic drum that seemed to sync with the very beating of his heart. It was as if the land was alive, its soul awakened, and it was pulling at him, drawing him deeper into its darkness. "The forest is awakening," the figure's voice echoed, its words like a chorus of whispers in the back of Daniel's mind. "You cannot stop it. The heart will consume everything. You cannot escape its pull." Daniel stood motionless, his legs trembling beneath him, but he refused to yield. There had to be a way to stop this. He had been through so much to get here, he couldn't just give up now. The figure's words were meant to break him, to make him feel small, insignificant against the vast, ancient power of the forest. But Daniel knew that was the very thing he had to resist. The forest thrived on fear, on submission. And if he gave into it now, if he allowed it to claim his will, it would win. He would be part of the forest's endless cycle, consumed by the very force he had set free. "I won't let it happen," Daniel muttered to himself, his voice a quiet but firm declaration. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms as he fought against the overwhelming pressure of the land around him. "I won't let it take me." The ground beneath his feet trembled again, and the air grew colder. The trees creaked, their branches groaning as they twisted toward him like hands reaching from the darkness. The pulse of the heart grew louder still, shaking the very foundation of the earth beneath him. It was everywhere, within him, around him, in every breath he took. But even as the forest pressed in on him, even as the weight of its power threatened to crush him, Daniel felt something stir deep inside him. It was a flicker, at first, a spark of defiance, a feeling he had carried with him since the very beginning. The moment he had first entered these woods, when the forest had whispered to him, when the shadows had tried to claim him. It was a feeling that had never left him,
no matter how deep into the woods he had gone, no matter how far the darkness had reached. It was the part of him that refused to yield. The whispers of the trees intensified, their voices growing louder, their words a cacophony of pleading, of threats, of ancient promises. But Daniel closed his eyes and focused. He had to block them out, had to push them away. His mind was the one thing he could control. If he allowed the forest to take his thoughts, to take his will, he would be lost. "I am not part of you," Daniel whispered, his voice shaking but resolute. "I won't be swallowed by the darkness. I won't become part of this forest. Not like all the others." For a moment, there was silence. The pulse of the heart stilled, as if the very earth itself had held its breath. The trees stopped creaking. The whispers faded. The air grew still, thick with tension. And then, the ground beneath him shifted again. But this time, it was different. Instead of a violent tremor, the earth moved with purpose, as if it had a mind of its own. Daniel's feet sank deeper into the soil, his boots digging into the soft, wet earth as the ground slowly rose around him, molding itself into a shape. He could feel it, the forest was trying to bind him, to tether him to the land. Roots twisted around his ankles, pulling at his legs, trying to drag him down into the earth. His heart pounded faster, and the pulse of the heart quickened, matching the rhythm of his blood. But even as the forest tried to claim him, he fought back. He could feel the strength of the land, the ancient power of the roots and the trees, but he wasn't going to give up. Not this time. "I am not yours," he said again, this time more forcefully, as if his words alone could break the bond the forest was trying to forge. "I am not part of you." The roots shuddered as if recoiling from his words, the earth beneath him groaning in protest. The trees around him seemed to tremble, their branches reaching for him, but they held back, as if something unseen had stopped them. For the first time, Daniel felt a strange sensation, a presence. It was subtle at first, like a flicker of light in the distance, a warmth against the cold, dark grip of the forest. The pulse of the heart was still there, still thrumming in the earth, but it felt different now. It was no longer the overwhelming force it had been moments ago. It had been tempered, softened. It felt as though something, someone, was standing against it. And that presence, that force, was now with him. "You are not alone," a voice said, but it was not the figure. It was not the forest.
Daniel's eyes snapped open, and for the briefest moment he saw it. A figure in the distance, vague, shrouded in mist, but undeniably there. It was tall, its form ethereal like it was made of the forest itself, yet somehow separate from it. A being of light, of energy, radiating warmth and power. "Who are you?" Daniel called, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. The figure took a step forward, its shape growing clearer, more defined, though it still seemed to flicker between substance and shadow, as though it were made of something other. It smiled, a small, serene expression, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Daniel felt something other than fear. "I am the balance," the figure said, its voice soft yet carrying the weight of an ancient understanding. "I am what remains when the heart awakens. I am the counterbalance to its hunger, to its endless cycle. I am the force that keeps the forest in check, that prevents it from consuming everything." Daniel's heart skipped a beat. "You?" He couldn't believe it. "You're part of the forest, but you're different. You're not trying to destroy me." The figure nodded, its glowing eyes filled with wisdom that spanned eons. "The forest has many faces, many forces. Some of them are ancient, beyond comprehension. The heart, the force you awaken, is one such force. It is the source of the forest's life, but also its curse. I exist to keep it from consuming everything, to keep it from taking over all that is living." Daniel took a hesitant step forward, his mind struggling to process what the figure was saying. It was too much to understand, too much to comprehend. But one thing was clear, the heart of the forest had been awakened, and if left unchecked, it would consume the land, the world, and everything in it. "How can I stop it?" Daniel asked urgently. "I have to stop it. I can't let the forest win. The figure's smile deepened, but there was sorrow in its eyes. Stopping it will not be easy. The heart is a force that cannot be easily destroyed. It must be contained, sealed once more. But the price for doing so will be high. The heart cannot be bound without sacrifice. Daniel's stomach tightened. What kind of sacrifice? The figure's gaze softened, as though it were searching for the right words. The balance must be restored. But to do so, a life must be offered. A soul must be given to the forest to bind the heart once more. Daniel's blood ran cold. A life? A soul? He knew what the figure was asking. The forest demanded a sacrifice. A life to bind the heart, to prevent it from consuming everything. But was he willing to pay the price? The wind picked up and the trees around them groaned again. The ground shook beneath his feet, reminding him that the forest was not patient. The heart was growing restless, its hunger unyielding. I won't let it take everything, Daniel said, the words heavy with determination. I'll do what it takes. The figure nodded once more, a flash of pride in its gaze. Then you must act quickly. The longer the heart is free, the harder it will be to contain. Time is running out. Daniel's resolve solidified. He didn't know what the cost would be, or how he would find the strength to do what needed to be done. But one thing was clear. He was not going to let the forest win. Not if he had any say in it. With the figure's presence beside him, Daniel turned toward the heart, the source of the forest's power, and stepped forward. The forest may have been alive with hunger, but so was he, and he would fight to the last breath to stop it.
The ground trembled beneath Daniel's feet, the earth groaning as though it too understood the gravity of the decision ahead. The air had thickened again, the pulse of the heart still thrumming in the very bones of the forest, sending vibrations through the soil that seemed to resonate with his own heartbeat. The weight of it all hung heavy in the stillness, thick and oppressive. The forest, alive and hungry, pressed in on him from all sides, its ancient presence suffocating. Daniel turned to the figure beside him, who now stood with an ethereal grace, the soft glow of its form flickering like a distant star. The figure's presence was warm, like the first light of dawn, offering a stark contrast to the suffocating darkness of the forest. But even that warmth could not drown out the fear that gnawed at the edges of Daniel's mind. He had no illusions about what was to come. The heart of the forest, the very essence of its life and death, had been unleashed, and now the land demanded retribution. There was no going back. What happens if I fail? Daniel asked, his voice quiet, but the desperation beneath it was undeniable. If I can't contain the heart, what will happen? The figure's eyes softened, its gaze filled with a sorrow that stretched back to the dawn of time. If you fail, the heart will consume everything, life, land, and soul. It will swallow this world whole and begin again. The cycle will continue, and the forest will claim all that is living. The heart's hunger is endless. Daniel clenched his fists, his knuckles white from the pressure. And if I succeed? The figure's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something in its eyes, hope, perhaps. Or a quiet sadness. If you succeed, the heart will be bound again, sealed away where it can do no more harm. But the cost will be high. A sacrifice must be made. A life must be given to the forest to restore the balance. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. A life, it seemed impossible, inconceivable. He had already walked too far into the darkness, but to give up his very soul for this, could he? Would he? The figure stepped closer, its light shimmering in the growing dusk. The forest cannot be tamed by force alone. It requires more than strength or will, it requires a part of the one who seeks to bind it. Only by giving something of yourself can the heart be sealed. Without that sacrifice, the heart will never truly be contained. Daniel's mind reeled. It was one thing to fight, he could fight. He had fought since the moment he stepped into these woods, and he would continue to do so until the very end. But this was something else. This was more than mere survival. It was the essence of his being, his soul. The cost was unimaginable, and yet, it was the only way to stop the forest's endless hunger. What if the forest is too powerful? Daniel whispered. What if I can't stop it? The figure's gaze seemed to pierce through him, as though it could see into the deepest recesses of his soul. You have already taken the first step. You have defied the forest's will. You have awakened the heart, and now you must see it through. If you believe in yourself, in your strength, you can contain it. But remember, there is no victory without cost. The forest does not forget. It will claim what it is owed. Daniel took a deep breath, his thoughts swirling in a maelstrom of doubt, fear, and determination. The forest had already claimed so much. So many souls had been consumed by its hunger, lost to its endless cycle of life and death. But Daniel had broken the seal, and with that action, he had set the forest's wrath into motion. It was up to him now to finish what he had started. He couldn't let it destroy everything. He couldn't let the land be swallowed whole by this insatiable force. He had to act. The forest was waiting, its every pulse a reminder of the destruction that would follow if he failed. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid, it shifted with the rhythm of the heart, a living thing, thrumming with dark energy. The trees around him seemed to bend inward, their branches almost like claws, reaching out to claim him. The shadows stretched and writhed like serpents, closing in from all sides. Where do I go? Daniel asked, his voice filled with urgency. How do I stop this? The figure raised a hand, and in the air before Daniel, a faint glow began to form, swirling with energy, like mist caught in the wind. It was a map, but not one of the land. It was a map of the heart itself, a map of the forest's lifeblood. The figure spoke softly, but its words carried with them a weight that seemed to echo through the very fabric of reality. Follow the pulse, the figure said. The heart beats within the very core of the forest. It lies beneath the roots, deep in the earth, where the land's power is strongest. You must reach it before the forest fully awakens. If you can reach the core and bind the heart again, you will stop it. Daniel nodded, his pulse racing. He didn't know if he could do this, if he could survive whatever the forest had in store for him, but he had no choice. There was no time to waste. With a final look at the figure, he turned and sprinted toward the center of the forest, toward the source of the heart's power. The ground trembled beneath him as he ran, the trees groaning and creaking as if trying to warn him. The air felt thick, heavy, as though every breath was harder to take. The forest was closing in, the shadows becoming darker, deeper, more oppressive with every step. It was as if the very land itself was alive, reacting to his presence, pushing back against him.
He pushed on. You cannot outrun me, a voice whispered, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, filling the air with a cold, biting chill. I am the forest. I am the heart. You will never escape me. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, the voice sending shivers down his spine. But he did not falter. He could hear the heartbeat now, louder with each step, echoing through the very ground beneath him. It was the heart. It was calling to him, pulling him closer, urging him to give in, to surrender. But he refused. The trees parted in front of him, revealing a vast, darkened clearing. At its center, a massive, gaping crack in the earth pulsed with the rhythm of the heart. The glow from deep within the crack bathed the clearing in an eerie, sickly light. The earth trembled violently as the heart's energy swirled around him, its power almost tangible. Daniel stepped forward, every instinct screaming at him to turn back, to flee. But he couldn't. He had to do this. He had no choice. As he stepped closer, the darkness around him seemed to grow thicker, more oppressive. The air was suffocating, filled with the scent of decay, of death. The pulse of the heart was deafening now, a deep, thunderous beat that echoed through his skull, rattling his bones. And then, as if answering his presence, the ground before him cracked open wider, and from the depths of the earth, a shape began to emerge. A massive, shadowed figure, its form indistinct, but its power unmistakable. The heart, in all its terrible glory, was waking, and it was coming for him. This is the end, the figure said, its voice a cold whisper, a promise. You cannot stop me. You cannot control me. But Daniel stood firm, his heart beating in time with the rhythm of the heart, his body alight with determination. The figure loomed before him, but Daniel felt no fear now, only resolve. He had to stop it. He had to bind the heart once more, or everything would be lost. The forest had already taken so much. It wouldn't take him. Not today.
Daniel stood at the edge of the chasm, his feet sinking into the soft earth, his heart pounding in his chest. The crack before him was wide and deep, a jagged rift in the world, splitting the land apart. From the depths of the earth, the heart pulsed, a terrible, throbbing rhythm that vibrated through the air, shaking the very fabric of reality. The pulse was relentless, a heavy, suffocating beat that seemed to fill every inch of the clearing. It was as though the earth itself was breathing, its every exhale carrying with it an ancient, hungry power. The ground trembled beneath his feet again, the forest groaning in response to the heart's awakening. The trees around him seemed to sway in time with the pulse, their branches twisting unnaturally, their limbs creaking like the sound of bones grinding together. Shadows danced between the trunks, moving with a life of their own, as though the darkness had become a tangible thing, something that could reach out and take him. And then, from the depths of the chasm, it came. A shape emerged from the darkness, a massive, shadowed figure that seemed to grow larger with each passing moment. It was formless, its edges blurry, like it was made of smoke or mist, but Daniel could feel its power. It was the embodiment of the heart, the very essence of the forest's hunger and will. It was alive, a creature born of the earth's pulse, its body shifting and swirling with an energy that could not be contained. Daniel took a step forward, his legs shaking, but his resolve hardening. The figure loomed before him, a vast presence that seemed to fill the entire clearing. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with a pale, sickly light, burning with an unnatural intensity. The air grew colder as the heart's form solidified, becoming more tangible, more real. You have come to face me, a voice echoed, low and guttural, like the rumble of thunder beneath the earth. You have come to stop me. But you cannot. You cannot control what you have awakened. Daniel felt the voice reverberate in his chest, a deep, primal sound that seemed to shake the very foundation of his being. It was impossible to ignore, impossible to escape. The heart's power was too great. It had always been here, beneath the soil, hidden from the world. It had waited for this moment. I won't let you consume everything, Daniel said, his voice shaking but fierce. I won't let you destroy the world. The figure before him shifted again, its form undulating like a living mass of smoke, tendrils of darkness reaching out toward him. Daniel's heart raced as the shadows curled around him, pressing in on him from all sides. He could feel the darkness, the weight of the forest's power, threatening to suffocate him. It was so close, he could almost taste the cold, rotten breath of the heart. You have already lost, the voice whispered, now 1,000 voices, all of them speaking at once, their words crashing together in a cacophony of whispers. You have already broken the seal. You are mine now. You are part of the forest. You cannot escape. Daniel's mind spun. He could feel it now, the pull of the heart, tugging at him, drawing him into its orbit. He could hear the whispers of the trees again, the sounds of ancient creatures moving just beyond the edges of his vision. The forest had always been alive, always hungry. And now, it was calling for him. But Daniel did not give in. He couldn't. The figure's form loomed even larger now, its darkness stretching into the sky, consuming the light. It reached for him with 1,000 tendrils of shadow, its form warping and flickering like an apparition. But this time, Daniel didn't flinch. He stood tall, his hands clenched into fists, his body trembling with the effort of resistance. He had come this far. He wasn't going to stop now. I will stop you, he said again, more forcefully this time. I will bind you. I won't let the forest destroy everything. The ground beneath him rumbled, and for a moment, Daniel could hear the distant sound of roots cracking, of trees uprooting themselves. The forest itself was moving, reacting to his defiance, trying to force him into submission. But he stood firm. With every ounce of strength left in his body, Daniel reached down and grasped the ground beneath him. The earth was alive, thrumming with energy, with the pulse of the heart. He could feel it in his bones, in his soul, the power of the forest, ancient and unstoppable. But he could also feel the balance within him. He had to restore it. He had to push back against the heart's pull. He reached for the source of his own strength, his own heart, his own will. The pulse of the heart within the earth was the same as his own. It was a reflection of his own soul, a mirror of his inner power. If he could tap into that connection, if he could find the balance between them, he could bind the heart once more. With a deep breath, Daniel closed his eyes and let the energy of the land flow through him. The forest's pulse was no longer a threat, it was part of him, part of the same world. He felt the connection between him and the earth grow stronger, felt the energy in the soil, in the air, in the trees. It was all around him, a living force that could not be ignored. I bind you, he whispered, his voice low, but steady. I bind the heart. I bind the forest. The earth rumbled in response, and the heart's power surged forward, pushing back against him with all its might. The forest seemed to scream as the very ground shifted beneath him, as the trees bent and twisted in agony. The dark figure before him flickered and writhed, its form distorting as though it were made of nothing but shadows. It roared in fury, its voice growing louder, more frantic. You cannot bind me, the heart's voice thundered, its words like the crash of thunder. I am eternal. I am the beginning and the end. You cannot control me. But Daniel did not waver. The pulse of the heart surged within him, but so did the pulse of the earth, the pulse of life. His connection to the forest was not one of destruction, but of balance. He was not here to destroy, it was the balance he sought. The forest needed its heart, but it needed restraint. With every ounce of energy, Daniel pushed forward, reaching deeper into the earth, binding the energy of the forest to his own. He could feel the force of the heart, its hunger, its rage, but he refused to be consumed by it. He would not let the darkness win. The figure before him flickered again, its form shifting, distorting as if it were losing its grip on reality. The tendrils of shadow reached out for him, but they faltered, hesitated. The heart's power was being contained, it was being pulled back into the earth, sealed away.
The ground beneath Daniel's feet cracked, but instead of splitting apart, it began to heal. The earth mended itself, the cracks closing, the pulse of the heart slowing. The trees around him, once bent and twisted in unnatural shapes, began to straighten, their branches returning to their natural forms. The darkness in the air receded, and the weight on his chest lifted. No, the heart whispered, its voice now a distant, fading echo. You cannot. But it was too late. The heart had been bound again. The pulse of the forest, once a chaotic, consuming force, had returned to its natural rhythm. The earth trembled beneath Daniel's feet, but this time, it was not with hunger. It was with the restraint of a force that had been contained. The figure before him flickered one last time before fading into the shadows, its form dissolving like mist in the wind. The forest, the land itself, had been tamed, not destroyed but calmed, its hunger sated for now. Daniel fell to his knees, exhaustion washing over him in waves. The weight of what he had just done settled on his shoulders, and he felt the burn of it deep in his bones. The forest had not claimed him. He had claimed it. The cycle had been broken, but at a price. He had given a part of himself to bind the heart, a part of his soul woven into the very fabric of the earth. He could feel it now, deep inside him, the connection, the bond that would never be broken. And yet, even as he knelt there, his breath coming in ragged gasps, he knew this was not the end. The forest would always be a part of him, just as he would always be a part of it. The balance had been restored, but the forest's hunger was never truly sated. It would wait, as it always had, for the next moment when it would need to be bound again. Daniel looked out across the forest, his heart heavy but hopeful. It was not over. But for now at least the forest was at peace.
The air was still now, heavy with the weight of what had transpired. The oppressive pulse of the heart had faded, its deep, rhythmic thrum now a distant memory, echoing only faintly beneath the surface of the earth. The land, once so eager to consume, now lay silent. The trees stood tall again, their branches swaying gently in the cool wind, their roots deep in the soil, connected to the pulse of the earth, not with hunger, but with a steady, peaceful rhythm. Daniel remained kneeling on the ground, his hands pressed against the earth, his body trembling from the sheer weight of the power he had just fought against. His mind buzzed with the remnants of the forest's energy, an awareness that lingered in his veins, in his blood. The heart's presence had left an indelible mark on him. It had been more than just a force, it had been a part of him, a reflection of his own will and struggle. He had fought it, he had tamed it, and in doing so, he had become intertwined with it, whether he wanted to or not. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the forest was quiet. The eerie whispers had ceased, the shadows no longer seemed to creep from the edges of his vision, and the ever-present feeling of being watched, of being hunted, had faded. The world was no longer a battleground between man and nature. It was, at peace. Daniel took a deep breath, his lungs filling with the clean, fresh air that surrounded him. The forest, once thick with the stench of decay and the weight of unseen eyes, now smelled of earth, of moss, and of something else, something unfamiliar. It was the smell of life returning. The forest was healing. But even as he sat there, breathing in the calm, Daniel knew it wasn't truly over. The balance had been restored, but it was fragile, delicate. It would not take much for the forest to awaken again, for the heart to stir once more, to claim what it had lost. The forest was eternal, its hunger unyielding. But now, it had learned a lesson, it could be bound, it could be held at bay. And that was what Daniel had done, he had learned to contain it. But the cost of that containment was far greater than he had anticipated. As he sat on the cool ground, his body aching from the strain, a strange sense of loss settled over him. The connection between him and the forest was not one of triumph. It wasn't the victory of defeating an enemy, but the quiet understanding that something deep within him had changed. The forest had marked him. And he had marked the forest. They were bound to each other now, forever. Daniel slowly rose to his feet, his legs unsteady beneath him. The forest was beautiful, more alive than it had been in days, but there was a darkness still lurking beneath its surface. The heart had been contained, but its power was still there, deep beneath the soil, waiting. The forest would never truly be at peace, he would never truly be at peace. He gazed out into the depths of the woods, where the trees grew denser and the shadows deeper. The path that had led him here, through the forest, into the heart of its power, seemed to stretch on forever, winding into a place he could never fully understand. He had come to fight the heart, to stop its hunger, but in doing so, he had crossed a threshold. There was no going back. The forest had changed him. And so, too, had he changed the forest. The sound of footsteps disturbed the silence. Daniel's body tensed instinctively, but he didn't need to look to know who was coming. The figure who had guided him, who had spoken of balance and restraint, emerged from the trees, its form shimmering with soft light. "You have done it," the figure said, its voice gentle, though it carried the weight of something ancient. It stood beside Daniel, its presence calming, like a touch of cool water after a long, weary journey. "The heart is bound. The forest is at peace, for now." Daniel nodded, but the words felt hollow in his chest. He had done it, yes. He had succeeded. But at what cost? "Is it truly over?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Will the forest ever truly be at peace?" The figure sighed, the sound soft and mournful. The forest is eternal. It does not know peace as you understand it. It knows only cycles, birth and death, creation and destruction. What you have done is not the end, but a pause. The forest will always hunger. But now it knows it can be contained. Daniel turned to look at the figure. The light around it seemed to flicker, its form shifting slightly, as though it, too, was more than what it appeared. There was wisdom in its eyes, wisdom that stretched far beyond Daniel's comprehension.
How long will the peace last? Daniel asked, his voice full of uncertainty. He needed to know. He needed to understand if there was a future for him, if there was a future for the forest. That is not for us to decide, the figure replied softly. The forest cycles are beyond our reach, but you have done what few could. You have bound the heart, and that will give this world time. Time to grow, time to heal. Daniel clenched his fist, staring down at the ground. But how long? How long until the forest rises again? The figure paused, its light dimming as if considering the question. Then it spoke, its voice carrying a weight that seemed to stretch across eons. Perhaps a century, perhaps 1,000 years. But the forest will always rise, and so will you in its time. The balance between you and the forest is fragile, Daniel. Do not forget that. Daniel looked back at the forest, his gaze sweeping over the dark trees, the towering branches, the shadows that clung to the edges of the clearing. The heart, deep beneath the soil, was still there. It was dormant for now, but it would wake again. And when it did, the cycle would begin once more. What now? Daniel asked, the question feeling like a weight pressing down on him. What was he supposed to do now? He had saved the world, perhaps, but at what cost to himself? The forest had marked him, and he was unsure of what that meant for his future. The figure seemed to consider this, and then, in a voice tinged with quiet sadness, it spoke again. You must return to the world, Daniel, but you will never be the same. You are a part of the forest now. Your heart beats with its pulse. And when the forest calls to you again, you must answer. Daniel's breath hitched at the words. He had always known that the forest would change him, but hearing it said aloud made it real. He could never escape the woods. He was bound to it whether he wanted to be or not. The forest was a part of him now. And yet, as he stood there, staring into the heart of the woods, he didn't feel fear. He didn't feel anger or sadness. He felt understanding. A quiet understanding of the balance between light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction. The forest had a cycle. It had always had a cycle. And he too was part of it now. The figure stepped back, its form fading into the shadows, the soft glow of its presence dimming until it was gone completely. The wind rustled the leaves of the trees, and for a moment, all was still. The world seemed to hold its breath. Daniel took a deep breath, his heart steadying as he turned away from the clearing. He had done what needed to be done. He had bound the heart, and for now the forest was at peace. But he knew deep down that this was only a temporary victory. The forest would rise again, and when it did, he would be ready. He would answer its call. But for now he could leave. For now he could walk away from the woods, knowing that he had given everything to protect this world. And perhaps one day when the forest called to him again, he would have the strength to answer. Daniel took one last, lingering look at the forest, its towering trees now swaying in the evening breeze, their rustling leaves singing a quiet lullaby. The land had settled, the darkness of the forest subdued for now. But as the last traces of the setting sun filtered through the branches, a thought lingered in the back of Daniel's mind, a dark, nagging certainty that the forest was never truly at peace. He had done what he could to contain it, but there was always a cost. The forest had taken its toll on him, and in return, he had left part of himself buried deep within its heart. His body still ached, his muscles sore from the strain of binding the heart. But it wasn't just his body that hurt. His soul, too, felt the weight of what he had done, the toll it had taken. The forest had marked him, had left its mark on his very being. The balance he had restored was fragile, and he knew that in time, he would be called back. The forest would always need him, and when it did, he would have no choice but to answer. But for now, he had to leave. The world beyond the trees was waiting, and while the forest had claimed a part of him,
it had also given him something in return, a new understanding, a new sense of purpose. Daniel turned away from the forest, his footsteps slow but deliberate as he made his way toward the distant horizon. The path ahead was unclear, and the road seemed endless. But with each step, a sense of clarity began to settle in. The world beyond the trees was vast, and it was waiting for him to discover it. The forest had been his prison, but it had also been his teacher. It had shown him the truth of the world, the darkness that lurked beneath the surface, the balance that must always be maintained. It had revealed the depths of his own strength, his own resilience. He had been tested in ways he never could have imagined, pushed to the brink of his own limits. But through it all, he had survived. And now, he was free to forge his own path, to seek the answers that lay beyond the horizon. The forest had taught him one truth above all, that life was a cycle, ever turning, ever changing. The heart of the forest might have been bound for now, but in the end, the cycle would continue. It was not just the forest that had cycles, it was the world, and even the soul itself. As he walked, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the land. The air was cool, the breeze carrying the scent of pine and earth. He had spent so long in the shadow of the forest that the world beyond felt almost foreign to him. It was quiet here, almost eerily so, as though the land itself was waiting for something. For him, perhaps. Or for the inevitable return of the heart. Daniel's mind wandered to what he had left behind, the people, the life he had once known. He hadn't thought of home in a long time. The road ahead would be long, but it was his to walk now. He was no longer the man who had entered the forest, desperate and lost. He was someone else entirely, someone who had faced the darkness and come through it, changed, but alive. And as much as he feared what the future might bring, he knew one thing for certain: he would never be the same. The moon rose slowly in the sky, its pale light illuminating the landscape around him. Daniel stopped for a moment to look up at it, the silver glow casting long, haunting shadows across the land. The forest's reach stretched far, even here. It was as if the moonlight itself carried a part of the heart's pulse, its endless rhythm echoing across the world. The quiet hum of the forest was always there, beneath the surface, waiting. For a long while, Daniel walked without speaking, the sound of his footsteps the only noise in the stillness of the night. He wasn't sure where he was going, or what he would find when he got there. The world seemed vast and empty, and for a moment, he felt the weight of it press down on him. There were no answers here, no certainty, only the road ahead, the same road that had led him into the heart of the forest and out again. The distant howl of a wolf broke the silence, a lone cry that echoed through the night. Daniel paused, listening to the sound, and for a brief moment, he thought he heard something else beneath it, a distant, almost imperceptible thrum. It was faint, but unmistakable. The heart, still pulsing, still alive beneath the earth. It was a reminder. A reminder that no matter how far he walked, the forest would always be with him, its presence ever looming, always waiting for the moment when it would rise again. He shook his head, pushing the thought away. There would be time to face that when it came. For now, he needed to focus on the world ahead, on the journey he had started. He couldn't keep looking over his shoulder, always haunted by the forest. He had to find a way to live beyond it, to create a life that was his own. But as he walked, the road seemed to stretch on endlessly before him. The path was unclear, the future uncertain. And yet, there was a sense of purpose in each step. He had faced the darkness and survived. He had bound the heart of the forest. And for the first time in a long time, Daniel felt a flicker of hope. The journey would be long, and it would not be easy. But he was no longer afraid of what lay ahead. He had walked through the shadows, and now he was ready to walk in the light.
Days passed as Daniel walked further from the forest, deeper into the unknown. The world beyond the trees felt vast, almost too much for him to comprehend. He had no destination in mind, no clear goal. All he knew was that he had to keep moving forward. There was no turning back. The forest was behind him, but its grip still held tight within him. The land had been marked by the heart, and now he was marked by it too. No matter where he went, he could still feel the pulse beneath the earth, a constant reminder of the power he had fought to contain. At times, the pull of the forest grew stronger, especially at night. The winds would stir, carrying with them the faintest whispers, the distant call of the trees, urging him to return. But Daniel did not stop. He pressed on, walking through the night, moving toward whatever lay ahead. He knew that his journey was far from over. The forest had only been one chapter in a much larger story. He was no longer just a man who had wandered into the woods. He was a man who had faced the heart of the forest and survived. And that survival had given him something more than just strength. It had given him purpose. One evening, as the sun began to set, casting the land in deep shadows, Daniel found himself at the edge of a small village. It was nestled in a valley, surrounded by hills and forest. The people here seemed simple, their lives quiet, but there was something in the air, an undercurrent of unease. The village was too still, too quiet. It felt like a place caught between two worlds, a place on the verge of something. But what? Daniel approached the village, his steps slow and measured. His instincts told him to move on, to keep going, to never stop. But there was something about this place that drew him in. Perhaps it was the lingering sense of unfinished business, something still left undone. He wasn't sure. But the path had led him here, and for now he would stay. The village lay at the foot of a steep hill, its quaint cottages nestled into the earth like forgotten relics from a time long past. The stone paths that wound through it were worn smooth from countless steps, their edges softened by moss and creeping ivy. A gentle mist hovered low to the ground, clinging to the trees and buildings in a way that made the village seem half real, like something suspended between waking and dreaming. As Daniel stepped closer to the village, the air grew thick with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. The village was eerily quiet, with no sign of movement or sound except the occasional creak of a wooden beam in the distance. The only thing that disturbed the silence was the wind, which seemed to whisper through the trees at the edge of the village, carrying with it a chill that sent a shiver down his spine. Daniel paused at the entrance to the village, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The buildings were old, some of them leaning in strange ways, as if time had warped their foundations. The roofs were covered in moss, and the walls were streaked with the marks of weathered years. There was a sense of decay here, a lingering sadness in the air, as though the village had once been full of life, but now only the echoes of its past remained. He continued forward, his steps slow and deliberate, as though the very act of walking here demanded caution. His instincts told him to keep moving, to continue on his journey, but something about the village made him hesitate. Perhaps it was the strange stillness, the sense that the land was waiting for something. The forest had taught him to trust his instincts, to listen to the quiet whispers of the earth, and right now, the earth here was speaking to him, though he didn't understand its message. As he moved deeper into the village, he noticed the houses seemed deserted. No lights burned in the windows, no smoke curled from chimneys. The streets were empty, devoid of any sign of life. And yet, there was a strange energy in the air, a heavy, palpable sense of something watching. It was as if the village was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Daniel's pulse quickened as the sense of unease grew stronger. He reached the center of the village, where a small square stood, surrounded by half-collapsed buildings. In the middle of the square was a fountain, its stone surface cracked and weathered, the water long since dried up. The fountain was adorned with a statue, its features eroded by time, but still vaguely human. The stone face was twisted into an expression of sorrow, its eyes hollow and empty, staring out over the square. Daniel approached the fountain, his footsteps echoing in the quiet space. The air around him seemed to grow colder, and the shadows deepened. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong here, something beyond the emptiness. The village, the land itself, felt as though it were on the verge of a terrible revelation, like the stillness before a storm, the calm before the thunder.
As he stood there, staring into the empty fountain, he felt a presence behind him. He turned quickly, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his knife, but there was nothing there. The square remained empty, the silence pressing in on him like a physical force. And then, from the far side of the square, a figure emerged. It was a woman, draped in a cloak of dark fabric that seemed to blend into the shadows. Her face was obscured by a hood, but there was something about her presence that felt familiar, something about the way she moved, the way she carried herself. She walked toward him slowly, her footsteps soft, almost soundless, as if she were floating rather than walking. Daniel's heart raced, his mind racing with possibilities. Was she a villager? Someone who had remained in the village while others had disappeared? Or was she something else entirely? The figure's silence only deepened the mystery. She seemed to glide across the square, her movements graceful, deliberate, and when she stopped in front of him, she lifted her head, revealing her face. Her features were delicate, pale, almost ghostly. Her eyes were dark, black as the void, and when they locked onto Daniel's, a shiver ran through him. It wasn't fear, at least, not entirely. There was something in her eyes that drew him in, something ancient and knowing, like she had seen things that were beyond the reach of ordinary men. "You've come," she said, her voice a whisper, barely audible, but clear in the stillness of the square. It was a voice that carried a weight, a quiet authority that made Daniel feel as though she already knew him, as though she had been waiting for him. Daniel opened his mouth to speak, but his throat was dry, his words caught. The woman continued, her gaze unwavering. "You can feel it, can't you?" she asked, her voice soft but piercing. "The pulse beneath the earth. The heart has been bound, but it still calls. It calls to those who have touched its power." Daniel swallowed hard. The connection to the forest, the heart, it was still with him, lingering deep within him. The pulse had not gone silent, it had only faded into the background, waiting for the right moment to awaken once more. "Who are you?" he finally managed to ask, his voice hoarse, almost as if speaking strained muscles that had not been used in too long. The woman smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "I am someone who has seen what the forest can do, what it will do. I have watched as it has taken, and I have watched as it has given." Her smile faded, replaced by an expression of sorrow. "But I have also seen what happens when the balance is broken." Daniel's mind raced. "Balance? You speak as though the forest is still alive." "I sealed it. I bound the heart."
She shook her head slowly. "You did not bind it. You merely paused it. The heart will always beat. It cannot be destroyed, only contained for a time. And that time is running out." Daniel felt a chill wash over him. Her words were like a prophecy, a warning of something inevitable. "Then why are you here?" he asked, the question barely leaving his lips. The woman's gaze deepened, her eyes searching him as though she could see into the very depths of his soul. "Because, Daniel, the forest has a price, and you have paid part of it. But there is more to come." The air seemed to thicken, and the faint whispers that Daniel had ignored for days grew louder, swirling around him like a wind. The village, with its empty houses and silent streets, now felt like a tomb, a place caught between two worlds, between life and death. The woman's presence seemed to be the bridge between them, a figure straddling both realms, and as she spoke again, her voice carried a sense of finality. "The heart will call again, and when it does you will answer, whether you wish to or not." Daniel's heart pounded in his chest. The echoes of the forest, the pulse of the heart, were not something he could escape. He had known that, deep down, but hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a way that was almost suffocating. He stepped back, instinctively pulling away from the woman, from the weight of her words. "I don't understand," he said, his voice barely more than a breath. "What do you want from me?" The woman took a step forward, her gaze never leaving his. "What I want is not what matters. What matters is what you are willing to sacrifice to stop what is coming. You have already given part of yourself to the forest. But that is not enough. The heart must be sealed, truly sealed, or the land will drown in its hunger. And you, Daniel, are the key. Daniel felt his stomach churn, the weight of her words pressing down on him. He had thought that by binding the heart, he had ended the forest's reign of terror. But now he understood he had only delayed it. The heart had not been defeated. It had merely gone dormant, waiting for the moment when it would rise again. And when it did, it would be his to face. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice small in the face of the enormity of what lay ahead. The woman's smile returned, but it was not one of comfort. It was a smile tinged with sadness. "You must go to the heart of the heart, where the pulse is strongest. And there you must make a choice, give everything or risk losing everything." Daniel felt the ground beneath him shift. The pulse of the heart, still present, still lingering, began to grow stronger once more. The forest's call, distant and faint at first, was now louder, more insistent. The time of peace was over. The heart would rise again. And when it did, only one thing would remain: the choice.
The wind picked up again, sweeping through the village square with an eerie howl. The faint sound of distant whispers seemed to carry on the breeze, as if the very earth was alive and communicating in a language beyond human understanding. Daniel's mind raced, trying to process the words the woman had spoken, but the weight of them pressed down on him like a physical force. The forest's pulse had not been silenced, as he had hoped. It was merely dormant, waiting, watching, like a great, slumbering beast. The woman's gaze never wavered, her dark eyes locked onto his as if she could see into the very core of his being. There was a quiet understanding in her eyes, a knowledge of the path ahead. She wasn't just a stranger to this land. She was part of it, bound to it in a way that made her words carry the weight of ancient wisdom. Daniel knew, without a doubt, that she wasn't simply here to warn him. She was here because she had a part to play, and he had a choice to make. "The heart has been bound, but it will rise again," she repeated softly, her voice almost a whisper. "And when it does, you will have to make a choice." The wind picked up again, sending a flurry of leaves swirling around them in a wild dance. Daniel shivered, not from the cold but from the sheer weight of what lay ahead. The woman had spoken of a choice between everything and nothing. What did that mean? What could he possibly give to truly stop the heart from rising again? He had already given so much of himself, his strength, his resolve, his soul intertwined with the very essence of the forest. Was there more left to give?
"What do you mean by, give everything?" Daniel finally asked, his voice heavy with the unspoken question that had been gnawing at him. "What's left for me to sacrifice?" Her eyes softened, but the sadness in her gaze remained. She took a step closer, the hem of her cloak fluttering in the wind, her presence commanding and yet strangely comforting. There was no fear in her, no hesitation. She had already accepted what needed to be done, even if Daniel had not. "You've already paid part of the price," she said, her voice quiet yet firm. "But the heart is not something that can be bound without consequence. It feeds Daniel. It feeds on more than just the land. It feeds on you. And unless you give something of equal value in return, its hunger will grow too great to contain." Daniel took a step back, his heart pounding in his chest. His mind spun, torn between the desire to escape, to flee, and the gnawing certainty that there was nowhere to hide from the forest. He had sealed the heart, but that seal was not permanent. The land was bound to the forest, and by extension he was bound to it as well. The forest would always hunger, and he had merely put it to sleep for a while. But how could he fight against something so ancient, so vast, when he had already given so much? "What must I give?" he asked, his voice barely more than a breath. His heart raced in his chest, the uncertainty pressing down on him with a suffocating weight. The woman's expression grew more solemn. She stepped closer, her presence overwhelming. She seemed to embody the very essence of the forest, the ancient power that flowed beneath the earth, the pulse that beat in time with the heart. She was a part of the cycle, the keeper of the balance, and her words were the final warning. "Your life is intertwined with the heart, Daniel, but so is your soul. The question is not what you must give, but what you can give. The heart demands a sacrifice, and you must decide whether you are willing to give it. If you are to stop the heart's rise once more, if you are to ensure that this cycle does not consume all that you know, you must surrender something of yourself. Something more than what you have already given." Her words echoed in the space between them, like a slow, rhythmic drumbeat that pulsed through his very bones. The heart's hunger was not just for power or land, it was a hunger for life, for the essence of existence itself. The forest was alive, but it was also consuming, devouring all that crossed its path. And Daniel had made himself part of that cycle, binding the heart, but in doing so, he had awakened something far deeper and more dangerous than he could have ever anticipated. "You must give yourself entirely," the woman whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of the truth. "You must give your soul to the heart. In exchange, the balance will be maintained. The forest will sleep. The heart will be contained. But you will be forever bound to it." Daniel felt the ground beneath him shift. The weight of her words crashed down on him, threatening to crush him with their meaning. His heart thudded in his chest, the pulse of the heart growing louder, more insistent. It was calling to him as if it knew he was close to the breaking point, close to making a decision that would shape his fate forever. "What does that mean?" Daniel managed to ask, his voice hoarse, strained. "What does it mean to give my soul to the heart?" The woman looked at him with a deep, knowing gaze. "It means you will become part of the forest. You will live with its pulse. You will be the forest, its spirit, its essence. The cycle will continue, but you will not be lost in it. You will remain in the world, but you will never truly leave the forest. You will feel its hunger, its pain, its desire. And when the heart calls, you will answer. Always." Daniel's breath caught in his throat. The weight of her words was too much to bear. He had already given so much. His body, his strength, his will, and now she was asking him for more. She was asking him to give up his very soul, to become part of the forest, to live forever with the burden of its pulse, its hunger, its eternal cycle. The world around him seemed to fade, leaving only the steady thrum of the heart. The forest was alive, and he had become a part of it. There was no escaping it. The forest had claimed him, and now it was asking for his soul. The wind howled through the trees, a chorus of whispers that seemed to call his name, urging him to make a decision. The forest's hunger would never cease. It would always be there, beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when it would rise again. And Daniel was the key. He was the one who could either keep it contained or allow it to consume the world. The choice was his. "Is there no other way?" Daniel asked, his voice breaking. "Is there no way to end it? To stop the forest's hunger once and for all?" The woman shook her head, her eyes full of sorrow. "The forest will always hunger, Daniel. It is not a thing that can be destroyed. It is a part of the world, a part of life. The heart will always call, and it will always need to be bound. But there is a cost, and you must decide whether you are willing to pay it." Daniel stood there, his mind spinning, his heart torn between the need to protect the world and the desire to escape the forest's endless call. He thought of the people he had once known, the life he had once lived. Could he truly give up everything? Could he give up his soul to ensure the safety of the world? Could he become one with the forest, bound to it forever? The whispers of the trees, the pulse of the heart, it all seemed too much to bear. The weight of the world pressed down on him, and in that moment, he felt the full extent of the burden he had carried. The forest had been his prison, but now it had become his responsibility. And in order to protect the world, he would have to make the ultimate sacrifice. His choice lay before him, the future of the forest and the world resting on the edge of a blade. Would he give everything to stop the heart? Would he surrender himself to the forest's endless hunger, knowing that his soul would never truly be free? The choice was his, and it would shape the fate of the land. The wind shifted in the square, carrying the chill of the coming night with it. Daniel felt it brush against his skin, sending a shiver down his spine. The weight of the choice, the enormity of what the woman had asked, pressed on him like an invisible hand, suffocating him. The village around him, once so still and desolate, now felt alive, its quiet corners echoing with the rustling of unseen spirits, the murmurs of the land itself. Daniel's heart thudded painfully in his chest as he stared at the woman. Her dark eyes held him captive, and her words, the promise of the forest's endless hunger, the cost of binding the heart, seemed to reverberate in the very air around him. Her face remained calm, almost too calm, as if she had seen this decision 1,000 times, as if she had always known that he would be the one to stand at the crossroads of fate. The forest's pulse echoed beneath his feet, the land itself alive with the rhythm of the heart. It was a constant, an undeniable presence,
as though the very ground beneath him hummed with the energy of the forest. It had been bound once before, but it would rise again. He had only delayed its hunger. And now, he was the one who would have to decide whether to feed it, or to bind it forever. The woman's voice broke through his thoughts, soft but insistent. "Do you understand what it means, Daniel?" she asked, her gaze never wavering. "Do you understand the price of your soul? The price of containing the heart, of holding the forest's hunger at bay?" Daniel swallowed, his throat dry, his heart beating faster with every passing second. He wanted to escape, to run, but his feet were rooted to the ground. The very earth beneath him seemed to hold him in place, as though the land itself was waiting for his decision. The wind picked up again, swirling around him, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and damp earth, the scent of the forest, of the pulse that would never cease. "I know," Daniel said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. His body trembled with the weight of the decision, the cost that loomed before him. "I know the forest's hunger. I've felt it in my bones. I've felt it in my soul. But I don't understand how I can give my soul. How can I surrender everything to the heart?" The woman's expression softened, and for the first time, Daniel saw a glimmer of something resembling sympathy in her eyes. But there was no pity. She did not pity him. She understood him. "Because you are part of the forest now," she said. "You always have been. From the moment you set foot in the woods, you became bound to it. Your soul has already been marked. You are connected to the land, to the heart, and there is no severing that bond. But there is a way to contain it, to ensure that the forest's hunger does not consume everything you hold dear." Daniel's heart raced as the woman spoke. The connection to the forest, the bond, he had always felt it, deep within him, like a quiet whisper in the back of his mind. The pull of the trees, the rustling leaves, the steady beat of the heart, it had always been there. The forest had always been calling, and he had answered, unknowingly at first, but now with full awareness of what he had become. "So, you're saying that if I give my soul, the forest will be at peace?" Daniel asked, his voice trembling. "That the heart's hunger will be contained for good?" The woman nodded slowly, her dark eyes watching him intently. "For a time. The forest will sleep, the heart will remain bound. The land will heal. But the cycle will never end. The heart will always return. It will always hunger. And you, Daniel, will be its keeper. You will answer its call, always." The weight of her words settled in his chest, heavy and suffocating. "What happens if I refuse?" Daniel asked, his voice hoarse. He didn't want to ask the question, didn't want to know the answer, but the words spilled out of him regardless. The woman's gaze darkened. "If you refuse, the heart will rise again. And when it does, it will devour all in its path. The forest's hunger will be unchecked, and everything you have fought for, everything you love, will be consumed. The balance will be broken, and the world will drown in the forest's endless desire." Daniel's stomach twisted at her words, the weight of them sinking in. The woman was right. He had seen it, felt it. The heart was alive, and it would always hunger. No matter how much he wanted to escape, to run from the responsibility, he knew deep down that there was no running from it. The forest was a part of him now, just as he was a part of the forest. His mind raced, the world spinning around him as he thought of all he had lost, all he had given. The world outside the forest, his life, his past, seemed so distant now, so far away. He had crossed into the heart of the wilderness, and there was no going back. The forest had claimed him, and now he had to decide whether to embrace it fully, to surrender himself to it, or to let it destroy everything. "I don't know if I can do this," Daniel whispered, his voice breaking. "I don't know if I can give everything." The woman's expression softened further, and she took a step closer to him. Her hand, pale and cold, reached out and rested gently on his shoulder. "You've already given more than you know," she said, her voice low and steady. "You've already walked through the fire. The forest will not ask for more than you are willing to give. But you must choose. You must choose whether to protect the world, to bind the heart and contain its hunger, or to let the forest consume everything." Daniel closed his eyes, the weight of the decision pressing down on him, suffocating him. The heart beat beneath the earth, a slow, rhythmic pulse that called to him, that whispered to him. He had always known that this moment would come, the moment when he would have to face the truth of the forest's power, of his own connection to it. And now that it had arrived, he felt as though he were drowning, the pressure of the choice crushing him. The wind picked up again, howling through the square, its voice a chorus of whispers. He could hear the trees in the distance, their branches creaking, their leaves rustling in the wind. The forest was alive. And it was waiting for him to make his decision. Daniel opened his eyes, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He looked at the woman, the figure who had guided him here, the one who had shown him the truth of the forest. She was not his enemy. She was a part of the cycle, just as he was. And her eyes, dark and knowing, were filled with the truth he had feared. "The forest has a price," she said softly, almost as if she were speaking to herself. "It always has. And you, Daniel, are the one who will pay it." Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as he made his decision. There was no running from this. There was no escaping the forest, no escaping the pulse that beat within him. He was part of it now, bound to it in ways he could not comprehend. And though the choice was a heavy one, he knew there was only one path left to take. "I will give," he whispered, his voice barely audible in the wind. "I will give everything." The woman nodded slowly, as if she had expected nothing less. Her hand lifted from his shoulder, and she stepped back, giving him space. The air around them seemed to shift, the pulse of the heart growing stronger, more insistent. Daniel could feel it now, deep within him, as though the forest itself were stirring, waiting for him to make his final move. The woman's voice broke the silence once more, her words final, almost ceremonial. "Then let the bond be sealed." Daniel closed his eyes, his breath steadying as he reached into the depths of his being. He felt the pull of the forest, the call of the heart, growing stronger with each passing second. The pulse was in him now, part of him, and as he surrendered his soul to it, he felt his very essence intertwining with the land. The earth beneath him trembled, and for a moment, he was no longer aware of his surroundings. He was lost in the rhythm of the heart, in the pulse that had always been there, that would always be there. And as he gave himself to it, he felt the weight of his sacrifice, a sacrifice that would bind him to the forest forever. The wind howled one final time, and the pulse of the heart faded into silence. The forest had been contained, for now. The price had been paid.
Time in the village seemed to stretch and bend, losing its sense of meaning. The land around Daniel had calmed. The wind had softened to a gentle breeze, the earth beneath him steady. But within him the pulse of the heart still thrummed, quiet but relentless. It had not left him. It never would. The forest's hunger had been temporarily contained, but it was a hunger that would return. The balance had been shifted, not broken. For now. The woman, whose name he still did not know, had disappeared into the shadows of the village with the same quiet grace that she had arrived. Her figure had melted into the mist, her presence fading as if she were nothing more than a part of the land itself. Daniel was left standing alone in the square, the weight of his decision sinking into the very marrow of his bones. He was bound to the forest now, a keeper of its pulse, its endless hunger. And though the village seemed to offer a fleeting peace, he knew that peace was an illusion. The heart of the forest was still beating, just beneath the surface, and sooner or later, it would rise again. His soul was forever marked, and his life would never be the same. The people in the village, if there were any, remained hidden from him. Perhaps they too were part of the land. Perhaps they were remnants of an ancient covenant, bound to the forest just as he was. There was no sign of life in the streets, no smoke rising from chimneys, no children playing in the square. Only the silent, watchful gaze of the buildings, standing like broken sentinels, bearing witness to the passage of time. Daniel knew he couldn't stay. Not here, in this place where the very air felt thick with the weight of forgotten histories. The forest had marked him, and he had no choice but to move forward, to find his place within the world. He could not stay in the village, waiting for the inevitable. He could not run from what he had become, but neither could he remain passive in the face of it. The road was before him again, just as it had been when he first ventured into the woods. It was long, uncertain, and filled with unknowns. But now it was his road to walk. The path ahead stretched out before him, but the forest, the heart, it would follow him wherever he went. He would be its keeper, its guardian, its prisoner. And though he had no way of knowing what that would entail, he knew one thing. He would have to learn to live with it. As Daniel began walking away from the village, he couldn't help but glance back. The square was silent, the houses still as graves. The mist had begun to creep in, curling around the edges of the buildings, obscuring his view. The village seemed to dissolve into the ether, a place caught between two worlds, where the living and the dead existed in a quiet standoff. The forest was not far now. He could feel it pulling at him, its pulse resonating deep within him. The trees were not far off, their dark silhouettes rising against the fading sky. The heart was waiting. He could sense it, feel its restless energy. It was always there, always calling, always hungry. The road ahead was narrow, winding, and uncertain. There was no destination, only the journey. The only thing he could do now was walk. Walk into the unknown. Walk toward the cycle that would never end. Days passed as Daniel traveled further from the village, deeper into the wilderness. The landscape seemed to stretch endlessly before him, a world of untamed forests and desolate plains. The further he walked, the quieter it became. The sounds of birds and insects, the rustle of wind in the trees, had all faded into the background, leaving only the silence of the land. It was as if the world itself had become a reflection of his own thoughts, a place caught in between, neither living nor dead. The forest was everywhere, its presence overwhelming. It called to him from the depths of the earth, from the towering trees that surrounded him on all sides. There was no escaping it. He had already given his soul, and now the forest's pulse was a part of him. It was in his blood, in his breath, in the very air he breathed. It was as though the heart had marked him with its eternal rhythm, binding him to it for as long as he lived. At night, the forest would grow restless. The wind would howl through the trees, and the earth beneath him would tremble as though it were alive. The darkness would stretch, a shadow over the land, and Daniel would lie awake, listening to the thrum of the heart beneath the soil, feeling the weight of it pressing against his chest, urging him to answer its call. It was an unyielding presence, one that would never release him. Each night he would dream. In his dreams, he would walk through the forest, its trees towering over him like ancient sentinels. The wind would whisper through the leaves, carrying with it a voice that spoke to him, called him by name. The heart's pulse would thrum beneath his feet, guiding him deeper into the woods, further into its grasp. He would walk for hours, for days, lost in the labyrinth of the forest, until he would reach the heart of it, the place where it all began. And when he reached the heart, when he stood before it, he would see himself. His reflection, distorted and twisted, staring back at him with eyes that were not his own. The forest's hunger would be written in his gaze, the pulse of the heart beating in time with his own heart. It was a vision of what he had become, one with the forest, bound to it, its guardian, its prisoner. But then, the voice would call to him. It would whisper to him, beckon him, telling him that it was time. Time to answer the heart's call. And Daniel would wake, his breath ragged, his body drenched in sweat. The forest's pulse would still be there, thumping in his chest, echoing in his mind. The cycle was relentless. It would never end. The heart would always call, and he would always answer. Weeks passed as Daniel continued his journey, each day blending into the next. The world outside the forest seemed to recede, becoming a distant memory. The trees were always with him, the heart's pulse always in the background, guiding him, pushing him forward. He passed through small villages, settlements that seemed to exist on the edge of the wilderness.
The people there were quiet, withdrawn, their eyes filled with an unspoken understanding. They were part of the land, bound to it, as he was. They spoke little, but there was a shared knowledge between them, a knowledge of the forest, of the heart, of the cycle that governed them all. In each village, Daniel would stay for a time, but always, he would leave. He could not stay. Not with the forest so close. Not with the pulse of the heart growing stronger with each passing day. The land was too quiet, too still, as though it were waiting for something. He knew it was waiting for him. Daniel had no real destination. The road ahead was open, but he walked with a sense of inevitability. He did not seek to find the heart, but he knew it would find him. It always did. And as the days passed, the pull of the forest became stronger. The whispers of the trees, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the rhythm of the earth, it was all becoming louder, more insistent. Daniel could feel the heart calling, could hear it beating deep beneath the soil. It was not a sound he could escape, not a force he could ignore. The forest was always there, always waiting. One evening, as the sky darkened and the stars began to appear overhead, Daniel stopped at the edge of a dense thicket of trees. The air was heavy with the scent of pine, and the wind had died down to a gentle rustle. The forest before him was quiet, but he knew it would not stay that way for long. He could feel the heart's pulse growing louder, calling to him from the depths of the earth. He stood there for a moment, staring into the darkness, and then, without a word, he stepped into the forest. The trees parted around him, and the path ahead seemed to open up, as though the forest itself was guiding him forward. He walked deeper into the woods, his footsteps silent on the soft earth. The heart was close now. He could feel it, hear it. And as he walked, Daniel knew that the forest would always be with him. It would always hunger. It would always call. And he would always answer. The cycle would continue. It had to.
The forest had become Daniel's only constant companion. No longer did the world outside the wilderness hold any true meaning for him. He was a ghost wandering through its shadows, his soul tethered to the ancient pulse beneath the earth. The land had grown quiet in his wake, as though even the animals could feel the weight of his burden. His every step was in time with the heart's unyielding rhythm, and though he had once thought the pulse was something he could control, something he could silence, he knew better now. He could only endure it. Days blurred into nights, each indistinguishable from the last. The dense trees stretched endlessly before him, their twisted trunks reaching like gnarled fingers toward the sky. The winds never fully stilled, and even in the stillness there was always movement, subtle, fleeting. Shadows danced beneath the canopy, and every crackling leaf seemed to whisper the same message, one that Daniel could no longer ignore. The land was alive. It had always been alive, and now it had claimed him. At times, Daniel would pause along the narrow paths that wound through the forest, his hand resting against the rough bark of a tree, feeling the faint tremor beneath his fingertips. The heart called to him, its pulse resonating in his bones, filling him with an urgency that he could not shake. The world around him seemed to breathe, to pulse in time with the rhythm of the heart, and though he had come to accept it, it was no less oppressive. He no longer feared the forest as he once had. He had become a part of it. The power, the hunger, the endless cycle. It was within him, shaping him, carving him into something new, something ancient. Yet, even as he walked deeper into the wilderness, Daniel couldn't shake the sense that something was missing, something had been lost. He felt the pull of the forest's hunger, and he knew that it was not just a hunger for land, for trees, for life. It was a hunger for him. He was not merely its keeper. He was its anchor. With each passing day, the call grew louder, more insistent. The weight of the forest's pulse filled his chest, pulling him deeper into its embrace. And though he could not run from it, he could not stop walking either. It was as though the forest itself had become the road beneath his feet, and no matter which direction he took, it always led back to the heart. One evening, after days of walking through the dense thicket, Daniel found himself at the foot of a high ridge. The forest stretched out in all directions below, a blanket of green and shadow that seemed to go on forever. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, the atmosphere heavy with the promise of rain. Dark clouds had begun to gather overhead, and the wind picked up, carrying with it the first hint of a storm. Daniel stood at the edge of the ridge, gazing out over the land. There was a strange sense of finality in the air, as though the forest itself had been holding its breath, waiting for something. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it faint echoes of something he could not quite place. The rhythm of the heart pulsed beneath the earth, but now it felt different. It was no longer the steady, relentless thrum it had been. It was growing louder, more frantic, like something was stirring deep within the forest. His heart quickened as he sensed it. The same eerie presence he had felt in the village, that feeling of being watched, of being drawn into something far greater than himself. It was the forest, yes, but it was also something more. Something old, something far beyond the heart, beyond the pulse that had marked him. The land was alive, but this was something ancient, something that had been waiting for him. Waiting for the keeper. He turned and walked down the ridge, the ground soft beneath his boots. The trees seemed to close in around him, their dark branches reaching like hands, pulling him forward. He had no choice but to follow. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the air thickened, growing heavier with each step. The wind had died down completely, and the only sound was the steady thrum of the heart beneath the earth. It was louder now, thumping in time with his own pulse, as if the two were one. The trees began to thin, and before him he saw it, a clearing. It was an ancient place, a hollow in the earth where the trees had fallen away, leaving a vast, circular depression. At the center of the clearing stood a massive stone structure, its surface worn and covered in moss and vines. It looked as though it had been there for centuries, perhaps longer, its origins lost to time. The air around it was thick with the same presence, that strange ancient energy that Daniel could not name. The heart's pulse was now a constant beat in his chest, and as he approached the stone structure, he felt a deep, undeniable pull. This was where the heart had begun. This was the place where it had first been bound, and now it was calling him home. He stepped into the clearing, his boots crunching on the dry earth. The air was still, as though the world had stopped in anticipation. He reached out a hand and placed it against the surface of the stone. It was warm to the touch, vibrating with the pulse of the forest, and as his fingers pressed against it, a strange sensation washed over him, an overwhelming sense of recognition, as if the stone were calling to him, recognizing him for what he was, the keeper. And then a voice broke the silence. It was not a voice in the air, but a voice that echoed within him, deep within his mind. A voice that carried with it the weight of millennia. "You have come, keeper. You have answered the call." Daniel froze, his breath catching in his throat. The voice was powerful, ancient, and yet it was also familiar, deep, like the sound of roots growing through the earth, a whisper from the depths of the land itself. He had felt this voice before, but now it was clear. It was the heart. The forest has waited for you, and now you must decide.
Daniel's heart thundered in his chest, and he stepped back, his mind racing. He had not expected this. He had not anticipated that the heart itself would speak to him, that it would make its presence known in such a direct, unyielding way. "What do you want from me?" Daniel asked, his voice trembling. He had never felt so vulnerable, so exposed. The heart was not a thing he could contain. It was not something he could control. It was an ancient force, older than the land, older than the people who had once lived here. And now, it was reaching out to him, pulling him deeper into its grasp. The voice responded, its tone soft but filled with undeniable authority. "You are bound to me, keeper. Your soul is mine, and you will serve the cycle. But there is more. There is a choice you must make." Daniel's breath hitched. A choice? What choice could he possibly have left? "You have bound me once before," the heart continued, its voice resonating within him. "But the cycle cannot be broken. You have seen what happens when the heart is contained. The land grows quiet. It sleeps. But it will always wake. Always hunger." Daniel nodded slowly. He had seen it, felt it, the restless nature of the forest. The hunger. It never truly ceased. "What do you want me to do?" he asked again, his voice tight. The heart's voice was slow, almost contemplative. You are the keeper. You have chosen this path, and now, you must decide whether to serve the cycle or to break it. To break it would mean your end. You would cease to exist, your soul lost forever. But the heart would be free. Daniel's eyes widened, and he took a step back. The heart's words were weighty, filled with dread, yet there was something else, something compelling. And if I continue? If I remain your keeper? If you remain, you will be bound forever to me, to the land, to the pulse of the forest. You will serve the cycle, answering its call for eternity. You will grow with the land, live as one with it, but you will never truly be free. Daniel closed his eyes, the weight of the decision pressing on him like 1,000 stones. He had already given his soul. He had already surrendered. But now, the question was more than just sacrifice, it was about the very nature of his existence. Could he break the cycle? Could he end the heart's hunger, even if it meant his own destruction? I choose, he whispered, but the words faltered. He could not decide. The choice was too great. And yet, the heart's voice reached him again, soft but insistent. You choose, keeper. The decision is yours. But remember this, whether you break the cycle or serve it, you will remain a part of the forest. The cycle will never end. Only the form it takes can change. Daniel opened his eyes and looked into the darkness of the forest before him. The land was alive, and it would always hunger. The question was no longer whether he could escape it, but how he would live within it.
The clearing stretched before Daniel, the stone structure standing as a silent sentinel in the heart of the forest. The ancient, unyielding presence of the heart pulsated in the earth beneath him, and as he stood at its center, his mind swirled with the weight of the choice laid before him. The heart's voice, now quieter but no less commanding, echoed within his mind. He could feel it, its hunger, its longing, its ancient desire to be free. But what did freedom mean? What did it really mean? The wind had picked up once more, swirling around the clearing with a quiet intensity, carrying with it the earthy scent of the forest, the whisper of something far older than the land itself. Daniel shivered slightly despite the warmth of the air. The trees around him were still, their silent gaze as unblinking as ever. The forest was watching, waiting. The heart was not just a force of nature. It was a presence, a living, breathing entity that had endured long before Daniel's birth and would continue long after his death. It had no real concept of time. To it, existence was a continuous cycle, unbroken by the fleeting lives of those who walked upon it. And Daniel had become part of that cycle. His soul, his essence, was entwined with it. He could feel it now, its steady rhythmic thrum as constant and inevitable as the beating of his own heart. Break the cycle, the heart had whispered to him, or serve it. But what did breaking the cycle mean? Was it truly freedom, or was it the end of everything? Could he even live with the knowledge of what he would become if he chose to serve it? The thought of freedom, of a life without the constant weight of the forest's hunger, was tempting. It promised peace, a cessation of the endless pull that gnawed at him every waking moment. He could end the cycle, sever the tie that bound him to the heart. The price would be steep, yes, but he had already sacrificed so much. What was one more life? His life. Would his soul be enough to quiet the hunger of the forest forever? Would it? The question lingered in his mind, unanswered. The trees around him shifted, their branches creaking as if in response to his thoughts. The forest was alive in more ways than one. The wind rustled the leaves, and Daniel's gaze drifted to the stone structure, where the ancient markings had begun to glow faintly, as though they were stirring from a long slumber. The forest's pulse quickened, and with it, Daniel felt his own heartbeat thrum faster in his chest. He was becoming one with it, as though the forest itself were syncing its rhythm with his own. He closed his eyes, trying to clear his thoughts, but the truth was undeniable. His existence was not his own anymore. He had made the choice long ago when he first set foot in the woods, when he had first felt the pull of the heart. The forest had claimed him, and now it was asking him to decide, to give everything or to take everything. You are the keeper, Daniel. The heart spoke once more, its voice low and haunting, the sound of roots breaking through the earth, of ancient things waking from their slumber. You have always been the keeper. The cycle needs you, but you need the cycle as well. Daniel's breath caught in his throat, his pulse racing. He was the keeper, but the truth stung. He had been chosen. The heart had drawn him in, wrapped him in its roots, bound him to it. He had no escape. There was no running, no hiding from what he had become. But could he accept it? Could he accept being bound to the forest for eternity? Night descended slowly over the clearing, the sky darkening in shades of violet and black, as though the very heavens themselves were reflecting the uncertainty that churned within Daniel. The stars were hidden behind a shroud of thick clouds, and the wind had died down to a soft murmur, the air still, almost suffocating. The heartbeat of the forest was all he could hear now, thudding in his ears, growing louder, stronger. The heart was calling him, beckoning him into its fold. And as the air thickened with the pulse of the forest, Daniel knew it was time to make his decision. He turned, facing the stone structure once more, its surface glowing faintly beneath the moonless sky. The markings etched into the rock were ancient, symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light, as though they were alive, imbued with a power that transcended time itself. The heart's pulse resonated through the stone, and as Daniel reached out a hand to touch its surface, the vibrations coursed through his body like a shock, sending a tremor through his limbs. A surge of memories flashed through his mind, memories of the forest's vastness, its endless hunger, its power. He remembered the first time he had stepped into these woods, the feeling of the air thick with magic, the pull that had drawn him in. He had been a stranger then, unaware of the depth of what lay beneath the surface, unaware of the force that had been waiting for him. But now he understood. The forest had always known that he would come. It had waited for him, for the keeper, and when he had come, it had welcomed him with open arms. And now it asked for his decision. He could feel it, the weight of his soul pressing against the stone, merging with the pulse of the heart. The land was calling him, and he could not ignore it. The cycle had always been, and it would always be. But the question remained, could he end it? Could he be the one to break it? The voice of the heart whispered once more, its words a soft caress, as though it knew the answer before Daniel had even begun to speak. It is your choice, keeper. You can break the cycle, end the heart's hunger, but the forest will never forget you. You will leave it behind, and you will cease to exist as you are now. Your soul will dissolve into the land, forever becoming part of the earth, the roots, the pulse of the forest. Or you can serve the cycle, remain as you are, and be bound to it for all eternity. The forest will sleep, but the hunger will remain. The balance will be kept. Daniel closed his eyes, his mind racing. The forest's hunger would never truly cease. It would sleep, yes, but it would always wake. It would always need a keeper. The price of breaking the cycle was not just his life, it was his very existence, his soul. And yet, the thought of the heart being free, the thought of ending the forest's endless hunger, called to him with a power he could not ignore. But if he chose to remain, if he chose to become its eternal keeper, what would he lose? What part of himself would he give up in exchange for the land's survival? Would he become a hollow shell, bound forever to the pulse of the heart, or would he truly live, truly exist, in the way he had always hoped? He felt the answer deep in his bones, in the rhythm of his heart, the pulse of the land. I choose to remain. The words spilled from his lips, and the moment they did, the forest seemed to stir around him. The stone structure vibrated, the markings glowing brighter, as if the very land had accepted his decision.
The heart's pulse quickened, a soft, rhythmic thrum echoing through the earth. The cycle had begun again, and Daniel was bound to it, as it had always been. He could feel it now, the weight of his choice. He was not free. Not now. Not ever. He had given himself to the forest, and in return, the forest would keep him. He would answer the call, serve the cycle, and in time, he would become as ancient as the land itself. But even as the weight of the decision pressed on him, Daniel knew something else. The heart had no true victory. It could never be free. No one could truly escape the hunger. The cycle would continue, but so would he. He was the keeper. And as the keeper, he would walk the line between life and death, between man and nature, forevermore. The choice had been made, and the consequences were now irreversible. The very air seemed to change as the decision settled into Daniel's bones, into the very core of his being. The moment he had spoken those words, "I choose to remain," the forest had stirred. A strange calm fell over him, a profound silence that swallowed the world. The wind had stilled, the rustling of leaves and the sound of birdsong disappeared into the shadows. For a moment, all that remained was the rhythmic thrum of the heart, pulsing beneath the earth, as if the very land was breathing with him. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, each beat resonating with the pulse of the forest. He could feel it now, more than ever before, an inescapable connection. The heart's rhythm and his own were one and the same. The cycle had claimed him. He was part of it. And though he had chosen to serve it, the truth of his decision weighed heavily upon him, its full scope still unraveling in his mind. The stone structure before him had fallen silent again, its markings now dim, as though the forest itself had acknowledged the shift, the eternal bond. The land around him seemed to wait, to listen, to breathe. Daniel stepped back slowly, his feet unsteady on the earth beneath him. The forest had accepted him, but it had also claimed him in ways he had yet to fully understand. There was no going back now. No undoing the decision. The land around him seemed to come alive once more. The trees began to sway gently in the breeze, their leaves whispering to one another, as though discussing the change. The sky overhead, though still veiled in thick clouds, seemed to shift, the air growing heavier with the promise of rain. Daniel could feel the weight of it, as though the storm was a manifestation of the forest's power, a force that could neither be controlled nor ignored. And then, as if on cue, the first drops of rain began to fall. The water hit the earth like tiny whispers, soft at first, then growing heavier, until the clearing was alive with the sound of rain, the steady rhythm of each drop hitting the ground. The air was thick with moisture, and the scent of the earth, of wet pine and damp moss, filled Daniel's senses. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the rain soak into his skin, feeling its coolness wash over him. It was as though the forest had acknowledged his choice in this ancient, ritualistic way, through the rain, through the pulse of the land. It was both a blessing and a reminder that the forest was alive, that it would never truly sleep. He took a deep breath and began to walk, his footsteps quiet against the damp earth. The rain had already begun to turn the soil into a soft, spongy carpet beneath him, and the forest around him was alive with sound, so many voices in the dark, so many calls from the trees, the leaves, the roots. He could feel them, all of them, speaking to him in a language older than the world itself. The trees whispered warnings, the winds carried ancient songs, and the earth beneath him seemed to hum with the secrets it had held for centuries. As he moved deeper into the forest, the path seemed to open up before him, leading him further into the heart of the woods. The deeper he went, the more the landscape began to shift. The trees grew taller, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches stretching up to the sky like arms reaching for something just beyond their grasp. The undergrowth thickened, becoming an intricate web of vines and brambles, each step forward dragging him deeper into the web of the forest's embrace. And still, the heart's pulse beat, steady and unrelenting. Daniel had not expected the path ahead to be clear. He knew that the forest was a place of shifting paths, of illusions, of trials. It had always been that way, as though it tested all those who entered, keeping them bound to it until they had proven themselves worthy, or until they had given up entirely. Daniel had chosen to remain, but the forest would not make it easy on him. It had never made things easy for anyone. He pushed through the thick brush, each step more laborious than the last. The rain fell heavier now, and the world around him blurred into a haze of green and gray, the trees dripping with water, the ground soggy and uneven beneath his feet. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, of life and death, all intertwined in a tangled, cyclical dance. Daniel's mind raced with thoughts of what lay ahead. What would he become now that the cycle had claimed him completely? Was he truly the keeper, Or was he just another cog in the ancient wheel of the forest's hunger? As if to answer his unspoken question, the forest seemed to respond. The air shifted, the wind picking up, carrying with it the sound of something moving, something large, something powerful. Daniel froze, every muscle in his body tensing. His eyes darted around, searching for the source of the noise, but the forest was vast, its shadows deep. It was impossible to tell where the sound was coming from, but he could feel it, a presence in the trees, something ancient, something watching him. He took another step forward, and that was when he saw it. In the distance, barely visible through the rain-soaked trees, a figure appeared. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form shadowy and indistinct, but there was something about it that filled Daniel with an undeniable sense of dread. The figure stood still, motionless, watching him with eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness.
Daniel's breath caught in his throat. His body was frozen in place, caught between fight or flight, but there was nowhere to run. The forest had already claimed him. The heart had already marked him. And this, whatever it was part of that. The figure began to move, slowly, deliberately, its long, skeletal limbs gliding through the trees. As it drew nearer, Daniel could make out more details. It was humanoid in shape, but its features were distorted, its limbs unnaturally long, its body covered in moss and vines, its eyes burning with an eerie light. The creature was not entirely of the forest, but it was certainly bound to it. It was something ancient, something that had lived within the heart of the woods for as long as the heart itself. Daniel could feel its gaze upon him, penetrating, searching, knowing. It was as if it had seen him before, as if it had known him long before he had ever set foot in these woods. Its presence was overwhelming, suffocating. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure stopped. It stood there, in the shadow of the trees, watching Daniel with those glowing eyes. "You have chosen, Keeper," the figure said, its voice a low, echoing sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "The cycle has claimed you. But be warned, there are those who will not allow you to rest. There are those who will test your resolve." Daniel took a hesitant step forward, his mind racing, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the weight of the creature's words pressing down on him, could feel the truth of them in his bones. The cycle was not easy. It never had been. "Who are you?" Daniel asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. The figure's lips twisted into a smile, though it was not a smile of comfort. It was a smile that spoke of ancient pain, of forgotten promises, of endless hunger. "I am a part of the cycle," it replied, its voice tinged with something that could have been sorrow, or could have been something darker. "I was once a keeper long ago. Now I walk as a guardian, as a reminder of what you will become should you fail. The forest has many faces, Daniel, many truths, and the hunger never stops. You will answer it. You will always answer it." The figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the shadows as the rain poured harder, the storm intensifying around them. Daniel stood motionless, watching as the creature disappeared completely into the dark, its glowing eyes the last thing to vanish. The air was thick with tension, and the pulse of the heart thudded louder in his chest. He understood now. The forest was never done with him. The cycle would never end. The hunger would never cease. And as the keeper, Daniel would have to navigate it all, facing not just the forest's desires, but the ancient forces that walked beside it, watching, testing, waiting. He could no longer deny it. This was his reality, and the forest would forever be a part of him. It would never release him. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly before Daniel, its dark expanse of trees and shadow swallowing the world around him. Every step forward felt like he was stepping deeper into the very heart of the earth, where the pulse of the forest was strongest. The air was thick with the scent of wet moss and decaying leaves, the smell of something ancient, something forgotten. The rain had stopped, but the heavy mist clung to the trees, shrouding the path ahead in an ethereal fog. It was as though the forest was a living dream, intangible, ever-changing, yet inescapably real. His feet sunk into the wet earth with every step, the ground soft and yielding beneath him. The trees around him were taller now, their twisted branches looming overhead like ancient, gnarled fingers reaching for the sky. The canopy was dense, the sky hidden completely from view,
as if the forest itself had drawn a veil over the world. The deeper he moved into the woods, the more the land seemed to shift around him. He was no longer walking on a path, he was wandering through an endless labyrinth of roots and undergrowth, a maze that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Daniel had no destination in mind, no clear sense of where he was going. The forest had a way of distorting time and space, of making the world feel like it was both vast and suffocatingly close. He could have been walking for hours or days, it was impossible to tell. The path behind him was already lost, swallowed by the darkness of the woods. All he could do now was move forward, deeper into the forest's embrace. The echoes of the figure he had encountered earlier lingered in his mind. It had spoken to him of failure, of becoming like it, a guardian of the forest, bound to it for eternity. Daniel's heart had quickened at those words. The hunger never stops. That phrase echoed in his mind like a dark mantra, a reminder that the cycle he had chosen was not an easy one. The forest would test him, challenge him, and perhaps, it would break him. The thought made him hesitate. Could he truly survive this? Could he endure the endless pulse of the heart, the weight of the land pressing in on him from all sides? And yet, despite the fear gnawing at his chest, there was no turning back. He had already given himself to the forest. The decision had been made. As he continued walking, the landscape around him seemed to change again. The trees grew closer together, their trunks twisting and contorting in strange, unnatural shapes. The path, if it could even be called a path anymore, narrowed, winding between the dense thickets of underbrush and tangled roots. The air grew colder, a chill creeping into his bones, and the mist thickened, swirling around his feet like a living thing. The forest was alive in ways that defied understanding. And then, ahead of him, something changed. A flicker of movement in the fog, something shifting in the shadows. Daniel froze, his senses heightened. His pulse quickened as the forest seemed to hold its breath, its deep, resonating heartbeat faltering for a moment, as if waiting for something to happen. He strained his eyes, trying to make out the shape in the mist, but it was hard to tell. The shadows shifted, and then, from within the fog, a figure emerged. This one was different from the creature he had encountered earlier. It was smaller, more humanoid in shape, and yet it had a grotesque quality to it, a twisted form that seemed to bend in unnatural ways. Its limbs were long and spindly, like the branches of a tree, its skin pale and mottled with patches of moss and bark. Its eyes glowed faintly, the same eerie light Daniel had seen before, but now they were filled with something far more unsettling, curiosity, hunger, and something deeper, something that resonated with the forest's pulse. The figure watched him for a long moment, its gaze piercing, as though it were assessing him, studying him. The air seemed to thicken with tension, and Daniel could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him. "You are the keeper now," the creature said, its voice raspy, like the sound of dry leaves scraping against stone. It was not a question, it was a statement. "The forest calls you. It has chosen you." Daniel stood still, unsure of how to respond. The creature's eyes bore into him, and he could feel something stirring within the depths of his chest, as though the forest itself were speaking to him through this creature. The pulse of the heart seemed to grow louder, more insistent, reverberating through the very soil beneath his feet. "You cannot escape it," the creature continued, its voice growing more urgent, more insistent. "None who are chosen can escape the forest. Not now. Not ever. The land has claimed you, and it will never let you go." Daniel's breath caught in his throat. He wanted to speak, to ask what it meant, to demand an answer, but the words stuck in his throat, swallowed by the weight of the forest's presence. The trees seemed to close in around him, the shadows deepening, as if the forest itself were listening, waiting. The creature took a step closer, its limbs moving with a strange, unsettling grace. It was like watching a tree grow and twist before his eyes, its body bending and shifting in ways that should not have been possible. Daniel could feel the ground beneath him vibrate with each movement it made, as though the very earth was responding to its presence. "The cycle is not a burden, keeper," it whispered, its voice now softer, but no less chilling. "It is a gift. A blessing. You will learn to understand it, to live with it. You will become one with the forest. The heart will guide you. The land will teach you."
Daniel swallowed hard, his mind racing. The creature's words sent a shiver down his spine. Become one with the forest. What did that even mean? Was this his fate now? Was he to live in the shadows of the trees, bound to the heart forever? Was this what he had chosen when he decided to remain? Before he could gather his thoughts, the creature stepped forward again, its glowing eyes fixed on his. "The forest will test you, keeper. The cycle will never be kind. But you will learn. You will adapt. You will become something more than you were. You will walk in the footsteps of those who came before you. The land has many guardians, many keepers, and each one is bound to it for eternity. And so will you." Daniel's heart pounded in his chest as the creature's words sank in. He had thought he understood what it meant to be the keeper, to be bound to the forest, to the heart. But now, as the creature's words wrapped around him like a vine, he realized that there was so much more to this. The cycle was not just about being a guardian, it was about transformation. It was about becoming something else, something that could never truly leave the forest. It was about becoming part of the land, part of the forest's hunger, part of its eternal pulse. The creature took one last step toward him, its form looming large in the fog. "Do not fear it, keeper," it said softly, almost as if it were comforting him. "The forest will always call to you, but you will learn to answer." And with that, the creature turned, its long, spindly limbs moving with unnatural grace as it vanished back into the mist. Daniel stood in the silence that followed, his heart racing, his mind a whirl of confusion and fear. The rain had returned, soft at first, then growing heavier as if the forest itself were weeping for him. He was the keeper. The cycle was his now. He could not escape it. The hunger, the heart, the forest, it was all bound to him. And as the rain soaked into his clothes, as the pulse of the forest thrummed in his chest, Daniel knew that his journey had only just begun. The forest would test him, would teach him, and he would have to face whatever came next. But no matter what happened, no matter how deep the cycle took him, there would be no turning back. He had made his choice. He was bound to the forest, and the forest was bound to him. The forest had grown darker as the fog thickened, each step Daniel took feeling heavier than the last. The pulse of the heart, now deep and resonant, throbbed through the earth beneath his feet, its rhythm unrelenting and invasive. It was everywhere, the beating of the land, the breath of the forest, the hunger that never slept. With every step he took deeper into the woods, Daniel felt the land closer, like it was pressing in on him, wrapping him in its tangled roots and vines, until he could no longer tell where he ended and the forest began. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their gnarled limbs stretching toward him, their bark slick with moisture from the mist. The air had a thickness to it, a weight that made it harder to breathe, but the oppressive sensation was familiar now. He had known it, felt it, even before he had made his choice. But now, with each passing moment, it felt as though the forest itself was becoming a part of him, just as he was becoming part of it. He had been warned. The cycle would never stop, and though he had embraced his role as keeper, he was beginning to understand the full scope of what that truly meant. It wasn't just the endless pulse of the heart. It was the land itself, the hunger of the earth, the thirst of the trees, the eternal pull of the forest that could never be denied. It would be with him forever, binding him to it as much as he had bound himself to it. And there were tests ahead. Daniel had heard the creature's words. It had spoken of transformation, of becoming something more than human, something rooted in the very fabric of the forest. He had thought he understood the gravity of his decision, but now, as he moved deeper into the forest, those words echoed in his mind, growing louder with every step. The forest will test you, keeper. The cycle will never be kind. But you will learn. The land around him had begun to shift again.
The trees no longer stood in neat rows or along well-worn paths. They had twisted, their trunks curving in impossible angles, their branches reaching down to the ground, as if trying to grasp him. The underbrush had grown thick, dense with brambles and vines that clung to his legs, as though the very earth sought to hold him in place. The shadows in the forest deepened, twisting into forms that seemed to move of their own accord, whispering to him with voices that were indistinguishable from the wind. Daniel's eyes darted from side to side, trying to make sense of the shifting landscape. But it was impossible to keep track of the changes. The forest moved like water, flowing around him, reshaping itself with every blink. It was as if the heart had drawn him into its depths, into a place where time and space bent and twisted. There was no path to follow, no clear way forward. He could only trust the pulse, feel it reverberating in his chest, in his bones, and move forward, as the forest willed. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shifted again. He stumbled, his foot sinking into the earth as if the soil had given way beneath him. His heart leapt into his throat, but he caught himself, pulling his foot free. He looked down, his breath catching in his chest. The ground had begun to split open, a wide crack running along the earth. From the crack, a dark, viscous liquid seeped, bubbling and writhing like some terrible, sentient thing. Daniel took a step back, instinctively pulling away from the growing chasm. The liquid spilled out in thick, slow waves, black as midnight, and the air around it seemed to grow colder. A faint whisper carried on the breeze, rising from the depths of the earth, a voice, soft and ominous. The heart is hungry, and it calls to you. Daniel's heart raced, but he could not pull himself away. The voice, it wasn't the forest speaking to him now. It was something else. Something far older, deeper, and far more powerful. His hand shook as he reached toward the crack, his fingers tingling with a strange energy, the pulse of the forest vibrating in his chest. The liquid continued to pour from the chasm, spilling like oil into the soil, dark and unnatural. It felt as though it was alive, moving with purpose, seeking something, seeking him. He heard the whisper again, this time louder, sharper, like a beckoning. The keeper must feed the heart. The cycle must be completed. Daniel's stomach twisted. The weight of the forest's hunger pressed on him, the pull of it almost unbearable. He knew the land needed to be fed, but this was different. This was not the heart's pulse. This was something darker. Something ancient that had been waiting beneath the surface of the land, waiting for the keeper to come, to complete the cycle. The liquid in the chasm began to churn, swirling faster, as if the land itself were awakening. The trees around him groaned, their branches creaking in response to the disturbance, and the forest fell into an eerie, oppressive silence. Daniel took a hesitant step forward. His feet moved almost on their own, drawn to the dark liquid, to the strange, beckoning voice. It was as though something deep within him, something ancient and forgotten, was stirring, answering the call. The whisper in the wind grew louder, more insistent. The keeper must feed. The cycle must continue. The liquid began to shift, its surface breaking into ripples, and Daniel felt a strange pull in his chest, as if something in him was aligning with the pulse of the land. He could hear the trees whispering now, their voices in harmony with the beat of the heart. The cycle was shifting, preparing for something.
The whisper came again, this time louder, clearer, as though it were speaking directly to him. Give yourself. Give your blood to the land. Feed the heart, and it will be satisfied. Daniel's breath caught in his throat. His mind screamed in protest. Give his blood. The thought was horrifying, yet strangely compelling. He had already given so much to the forest, his soul, his very being, and now it wanted more. The ground shifted beneath him again, and the crack in the earth deepened. The black liquid seemed to pulse, a living, breathing thing waiting for him. His body trembled with a strange energy, and his heart thundered in his chest. The pulse of the heart, the forest call, was overwhelming, but something inside him fought back. It was the last vestige of the man he had once been, the part of him that remembered who he had been before the cycle, before the forest. He had chosen this. He had chosen to remain, to serve the forest. But this felt wrong. This was not just the forest's hunger. This was something darker, something ancient, something that predated even the forest itself. "You are the keeper," the voice whispered again, more insistent, more desperate. "You must feed the heart. The cycle must continue." Daniel's body felt heavy, the weight of the decision pressing down on him like a physical force. His mind was a whirlwind, but there was no escape. The cycle would not stop. The hunger would not cease. And he was bound to it as much as he had chosen it. But the question lingered. Was this truly the way it was meant to be? A strange sensation washed over him. It was a mixture of fear and understanding, of knowing that somehow he had become a part of something much larger than himself. His blood, his very essence, was tied to the land now. The heart pulsed within him, and the forest's hunger rose, the call growing louder, sharper. He could feel the forest's hunger reaching out to him, waiting for him to answer. Daniel closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The pulse of the heart thrummed in his chest, a reminder that there was no escape, no turning back. He was the keeper. The cycle was his now, and the hunger would always be there, gnawing at the edges of his soul. But as the darkness seemed to envelop him, Daniel knew one thing. He was no longer just a man. He was part of the land, part of the forest, part of the ancient pulse that had endured long before him and would continue long after he was gone. He was the keeper, and the cycle would never stop.
The black liquid in the chasm before Daniel swirled and bubbled with a life of its own, a thick, viscous substance that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. The trees surrounding him stood still, their skeletal branches swaying faintly in the distant wind. The mist that had enveloped the forest now seemed to part, swirling around him, pulling away from the crack in the earth, as though the very land itself were making space for something ancient and powerful. Daniel's breath was shallow, his mind reeling from the weight of the choice that had led him here. The forest had claimed him, and now, in the deepest heart of the land, it was demanding a sacrifice. He was the keeper, bound by a cycle older than time itself, but the hunger of the forest, it was not something he could have fully understood until now. It was ravenous, a dark force that stretched its tendrils into every corner of the earth, seeking to feed and grow. He had thought he understood what it meant to serve the forest, to remain as its keeper, but he had never expected this. This was no simple act of guardianship. The forest was not content to simply exist. It needed, no, demanded, sustenance, and the keeper was the vessel through which that hunger was fed. The voice of the forest had been clear: give yourself. Give your blood to the land. Feed the heart, and it will be satisfied. But Daniel hesitated. His mind screamed at him, this can't be the answer. This can't be the way. Yet, beneath that fear, there was something deeper, something primal that called to him, a part of himself he had buried long ago. The keeper within him. The part of him that had been chosen for this, the part of him that had always been tied to the land, to the heart. It was impossible to ignore. The darkness of the liquid before him seemed to grow, filling the air with an oppressive weight. It no longer seemed like mere oil or mud, it was alive, a thing with purpose and intent. Daniel's skin tingled as he felt the pulse of the heart deepen, the beat of the forest thrumming in his chest like an ancient drum. The land was awake, and it was waiting. And then the whisper came again, this time louder, more insistent. The keeper must feed the heart. The cycle must continue. You are the offering. Daniel's heart pounded in his chest, the beat almost deafening in his ears. The words echoed through the stillness of the forest, filling his mind with images of the land's endless hunger, the cycle of life and death that had defined the forest for eons. The forest needed to feed. And it would feed from him. His feet felt heavy as he stepped closer to the chasm. The black liquid bubbled and shifted, as though it were welcoming him, waiting for him to offer himself willingly. His gaze flickered to the trees, their twisted limbs like grasping fingers, their roots curling up from the earth, reaching for him. It felt as though the forest itself were beckoning him forward, urging him to complete the offering. He couldn't look away from the liquid. It was hypnotic, calling to something deep within him. The keeper, that ancient part of him, responded to the pulse, to the hunger. The cycle was never ending, always feeding, always growing. And Daniel was bound to it. He was the keeper. The cycle could never cease, and if it was to continue, there would have to be sacrifices. His sacrifice. There was no more room for doubt. The forest had already claimed him, and this was his role now. This was the price. As his body moved closer to the chasm, his thoughts began to blur, the fog of the forest seeping into his mind, clouding his reasoning. Was he still Daniel, the man who had walked into the woods all those months ago, unsure of what he would find? Or had he already become something else? Something bound to the heart, tied to the land in a way that transcended human understanding. His hand reached down toward the crack, trembling slightly, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The wind picked up again, rustling the leaves in the distance, but there was a stillness to the air around him, a silence that pressed in from all sides. The pulse of the heart throbbed in his chest, a steady, insistent rhythm. It was as if the forest was preparing itself for the offering, waiting for him to complete his part in the cycle. The liquid rippled once more, a deep, unsettling sound that sent a shiver down Daniel's spine. He closed his eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply, trying to steady his racing heart. He could feel the weight of the forest, the land, pressing against him. The hunger, the need, the never-ending demand, it was all there, in the air, in the very soil beneath him. The forest was not merely a place. It was a living, breathing entity, and he was its keeper. His blood was as much a part of it as the trees, as the soil, as the very pulse of the land.
Feed it, the voice whispered again. Complete the cycle. Offer yourself, keeper. Daniel's body shook, not from fear but from something far deeper, a pull and inevitability. He was the keeper. He had made this choice, and now the time had come to fulfill it. With a trembling hand, he reached for his chest, his fingers brushing over the rough fabric of his clothes. He could feel the warmth of his skin beneath, the steady thrum of his heartbeat. The forest was waiting. It needed him, and he would give himself to it. His fingers closed around the edge of his shirt, and with a sharp tug he pulled it open, exposing his chest to the cold, damp air. For a moment he stood still, gazing down at his exposed skin, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The forest waited. With a final, slow breath, Daniel raised his hand, his fingers trembling as he placed them over his heart. He could feel the beat of it, strong and steady. His pulse was in perfect time with the land's, with the heart's. It was as if he and the forest were one, each beat echoing in the other's rhythm. And then, without another thought, Daniel pressed his fingers into his skin. A sharp pain flared in his chest and he gasped, but it was a fleeting sensation. The world around him seemed to go silent, as though the forest had paused, waiting, watching. The liquid in the chasm rippled violently, as though it sensed the change. His blood began to flow, warm and thick, spilling from the small cut on his chest, dripping down his body and into the waiting earth. The forest trembled. A low, primal sound filled the air, a deep groan that seemed to come from the very ground beneath him. The trees shook, their roots stretching and writhing like living things. The pulse of the heart, that deep, resonant beat, grew louder, more insistent, reverberating through the earth and into his bones. The land was feeding, absorbing what it needed, what it had always craved. Daniel felt his strength draining with each drop of blood that fell. He could feel his life, his very essence, leaving him. But even as his body weakened, there was a strange sense of peace that washed over him, a sense of completion. The cycle was being fulfilled. The forest was feeding, and he was part of it, bound to it forever. The land around him seemed to come alive, responding to the offering. The trees creaked and groaned, the earth rumbled beneath his feet, and the wind began to howl through the branches above. The black liquid in the chasm began to glow, its surface shimmering with an unnatural light. It was feeding, drawing from him, pulling from him until there was nothing left. Daniel's vision began to blur, his body growing faint and cold. But the pulse of the heart, the rhythm of the land, was still there, deep in his chest, steady and unrelenting. His breath came in shallow gasps, and his heart beat one final desperate thrum. And then, as his vision darkened and the forest's hunger consumed him entirely, Daniel understood. He was the keeper. The cycle was never ending. The forest would always hunger, and he would always answer.
The forest had become her world. Every breath, every heartbeat, every pulse of the land was now part of her being. She could feel the weight of it in her bones, the shifting of the roots beneath the earth, the endless murmur of the trees as they whispered to one another in the wind. The cycle had pulled her in deeper, bound her to this land with threads of ancient power, threads she could no longer deny. The trees that surrounded her had grown taller, their twisted limbs reaching toward the sky, stretching like the fingers of a sleeping giant. The mist that had once seemed so foreign to her now curled around her like an old friend, its cold touch a constant reminder that she was no longer what she once was. Her body, once human, was no longer recognizable. The skin had hardened into rough bark, and her limbs were twisted roots, sinking deep into the earth. She was no longer a woman, she was a part of the forest. She was the forest. She had become a vessel for its insatiable hunger, a keeper of its dark secrets, its eternal thirst. But as the days passed, as the cycles repeated and the forest pulsed with life and death, a feeling, one that had once been foreign to her, began to stir deep inside her. It was faint at first, a flicker in the back of her mind. A sense of something more. Something beyond the hunger, beyond the heart. The land had claimed her. It had filled her with its endless need. But the heart, she realized now, was not just a source of power, it was the cause. It was the one thing that fed the cycle, that kept the forest's hunger alive, that kept the land in perpetual darkness. The mist thickened around her as the realization settled in her chest like a stone. The heart, hidden deep within the earth, was pulsing with a growing urgency, its rhythm quickening as if it too could feel the change within her. It was as though the forest was aware of her thoughts, her awakening. You have come to understand, the voice, ancient and eternal, whispered in her mind. It was the heart's voice now, the voice of the land itself, and it hummed with a sense of inevitability. The hunger cannot be filled. It will never be sated. And you, keeper, are bound to it, as I am. As we all are. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their twisted limbs bowing toward her, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. The land itself shifted, its pulse quickening with a strange, urgent energy. The forest was aware, and it had watched her, waited for her to see what she could not before, the truth of the hunger. But now she understood. She had always known, on some level, that there was no escape. She had always known that the land's thirst would never end, that the heart's beat would never cease. She had come here, had sought the answers, and now she was part of the very question that haunted the forest. There was no freedom. The forest was her home now, as it was for all who had come before her. The hunger would always rise, always demand more. The heart's pulse would never slow. The trees would continue to grow, the roots would stretch deeper, and the cycle would repeat, forever. Her thoughts, though heavy with this truth, were not entirely resigned. A flicker of something remained within her, something that longed for the world she had left behind. The stars, the moon, the people she had once known, she could still remember them, faintly, as though they were distant dreams. But they were gone. The forest had taken her, and now she was of it. She had become part of the land, a living embodiment of its eternal cycle, its unquenchable thirst. She could feel the pulse of the heart deep within her, could feel the cycle turning, spinning, endlessly, like the roots of the trees beneath her feet. She was the forest. And the forest would never stop. The hunger will never cease, the heart whispered, its voice soft and final. And you will never leave. Her limbs trembled as the roots around her grew tighter, pulling her deeper into the soil. She could feel herself sinking, her body merging with the land, becoming one with it, just as every keeper before her had. The trees bent over her, their branches curling like a mother's arms, cradling her in their embrace. The cycle had ended, but only to begin again. And as the heart's pulse quickened once more, she realized that she was no longer part of the world she had once known. She was part of something greater now, something that would never end. The forest would continue. The hunger would rise. And she would be its keeper, forever.